of that from my colleagues who are joining me here in the studio. In just a moment, we'll also go across to our political guests to get their perspective on today's big results. Here with me in the studio is Sudha Sadanand. We're also joined by Ghulam Jilani and Ajit Vijay Kumar. A warm welcome to all three of my colleagues for joining me. We also have with us a BJP guest joining us at this point, Syed Zafar Islam. All right, he joins us live from the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. So before I go across to my guests, to my in-house guests, I want to go across to the BJP spokesperson, Syed Zafar Islam. Mr. Islam, congratulations are in order. This has been a fabulous day at the office for the BJP. Most of the exit polls had predicted a neck-and-neck fight in at least 2 of the 4 states. But look at the numbers. It seems to be a clean sweep for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. With your hand on your heart, can you tell us, had you really expected these numbers? Because many reports suggest that your party's own internal polls had suggested that this could in fact be a much tighter contest than this.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the compliments, and I'm sure that this is something which we were definitely expecting. Maybe the margin is higher than what we had anticipated based on the surveys, various surveys we had seen. But we rely more on the, I won't say whether it's relevant, those exit polls were relevant, not relevant, but definitely we rely more on our internal surveys. And internal surveys are based on the feedback we get from the Panna Pramukh and our booth level Karyakartas. And their feedback was very, very clear that we are going to win both in all the 3 states, be it Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Everybody had discounted and they had discarded and written us off that we will not win in Chhattisgarh. But see the result, it is 2/3 majority for us. That suggests that people have reposed confidence in the leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party. They have confidence in the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, who has led from front. And every political party was giving guarantee, but actually the guarantee which had a lot of values and people have actually had confidence in those guarantees was the Modi guarantee, and something which has worked very well. I want to take this opportunity to thank the voters of all the states where we have won, including Telangana, where our performance has significantly improved. We had won only 1 seat, where our vote share was 7, but now we have already won 5 seats and we are leading in another 5. So that suggests that we have definitely done exceedingly well in the state of Telangana, though we are still short of our own expectations. But we expect that we will definitely do in 2024 election in the state of Telangana, where our tally is 4. In 2019, we will definitely be able to improve to 9, 10, 11 seats in the general election.
Okay, well, clearly, this election sets the stage for 2024, make no mistake about that. And the BJP has completely reversed the 2018 state election results. These 3 states had been won comfortably by the Congress party in the last state election held in 2018. Today, we have a complete reversal. Zafar Saab, despite the rout that the BJP had seen in these 3 states in 2018, you won handsomely the 2019 general election, outdoing your 2014 performance. Now that you seem to have swept the Hindi heartland in an election that is being described as the semi-final before the final in 2024, would you say that the road ahead for the BJP now is way smoother than you could have otherwise perhaps expected it to be, had these contests been closer, as the exit polls had predicted? Okay, we seem to have a bit of an audio problem there with Syed Zafar Islam. I will go back to him in just a moment, but we are also joined by Meeta Chakrabarti, spokesperson for the Congress. Now, Meeta, bad day at the office. one consolation win in Telangana, and I'm not suggesting that this win is insignificant. You've routed KCR, the man largely credited with the creation of Telangana. Definitely a creditable win. But fact of the matter is that you've been routed in the Hindi heartland. Most exit polls had predicted a much tighter contest, but the BJP has simply romped home, and this cannot possibly augur well for the grand old party, being wiped out in the Hindi heartland, not being able to hold on to even one of the 3 seats that you won in 2018 on the eve of the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. What went so horribly wrong? You were so confident about holding on to Chhattisgarh, for instance.
Good afternoon to all your viewers. And I think it's very important to put things in perspective that yes, the Madhya Pradesh result is very, very disappointing. But the contest, if you take a very close look at the Chhattisgarh results and the winning margins, in some of the constituencies, we have lost out with a very narrow margin. And in Rajasthan has a situation of revolving doors. So every 5 years, we do see a change in government. We have been seeing that for the past 3 decades almost. And in Rajasthan now, when we see Ashok Gehlot kind of giving a fight back, and I think leading in 71 seats right now, I would give him credit because his welfare schemes have definitely, drawn attention towards the model of governance of Congress. Having said that, yes, we need to closely look at the data and do a proper introspection and analysis of the data and do course correction as and where needed. As far as Telangana is concerned, there seems to be a clear north and south divide now, because in Telangana, yes, there was anti-incumbency against the BRS, but that only does not explain as why the anti-BRS votes came to the Congress party and not to the BJP party. We definitely have worked on the ground and on our organizational structure, because even 6 months back, none of the pollsters, none of the agencies were even taking Congress seriously. They were not willing to give us even the principal opposition status in the state of Telangana. From being the number 3 party, we were being considered as number 3 party, with BJP occupying the number 2 position, especially after the Hyderabad local polls. From that position, in another 6 to 8 months' time, coming back and having a clear, decisive mandate in favor of Congress after the Karnataka victory, now in Telangana, I think we'll take joy in that. But yes, it has been absolutely a mixed bag. We do need to do a lot of self-introspection, and we do need to do course correction in the Hindi heartland and accept the mandate of people. We congratulate the winning party, the BJP, and I hope they will work towards meeting the aspiration of the people of states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan.
Okay, I must say that's a gracious response. But before I go across to my colleagues who are here with me in the studio, Meeta, I have to ask you this question. I know that you would want to focus on Telangana today because that's pretty much the only win you've registered. But fact of the matter is, when you say we will do soul searching, we will do course correction, may I remind you, time is running out for the grand old party. The general elections are less than 6 months away. An India Alliance meeting has been called on the 6th of December. And there are many who are already saying, with today's rout in the Hindi heartland, the Congress party significantly loses leverage within the India Alliance ahead of 2024. How would you respond to that?
Okay, so first of all, we have not lost all our vote share. To write us off in the Hindi heartland will be an incorrect assessment to make. And I do not think we should really indulge in overgeneralization. Let us see what happened in this year. In the past 12 months, we have had 3 decisive victories in favor of the Congress party. After a gap of 4 long years since 2018, we have won in states like Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka, and now in Telangana. So when we analyze the result, yes, we do need to see what went wrong, especially in states like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, because our internal survey reports were also suggesting that we have an edge in those 2 states. In Rajasthan, we knew that it's going to be a much a tougher battle for us. But in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, we were expecting different results. So we need to definitely do an introspection and a data analysis in those two states at least. But having said that, let us take the complete picture. It is a fact that we have made a comeback in 3 different state victories in this state after a gap of 4 years. Now, going forward, yes, there will be an India Alliance meeting, and there will be other alliance partners that we will be talking about. And make no mistake, in 2024, we are going to stitch together a political narrative and a strong enough alliance that is going to address the aspiration of the people of India. 2024 is not a conclusion that you can arrive to right now.
You know, it has to be a winning narrative, Meeta. At the end of the day, you can launch as many narratives as you want. What you need is a winning narrative against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whose party seems to be practically invincible at the moment. You talk about the wins in Himachal, Telangana, Karnataka, but frankly, looking at the big picture, these sound like consolation wins. We're also joined by Deshdeep Saxena, author and senior journalist. We will go across to him in just a moment. Joining me here in the studio are Rakesh Khar, Sudha Sadanand, Gulam Jilani, Ajit Vijay Kumar. Let's look at the results today, state by state. Rakesh, if I could start with you. Madhya Pradesh. There are many who will tell you today that even the BJP is taken aback by the sheer margin of this win. Most exit polls had said that the contest was going to be tight. There could be anti-incumbency against Mamaji's Sarkar. But where is the anti-incumbency? I mean, yes, this is a state that the BJP has dominated pretty much since 2003. But look at these numbers. I don't think even the BJP believed it would win this kind of numbers. What worked? Was it Modi magic? What was it?
I think it's a combination of factors. Obviously, exit polls have gone wrong, horribly wrong in terms of the estimation of the victory for BJP in Madhya Pradesh. But, you know, the potent combine of development, politics and Modi factor as a guarantee, and also Shivraj Chauhan's own personal chemistry with the voters in the state. I think, you know, this is one state where even when Shivraj Singh Chauhan had not been anointed as the chief minister candidate, people, a large section of them do see him as someone in continuation in that particular chair. He has his personal charisma. He had his own share of controversies, as I pointed out earlier in the day, but I think he's been able to tide them over well in time. And Modi and Amit Shah, Amit Shah represents the election machinery, Modi represents the charisma and the connect with the voters. And Madhya Pradesh, in that sense, you know, whenever you go a particular direction in terms of the voter turnout, if you look at the voter turnout in all the 3 states, to my mind, it's unprecedented in terms of, especially in the Hindi heartland, the difference between the, you know, the number 1 player and the number 2 player. For instance, in Madhya Pradesh, it is about 48.8%. When we saw it last, it might have come down or gone up to 41 point some percent. A 7% difference in vote share, in my knowledge, in recent contemporary political arena in state assembly elections is probably unrivaled. Similarly, in Rajasthan, where it doesn't look like a grand victory for BJP, as grand as Madhya Pradesh, there also the difference is about 4.5–5%. So yes, the Congress spokesperson is right that they have been able to hold on to say about 40% or around that vote share, but it's an uphill task. So the key takeaways for me, Neha, from this verdict is obviously 3-1, as we call and quote the cricketing analogy. One is that for the Hindi heartland, 2 big elements. One, the Hindutva quotient, or whatever factor you call it, has further got consolidated in one particular trajectory. Okay. Now already you would notice that both Congress leaders, they did try what is now being labelled as not being the original but being a cut-paste on Hindutva.
Soft Hindutva.
Soft Hindutva, diffident, 1 step forward, 3 steps backward, not being consistent. BJP has been extremely consistent on the Hindutva plank. Then combining it with welfarism, and the surprise element in this state assembly elections to my mind was caste. With Bihar unleashing the caste survey. To BJP's credit and to its happiness and to this, unhappiness for India Alliance, that particular factor doesn't seem to be a big takeaway. It has not worked.
Exactly.
So if there is consolidation of the what I call the Hindu vote in one unity, that's BJP's key agenda for 2024 also.
Right.
They don't see Hindu as broken up into caste or otherwise. And Modi is calling rightly the entire poverty club as the caste of India.
Yeah.
If that really works, then Congress has to worry, because if Hindu vote gets consolidated in its entirety through the sub-buckets, including the caste sub-buckets,
Yeah.
that's a pretty big consolidation.
Yeah.
And Telangana can be explained because, I think the Congress panelist was asking, how do we see the growth there? It's not just anti-incumbency. It is also that the Muslim consolidation for Congress has happened,
Absolutely.
which is good today. My worry for Congress is that it may not be as good for Congress in 2024 because BJP, it's a full toss to BJP.
Yeah.
They will rightly label Congress as a party for Muslims.
Yes.
Which is good, because the Muslim population in Telangana was significant. So the result is as it is. But in other parts of the country where it is not in the same proportion, say 12.5%, is that right?
12 to 30%.
12 to 13%,
Yeah.
this will become a positioning statement. So Modi's guarantee, without any detailing, the persona, the person, the performance. So politics of performance versus politics of identity will play out yet again in 2024.
And whenever there is religious polarization, let's face it, it always works to the advantage of the BJP in the larger scheme of things. Ghulam,
And there are full tosses as well. I mean, the Sanatan Dharma also played.
yes, exactly. I totally agree with you there. Ghulam, you understand the state of Madhya Pradesh very well. There are some very interesting factors that have been at play here. Rahul Gandhi goes there and talks about caste census. As Rakesh ji said, that doesn't seem to have delivered. Kamal Nath calls himself repeatedly Hanuman Bhakt. Many saw that as a soft Hindutva card, and as has been argued over and over again, why would people vote for a copy when they can go for the original? Then there is this politics of welfareism that has been talked about. There is undoubtedly the Modi factor, and I also want you to dwell a little bit on the Mamaji factor, because even though the BJP had not projected anyone as the chief ministerial face in these elections, Shivraj Singh Chauhan also in a sense has been kept guessing up till now, but you cannot deny that given how long an innings he has played in Madhya Pradesh, the man still has a lot left in him, given that he was able to beat the much talked about anti-incumbency. How do you see all these factors?
Absolutely, Neha. Here's the chief minister of a state who has been chief minister for 4 terms, except those 15
How many
months.
can boast of that?
And he's winning elections for his party again. So it means 25 years for BJP, except those 15 months, right? So if you look at his career, he was the chief minister since he's the chief minister. He became the chief minister in 2003. That was when Manmohan Singh had not become the prime minister. So I'm talking about Madhya Pradesh having a Congress chief minister was when Manmohan Singh was not prime minister, when Barack Obama had not even become a senator. So it's as old as it gets in MP. So you cannot dismiss him. You cannot ignore Mama in MP. It's not only because of his charismatic figure, it's also because of his down-to-earth nature, which Rakesh sir was telling us in the earlier debates. It's also because of the welfareism. Towards the concluding days of campaigning, there was a scheme called Ladli Behna scheme.
Correct.
So it was there. The BJP government was giving 1,000 rupees to the woman, but they announced that they will give 1,250 rupees. It was announced around Raksha Bandhan. It made a lot of impact. And he promised that he will give more in days to come. It might increase to 3,000 rupees. Imagine a woman getting 3,000 rupees in her account. How big is this announcement? How big a welfare scheme can it be? And we saw Congress saying that they will give 1,500. So if you talk to voters, women voters of MP, they will say, BJP तो हमको दे ही रही है, कांग्रेस तो खाली प्रॉमिस कर रही है.
Correct.
So increasing from 1,000 to just 1,250 paid dividends to the BJP. So as you rightly pointed out, MP is an old BJP lab, we know. It's older than Gujarat. In Gujarat we saw 2-3 terms of chief minister, but eventually chief minister was changed. But in MP it's the different case.
Yeah.
We have a same chief minister since
Shivraj Singh
2003.
Chauhan has been a constant factor there
Constant
for the BJP.
factor there, and I don't see it happening now that he won't be continuing as the chief minister, because that will, I think, will affect the 2024 elections. One of his speeches, he was emotional. He said, "आप लोग मुझे बहुत याद करोगे." He has that connect with the voters, and it's not the voters of a particular community. It's cutting across all communities.
Yeah.
So that's why his popularity, I think, is one of the major factors for BJP winning. And for BJP, he's a trump card in. Obviously, there are other factors also. There are Modi factor. There is the election machine that BJP is. When BJP came to know that they are not doing well in MP before the results, so they kind of parachuted these senior leaders from the cabinet.
Exactly.
this is how BJP works.
7 MPs?
Yeah, 7
have to tested,
MPs,
including 3 union ministers.
You know, it's unimaginable for a minister who is in cabinet in Delhi going to Madhya Pradesh and helping the party win elections.
Yeah.
So each minister will come up with his own efforts.
Yeah,
So
but then
obviously it will help the
that's
party.
the unique way in which the BJP fights every election, giving it its all, not taking any win for
So
granted.
it was
Right,
like a
Rakesh?
chat with Karthikeya on this. Karthikeya was obviously getting a little excited about the way he was comparing Modi with Jawaharlal Nehru. You know, if Modi comes back in 2024.
Yeah.
But there is a very important lesson, you know, one that can objectively be played. The fact of the matter is Modi is known to take risks.
Yes,
Big
he's
ones.
a risk taker.
He's a risk taker. When you take risks and, you know, the consequences could be very stark. If 3 union ministers can't make the cut in Madhya Pradesh, imagine the risk that was taken.
Yeah.
So in politics, as is his style, Modi is known to demonetization is a big risk. Balakot is a big risk. Lot of steps that he has taken. So I think political charisma now, rightly or wrongly, Neha, is come to be defined by taking these very audacious steps,
Yes.
which pay. At times they don't pay. Karnataka didn't pay.
Yeah.
But in that sense, one has to credit the Prime Minister for taking those risks and then they pay. And the fact of the matter is that the party is far more disciplined.
Yeah.
If you tell 3 senior union ministers
To
go and
contest.
campaign as MLAs,
As
for
MLAs,
MLAs, you know,
exactly.
that shows that the party puts its heart and soul into winning.
Yeah.
It is
While the Congress is busy with infighting most of the time.
on
and
infighting, in fact, Digvijay Singh, you know,
Yes.
he mentioned about Kamal Nath and you mentioned Hanuman, you know, a bit.
Yes.
But Digvijay Singh very publicly doesn't lose an opportunity to say the reverse.
That is true.
You know, he has been very consistent. He's been very consistent on his view on secularism.
But then that also means that very conflicting messages were sent out by
Absolutely.
the Congress to the electorate. And if they thought they could have it both ways, clearly that didn't work. Ajit, if I could come to you at this point, you know, we need to talk about the Shivraj Singh Chauhan factor. Many have been saying that, you know, there could be many players in the fray this time. There is no way Shivraj Singh Chauhan can take his position as Chief Minister for granted. But given the kind of numbers this election has thrown up, do you believe that today Shivraj Singh Chauhan is a very strong claimant to the post of Chief Minister, that it will be virtually impossible for the central BJP leadership to ignore his contribution and replace him with somebody else ahead of 2024? Of course, every interview that Jyotiraditya Scindia has given today, he's been asked this pointed question: are we looking at the next Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh? That is a question he has, you know, deftly evaded. But how do you see this playing out? The race for Mukhyamantri.
Right. In my view, the BJP will find it extremely difficult to impact a change of guard there before 2024.
Yes.
Because this man, you know, he has been CM for 18 years and he has, you know, given you 3-4 terms now. And the fact of the matter remains that his connect with the people there is quite strong. While we can talk about how the Congress got it wrong, but the reality is that he's, you know, as we have been all saying, that he's so grounded, he's so with the people there, that I don't think so the BJP would want to change him at least before 2024.
Yeah. I mean, as they say, why hurt a winning combination? I mean, if the Indian cricket team has won every league match in the World Cup, why would you want to change that team for the final, right? It's another matter that it didn't work for us in the World Cup. But Sudha, has the BJP surprised itself, you think, by these numbers in Madhya Pradesh and the clean sweep in the Hindi heartland? What does this tell us about the big national picture today?
I think the big national picture is that, you know, the Congress really needs to get its act together. Never say never in politics, but it's very clear that the BJP is being propelled to a position where it's, I'm going to stick my neck out and say, almost become invincible, as it were, because against any challenges and the kind of risk taking that it does, and also the challenges, and you know what, this time around, I think everybody got it wrong. Most, you know, when
I
we
have
were
to say, the exit polls have been proven decisively incorrect this time.
Chhattisgarh was a big surprise for me.
I think let's face it, I mean, I didn't at all give it BJP to Chhattisgarh.
Yes,
I think it is time for exit polls to make an exit. I honestly believe that.
No,
now.
but I was I was sitting there and I thought Chhattisgarh, okay, you know, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan one was iffy about it, and even till yesterday, let me be, you know, we were all saying that, okay, let's wait, we're not going to, here we don't call out elections, we just wait for the last.
No, we did that in the
do
afternoon with Neerja. She said, let's hold on, you were with us.
We never do it, you should never do it. I was very confident about Telangana, and I've been doing only Telangana centric stories for the past 1.5 months, every day, without fail. And that gave us a perspective about what people were thinking. And Telangana was very clear. If Telangana had gone any other way, that would have really surprised me along with the 3 others. But what is the surprise in Telangana is the BJP at 9, you know. That is a big surprise. They did GHMC, they did Huzurabad very well. But now the BJP is climbing. So I'm more interested in the vote share that the BJP has got rather than, you know, the seat share that it has got.
Yeah.
But, you know,
agree.
that's the story is there. That's the story. Whether it's Adilabad or other areas, will get a breakup of that in Nirmal, other areas. Why is it the BJP? Why? What? When? How? Like we are taught in journalism schools. That's something that we really need to look at, Neha.
Absolutely. We will look at the Telangana story in much greater detail, I promise you, because this route for KCR, I mean, is it the end of the road for KCR? Is it a death knell for his national ambitions? A lot to unpack there. But we have with us Rajesh Kashera, senior journalist joining us from Rajasthan, and Deshdeep Saxena joining us from Madhya Pradesh. Before I go across to these two guests, let's quickly listen in to what the man of the moment, or one of the men of the moment, Shivraj Singh Chauhan had to say earlier today.
बार फिर से प्रचंड जीत मिली है सर, 5वीं बार, क्या प्रतिक्रिया सर? पहले आप।
मैं जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत की जनता के हृदय के हार हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में भी बसे हैं। उनकी गारंटी पर भरोसा, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम।
एक और महत्वपूर्ण चीज सर, लाडली लक्ष्मी लाडली बहना योजना,
महिला सशक्तिकरण की एक कड़ी थी लाडली बहना योजना। लाडली बहनों ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
आपने 160 से ज्यादा सभाएं की सर, एक दिन में 10-10, 12-12 सभाएं करते थे आप।
वो तो मेरा कर्तव्य था।
मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी ने रिकॉर्ड तोड़ जीत दर्ज की है। केंद्रीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी हमारे साथ हैं। सर, एक बड़ा रोल आपका रहा, 80 से ज्यादा सभाएं आपने पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में की। आपको अनुमान था कि इतनी सीटें मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी की आएगी?
सर्वप्रथम मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नतमस्तक होकर प्रणाम करता हूं। मैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि 5वीं बार उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपना पूर्ण आशीर्वाद प्रदान किया। अगर इस जीत के पीछे श्रेय की हम बात करें तो पहला नेतृत्व हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का। प्रधानमंत्री जी जो कहते हैं कि मोदी के दिल में एमपी और एमपी के दिल में मोदी, और जो समय उन्होंने दिया, जो नीतियां उन्होंने दी, जो योजनाएं उन्होंने दी, उसी का फल है कि आज मध्य प्रदेश में दोबारा सरकार बनी है। हमारे गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, जिन्होंने मार्गदर्शन हमें दिया, जिसके आधार पर ये नतीजा संभव हो पाया। और राज्य के स्तर पर पहले तो मैं अपने पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ। जो जी जान की मेहनत उन्होंने की। हमारे प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री, जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के आधार पर ये संभव हो पाया, और हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष वी.डी. शर्मा जी, जिन्होंने नेतृत्व के आधार पर हम सबको मार्गदर्शन दिया। और ये एक संयुक्त एफर्ट रहा सभी का, और मैं मानता हूँ कि एक नया इतिहास और नया युग मध्य प्रदेश में विकास और प्रगति का 18 साल के बाद ये निरंतर सफर चलता रहेगा विकास और प्रगति का, मध्य प्रदेश को विकास के चौखट पर पहुंचाने के लिए।
कांग्रेस ने जो प्रचार प्रसार किया खास तौर पर आपके खिलाफ, वो व्यक्तिगत हमले ज्यादा किए, वो चाहे सेंट्रल हो या फिर मध्य प्रदेश में क्यों ना हो।
मैंने पिछले 3 साल से मैं आरोप, गाली, श्राप, हर तरीके की नीचे दिखाने की सोच मैं अपने मेरे परिवार पे भी मैं अपनी छाती पे लिया है। 2020 में जनता ने कांग्रेस को जवाब दे दिया। 3 साल मैंने कुछ नहीं कहा। 2023 में कांग्रेस के उन सभी नेताओं को आज ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है। और जो लोग मेरे कद की बात कर रहे थे और जो लोग मेरे परिवार का इतिहास और परंपरा की बात कर रहे थे, उनको अपना कद ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने दिखा दिया और उनको अपना कद मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने उनको दिखा दिया है।
All right, so we've just heard from the BJP's tallest Madhya Pradesh leaders, the man in the saddle known as Mamaji, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and the man referred to as Maharaj, Jyotiraditya Scindia. All right, let me now go across to Deshdeep Saxena. Deshdeep Saxena, I think most people are stunned by the Madhya Pradesh results, perhaps including the BJP itself. Most had thought it was going to be a tight contest. Even if the BJP was confident of doing well, I doubt they would have expected the numbers to be this good. What worked so well for the BJP? What went so horribly wrong for the Congress? And as far as the Shivraj Singh Chauhan factor is concerned, do you think his job as Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh is safe for now, at least until the 2024 election? Or could there be a twist in the tail?
Your last part of the question first. Only Narendra Modi ji can tell about the fate of Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But one, you have shown his bite on the screen. He's not looking that happy. You know, it's almost rout. It's BJP has swept, but Mamaji doesn't seem to be very happy. His smile is missing from his face. And right from the morning, you know, ever since the trend started coming, and by late afternoon when it is almost sure that BJP is coming to power, but smile is missing from the face of Mamaji. Even his own cabinet colleagues, you know, they are not giving full credit to Mamaji, to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Forest Minister of Madhya Pradesh, who has won the election from Khandwa, Mr. Shah, when he was asked about Ladli Behna Yojana, how important was that? He said कि वो एक योजना थी, कोई योजना नहीं दिलाती है जीत, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं मोदी जी. And then everybody is talking about Modi ji. The whole, you know, the whole victory has been dedicated to Modi ji. Even Shivraj ji started his sentence with Modi ke man mein MP and MP ke man mein Modi. So whether it's Mama ji or whether it is Scindia ji or you don't know who would be the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, it all depends on Mr. Modi. Then what went wrong with Congress? I suppose the election was between Kamal Nath and Kamal. Kamal means the BJP as organization. It was, you know, Kamal Nath being Kamal Nath, one of the most senior leaders of Congress in the country. He was taking all the decisions. The Congress party as such in Madhya Pradesh, it hardly exists, you know. Whatever backing he was getting from Congress organization was from Delhi. So the fight was between Kamal Nath and the BJP, the organization of BJP, the welfare schemes, or the, you can say, Revdi or Lavarti scheme of Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So this, I think, has gone wrong with the Congress. And of course, why BJP has won? It is being discussed ever since the exit polls came. I think it's combination of many things, many issues, including Ladli Behna Yojana, you know, the other cash schemes. Like in the month of Diwali, few thousand rupees were transferred in the accounts of the people living below poverty line. It includes Ladli Behna Yojana. It includes Kisan's Samman Nidhi also. Then construction of temple, you know, completion of construction of the temple was one of the issues, I suppose, which has influenced this election very much. And of course, Modi factor was there. Many people in Madhya Pradesh, you know,
okay.
many people in Madhya Pradesh, I mean, they are not politicians, apolitical people. They have changed their WhatsApp status to "जो मंदिर लाया हम उसको लाए."
Okay.
जो राम लाया हम उसको लेके आए. I mean, this is what they have changed, you know, the WhatsApp status. So this shows the mindset of the people, what was going in the mind of an average voter when he went to poll. So Mandir was definitely there. Hindu-Muslim issue was definitely there. That BJP is the party which cares for the majority community, Hindus. Ladli Behna Yojana was, of course, there. So it's a combination of all these factors which ultimately, you know, leads to the massive victory of BJP. And you are rightly saying that even BJP was surprised. BJP was stunned. Many BJP leaders, they were not believing that they would win till the exit poll, came, and two exit polls said that they may cross, 150, 162
In fact, the results have proven a lot of exit polls wrong today. And you make some interesting points. You talk about how Ram Mandir was a big factor. Of course, there are many who would argue that the tribals ditching the Congress has also been a big factor in this election. And the interesting thing about welfare schemes is it's reverie of freebies if you lose the election, but it's welfareism if you win the election. Let's now turn our attention to Rajasthan, and I want to start this conversation with Rajesh Kasera, who joins us live from Rajasthan. Rajesh Kasera, what went so horribly wrong for the Congress party in the state of Rajasthan? Most had predicted a neck-and-neck contest. It seems the magic of the magician is all but over. In the dying months of the campaign, you even had Gehlot and Pilot bearing their differences, putting up a united front, pretty much like Siddharamaiah and DK Shivkumar did in Karnataka. But clearly, nothing seemed to work. Was it the Lal diary and the corruption allegations? Was it, the infighting that people saw between Gehlot and Pilot camps for the longest time, controversies over paper leaks? Or simply, was it Rajasthan's revolving door policy to never re-elect the incumbent since 1993? How would you analyze the Rajasthan results?
जी बहुत सारे फैक्टर है जिसपे यहाँ पर बात करने की जरूरत है। इसमें मेजरली अगर हम बात करें कि आपने कहा कि मोदी वर्सेस गहलोत का चुनाव था और गहलोत की जो जादूगरी वो यहाँ पर क्यों नहीं चल पाई, इसके मोटे तौर पे हम देखें तो कुछ सीधे और सपाट कारण हमको दिखते हैं कि यहाँ पर मूल रूप से जो चुनाव जो लड़ा गया वो लड़ा गया एक तो पूरा हिंदुत्व, सॉफ्ट हिंदुत्व और सनातन के मुद्दे पे सबसे बड़ा जो चुनाव लड़ा गया। दूसरा महिला सुरक्षा को लेकर जिसका काउंटर लास्ट टाइम तक अशोक गहलोत उनकी सरकार नहीं कर पाई। तीसरा बड़ा रीजन रहा पेपर लीक इशू का, वो उसको भले उन्होंने कहा कि हम एक ऐसा कड़ा कानून बनाएंगे, बाद में सजा दिलाएंगे, लेकिन जिस समय ये सब कुछ हुआ उस समय गवर्नमेंट यूथ को कम से कम एक रिलीफ नहीं दे पाई। चौथा सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर जो रहा पर यहाँ लोगों के बीच में रहा कि वो रहा फ्री स्कीम्स का। जिस तेजी से उन्होंने यहाँ फ्री स्कीम्स को लागू किया तो वो जिस बड़े वर्ग तक जाना चाहिए था लाभ, उसका वो लाभ लोगों तक पहुंच नहीं पाया। और चूंकि 2.5-3 साल कोविड के दौरान यहाँ गुजरे और कोविड के दौरान जो भी कुछ काम हुआ उसका पूरा क्रेडिट चाहे वो वैक्सीनेशन का हो चाहे लॉकडाउन का हो, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट उसको ले गई। मोदी जी उस पूरे जो प्रॉफिट को लेकर चले गए और उसके बाद जब 1 साल इनको काम करने के लिए मिला तो मोस्टली टाइम या तो सरकार बचाने में उलझे रहे या अपने विधायकों को अपने पक्ष में करने में। पब्लिक ने चीजों को देखा और बाद में जब लास्ट मौके पर इन्होंने जो कुछ बांटने की कोशिश की वो लोगों के गले नहीं पाया। और ये जो बड़े रीजंस हैं कि यहाँ पर जो बड़ा चेहरा है वो मोदी के रूप में लोगों ने स्वीकार किया बजाय अशोक गहलोत के।
Okay, very interesting. You've listed a number of factors which you believe have led to a win for the BJP in Rajasthan and yet another electoral loss for the grand old party. And आप बात कर रहे थे कि दोनों खेमों में लड़ाइयाँ होती रहती हैं और गहलोत ने शायद बहुत वक्त लगाया सिर्फ अपने just trying to keep the flock together. What they often say about the Congress is, with friends like these, who needs an enemy? I think that is very true of the grand old party in multiple cases. And they may just have undone themselves even in the state of Rajasthan. Rakesh ji, let me start with you. Was it the Lal diary factor? Was it the paper leak issue? Was it, Hindu vote consolidation? Was it Ram Mandir? Was it Modi magic? Was it simply Rajasthan electorate's policy of punishing the incumbent, something they've done since 1993? Which of these do you see as perhaps having contributed the most to this result?
Yeah, it's very difficult to pinpoint one particular factor, but to my mind, if I have to do an order of merit, I would imagine polarization post the Kanhaiya incident, which was unfortunate. And second is also the overall law and order in respect to women. I think there's been a spate of headlines screaming from Rajasthan when it comes to women's safety. Not that many other parts of the country are any better, but you know, state going to elections and law and order very close to the Delhi NCR region, and also the political leadership at the top, that's the Congress High Command, absolutely, you know, shutting its eye on those very horrendous cases against women. And thirdly is infighting, but infighting was a challenge in BJP as well. It's, you know, ultimately come out to a situation where which is the lesser of the two evils when it comes to infighting between two major parties in fray in Rajasthan. So BJP probably was able to tide, though they brought in, you know, Vasundhara Raje, didn't give her all the tickets that she wanted, but she was in the frame. She was, you know, if you compare Rajasthan with Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan was far more pronounced in the frame in comparison to Vasundhara Raje. In that sense, you know, we've been talking about Shekhawat, we've been talking about people, you know, being very active in that scene. But Congress infighting between pilot, and if it is remote controlled, whether when it's a war or it's amity, you know, it loses its credibility. I think there was never ever a genuine attempt in Rajasthan at the grassroots level to, you know, stem the tide between pilot and Sachin.
And Rajesh, do people buy it? Even just the last, you've been attacking each other publicly throughout your term in office. In the last few months, you pretend you are together.
They are two different individuals. They have two different DNAs. They are in the same party, probably wedded to the same idea of making Congress win. But they are two generations apart. I think, you know, they never saw eye to eye when it comes to an approach. I'm not saying that they were, you know, one is the individual personality, but when it comes to an approach note to how to make the state win for that particular party, I personally feel all these 5 years, they never actually sat down and did some serious discussion. Well, this is what I bring on the table. This is what you bring on the table. Let's marry our strengths and probably forget about the weaknesses. So all this was being done, stage managed by New Delhi. So that takes away the credibility. So I think the polarization piece, the falling law and order when it comes to women, with BJP and the Prime Minister himself played up repeatedly. You know, it touches people's lives, and then Vasundhara, you know, so to say, being in the frame, not being out of it, helped BJP.
It helped BJP. That's a very interesting point. Ghulam, I'm going to ask you a tougher question than I put to Rakesh ji.
Thank you, Neha.
I'm very keen to put Ghulam on the spot. The question now is, what does this victory mean for Vasundhara Raje? There are many who will argue that she long fell out of favor with the top brass of the party. Yet, she is too insignificant for the party to ignore or sideline in the state of Rajasthan. Many analysts were arguing this morning on television that if the BJP ends up with somewhere around 100, then Vasundhara is actually in a strong position. It's advantage Vasundhara. If they cross 110, then all bets are off as far as who the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan could be. Your guess as to what this win means for Vasundhara in particular?
See, if you look at Vasundhara Raje, she was the most, I would say, the tallest leader for BJP in Rajasthan. You cannot deny that. She has been Chief Minister twice. She has been winning. She has been on the ground. She comes from the royal family. Despite the Scindia family tag, House of Scindias that she comes from, she has been on the ground. She has her cult, her followership in the state. You cannot ignore her. What BJP started in this election, she was not kept in the manifesto committee. She was not kept in the election campaign committee. She was kind of sidelined. You know, but then towards closer to the election, the BJP tried to accommodate her. You know, the BJP chief she was at odds with was removed. They got a new BJP chief. Again, the new BJP chief was CP Joshi. I'll give you an example how irrelevant CP Joshi was and how important Vasundhara Raje is. CP Joshi is another Congress leader who is an MP from Rajasthan. In interviews of a leading newspaper, when CP Joshi was interviewed by a leading newspaper, they put the picture of Congress leader CP Joshi. So this is to say how big Vasundhara Raje is, how big anybody against her is. You know, they don't stand anywhere. You know,
also showcases our own illiteracy.
Exactly. I don't want to name the newspaper, but
no, I'm just saying.
And in Udaipur, I was talking to somebody in Rajasthan. I was there for a different story, but in Udaipur there were hoardings in BJP. In hoardings, they put the picture of Congress leader. how irrelevant are other leaders, how big is Vasundhara Raje, you cannot ignore her. But towards the end, as I said, they removed they changes the BJP chief, they gave tickets to people that she wanted, and she was seen, you know, there were times when Modi did not even name her. Modi was talking in one of the rallies towards the beginning of the campaign, Modi was talking about women empowerment, Vasundhara Raje was on the stage, but she was not given a chance to speak.
Yeah.
In fact, Diya Kumari spoke.
Yeah.
She was the DICE secretary on the, she moderated the show. But towards the end, I think 2 days, 3 days before the campaign, I think it was 2 days before the campaign, Vasundhara Raje was there, and she was allowed to speak, and she was all praises for Narendra Modi. So I believe BJP realized towards the end that they cannot do in Rajasthan without Vasundhara Raje.
Okay.
And as you rightly said, had it been a close contest, Vasundhara would have played an important role.
Yeah.
But now it is a clean sweep for BJP. I see other players for the chief minister, maybe Shekhawat, maybe somebody else, I'm not sure.
That will be the bit to watch out for now in Rajasthan. Sudha, you want to jump in there?
Because I think during her 70th birthday also, Ghulam, I mean, the kind of, although she was being sidelined, and you know, the top brass was not really speaking with her, which we all mean in political, you know, lexicon, what it means, not to be speaking with you. But her 70th birthday celebration, which everybody said, oh, it's going to be a sideshow. What kind of heft does she have? The kind of rousing welcome that that woman got was indicative enough that if the leadership does to her what they did to Yediyurappa in Karnataka, they shall pay a price.
I think that is very well put. Before I go to Ajit, I want to get a quick word in from Meeta Chakrabarti, who has to then leave the show. Meeta, I know you said earlier that Rajasthan has this revolving door policy, but that may be a lazy explanation for your party's loss in Rajasthan. This is one state that you could have in fact held on to. What was the undoing of the Congress in this election? Was it the corruption allegations? Or was it in fact the infighting? Because towards the end, Gehlot and Pilot may have decided to, you know, tell the world that they had buried their differences and were united and working together at the behest of the High Command. But that doesn't really fool the electorate, because for 4.5 years, they had seen the Chief Minister and his former deputy constantly bickering, levelling bitter allegations against each other. The Congress was a deeply divided house, and I do not think that that was hidden from anyone at all. So was it once again the infighting that proved to be the undoing of the grand old party in Rajasthan? Meeta, can you unmute yourself, please?
Am I audible now?
Yes, please go ahead.
So in Rajasthan, it is a fact that Ashok Gehlot ji, I believe, remained a popular figure. I do not think the corruption charges really stuck, because his welfare schemes were well received by the people of Rajasthan, and he remained a popular figure. And we did fight this election under his leadership, under Mr. Gehlot's leadership. Yes, we are a democratic party. The differences are often discussed in a public forum. Whether we could have avoided some part of it, I think we could have. Did we fight this election unitedly? Yes, we did. We did put up aside our differences, and we did fight this election. We tried to give a combined, joint political narrative of welfare schemes and development, inclusive development to the people of Rajasthan. We accept the mandate, and we will do an introspection. We could have avoided some of the bickering that played out in the public domain. But having said that, we are not a party led by a dictator. We are a party where there are differences. We are a democratic party, and sometimes these differences are discussed and debated upon even in public forums. It does happen.
Okay, you know
we could have avoided
dictatorship. Many might call that discipline, which wins the BJP election after election.
Okay, let us not forget the history of Indian politics. I think Indian National Congress still remains a party. In the history of independent India, we have won the maximum number of elections. And we have always been a mass-based democratic organization. We have always been this massive umbrella where people of different ideologies and different ideas have come together. So yes, in recent past, we have lost some elections. We have won some, and we are hoping for a better run in future. But having said that, we will do an analysis, but I think in the election, we did fight under the combined united leadership. And it was a combined effort given by the PCC, Rajasthan state leaders, as well as the AICC leaders. So we need to take the responsibility of the defeat. Also, the responsibility is also to be shared by both AICC and the Rajasthan PCC.
All right, you take responsibility, you say we will do some introspection, but is time running out for the Congress party? As I keep saying, it is a massive blow being wiped out in 3 important Hindi heartland states on the eve of the 2024 election. Thanks for that, Meeta. Let's now listen in to what Vasundhara Raje, former Chief Minister of Rajasthan and arguably the BJP's tallest leader in the state, said earlier today.
55. You can't go to 70. Where are you going to get those votes from? I'm just thinking that they all have to be standing out there. 55.
34 last time.
Last time, you know the circumstances. So circumstances all around Rajasthan tha. Otherwise we'd have won Rajasthan. Sarkar gayi na on that. That has changed.
Hit wicket.
So expectation is.
Ma'am, during my Jhalawad visit, I was just trying to find out a single poster of Congress candidate. Not able.
आपने ये मेरे को कहा नहीं. I also didn't look. I must say. I'm trying to remember. Nahin. Okay, we'll start. Let's get over this, and then we can sit and chat for a little while. So सबसे पहले राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है. उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है. ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है. और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है. और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है. उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है. और सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है. और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत, ये जीत है. सो दैट्स ऑल आई वांटेड टू से.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को, जो हमारे लीडर हैं, हमारे इंस्पिरेशन हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को, झोटवाड़ा की जनता को, राजस्थान की जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि अवसर दिया मुझे विधायक बनकर अपने झोटवाड़ा की, राजस्थान की सेवा करने का. और इस जीत का श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के अनटायरिंग, बिना थके जो काम करते हैं और जिस विश्वास के साथ उनकी योजनाएं घर घर पहुंचती हैं, उसी का आशीर्वाद है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ऐसा प्रचंड जीत मिल रही है.
राठौड़ साहब, सांसद के रूप में आपका 2 बार का कार्यकाल रहा और अब विधायक के रूप में एक नया कार्यकाल शुरू हो रहा है, किस तरह देखते हैं आप इसको? क्योंकि सांसद का बड़ा क्षेत्र होता है, अब एक झोटवाड़ा भी हालांकि उसी का एक हिस्सा है, लेकिन भूमिका अलग रहेगी.
जी, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दायरा भले ही क्षेत्रफल छोटा हो, लेकिन जिस गहराई तक काम करना पड़ता है, जिस गहराई तक लोगों को जानना और उनकी समस्याओं का समाधान करना पड़ता है, उसमें एक संतुष्टि भी है और वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा काम है और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है. प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की, मोदी सरकार की जो योजना का पैसा जो अलग अलग राज्यों में जाता है, उसको धरातल तक ईमानदारी से पहुंचाना, समय से पहुंचाना, ये जिम्मेदारी रहेगी. और इसीलिए इसे मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि अभी तक हम नीति बनाते थे और फंड्स भेजते थे वहाँ पे लोकसभा के अंदर, लेकिन अब विधायक बनकर उसको एग्जीक्यूट करने का एक अवसर मिलेगा.
राठौड़ साहब, बड़ी बात यह कि आप जीते भी है और राजस्थान में पूर्ण बहुमत की आपकी सरकार बनती दिख भी रही है। ऐसी स्थिति में अब जिम्मेदारी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है आप लोगों की। क्या मान के चले, अब राठौड़ साहब जो अब तक सांसद की भूमिका में थे, पूर्व में केंद्रीय मंत्री की भूमिका में है, लेकिन अब राजस्थान में जब पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनेगी तो राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौड़ जनता को किस भूमिका में नजर आएंगे विधायक के साथ?
देखिए, हर जिम्मेदारी अपने आप में एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, क्योंकि उस दायित्व को 100% पूरा करना अपने आप में एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, महत्वपूर्ण होता है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते, एक सैनिक होने के नाते, एक खिलाड़ी होने के नाते जो मोर्चा मुझे दिया जाता है उस पर मैं 100% काम करता हूँ। आगे भी जैसे हमारी टीम के कप्तान प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी जैसी जैसी जिम्मेदारी देंगे, हमारी पार्टी जैसी जैसी जिम्मेदारी देगी, उसमें हर एक जिम्मेदारी, जैसे मैंने कहा, महत्वपूर्ण होती है। हम सब मिलकर जब काम करते हैं तभी काम पूरा हो पाता है। तो मेरा जो रोल रहेगा उसमें 100%।
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी हमारे जो नेतागण हैं, हमारे जेपी नड्डा जी, हमारे अमित शाह जी और हमारे सभी केंद्रीय मंत्रीगण, हमारे जितने भी प्रदेश के हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी, हमारे सभी प्रदेश के नेतागण और फिर हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता हैं जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत की, क्योंकि मैं नई थी क्षेत्र में, लेकिन मुझे कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं करना पड़ा। मुझे एक एक घर तक ले जाने का जो काम किया है हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने, तो मैं पूरा मेरी जीत का श्रेय उनको भी देना चाहूँगी। और पूरी तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत अच्छी तरह से चुनाव लड़ी है और परिणाम भी बहुत अच्छा आया है। और जैसा कि हमने देखा कि गहलोत सरकार पे पूरी तरह से जनता का विश्वास पूरी तरह से उठ गया है। और जिस तरह से केंद्र सरकार की योजना जनता तक पहुंची है, डिलीवरी हुई है, दूसरी ओर डिलीवरी नहीं हुई है, बहुत सारी बड़ी बातें हुई हैं। तो बिल्कुल इन सब का मुझे लगता है कलेक्टिव ये जो कमाल था, मैजिक था, और मोदी जी का जो मैजिक था, मुझे लग रहा है सबसे ज़्यादा तो वही काम आया है। और जिस तरह से मध्य प्रदेश में और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी और राजस्थान में हम लोग बहुत बड़ी बहुमत से सरकार बना रहे हैं, ये उसी का मुझे लगता है कि रिजल्ट है कि जिस तरह से हम लोग सब, पूरी जनता, पूरी देश की मोदी जी पर विश्वास करती है और मेहनत की। मुझे लगता है सबसे ज़्यादा मेहनत जो हमारा कार्यकर्ता नीचे से लेके ऊपर तक एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में हम सब ने एक साथ कलेक्टिवली काम किया है, उसका ही नतीजा है।
84 की जनता को खूब खूब धन्यवाद, आभार व्यक्त करना चाह रहा हूँ। ये मेरे अकेले की जीत नहीं है, 84 के समस्त कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत है, 84 के आम जनता की जीत है। और मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि पिछली बार भी 84 के जनता ने एक इतिहास रचा था 2018 में कि 200 विधायक में से सबसे कम उम्र का विधायक 84 की जनता ने मुझे जिता के भेजा था। और इस बार भी 84 की जनता ने राजस्थान के अंदर इतिहास रचा है। लगभग 65,000 के आसपास की लीड से हम लोग जीत रहे हैं और इसके लिए मैं 84 की जनता को खूब खूब धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। ये लोकतंत्र की जीत है, जनता की आम भावना की जीत है।
All right, so a lot of political reactions coming in there. We heard from Vasundhara Raje, we heard from Rajavardhan Singh Rathore, we just heard from Diya Kumari and other BJP workers. Ajit, let me come to you. This is no doubt a day of triumph and celebration for the BJP in the Hindi heartland in general, in the state of Rajasthan in particular, where we had thought the Congress would give them a tough fight, but look at the numbers now. The question that arises is, who is going to be the Chief Minister? Kaun banega Mukhyamantri? This is always $1 million question. The BJP chose not to project any Chief Ministerial face. Vasundhara Raje is definitely the tallest leader, somebody who's been Chief Minister multiple times. But given that the BJP seems to have snapped up as many as 115 seats in the state of Rajasthan, does that make Vasundhara's position rather wobbly? And could it be royalty versus royalty, with many now saying, don't be surprised if Diya Kumari is seen as a strong contender?
You know, that's true, but you know, I have my views different on this. I think one of the fundamental reasons that BJP has won Rajasthan is that there was absolute polarization of votes there, and Hindutva as a concept has found a resurgence there. So in terms of BJP's thought process going into 2024, I think they would want to assert the Hindutva point further with their choice of the Chief Minister. And when it comes to that, I think Diya Kumari may stand a chance, but then more than royalty, I think what they are looking for or would aspire to do is to get a very strong Hindutva face. And Vasundhara, you know, as far as her case is concerned, after now that BJP has won 115 seats, I think she would find it difficult. And it's quite interesting how she or like Shivraj Singh Chauhan all of them are attributing the victory to Modi. So Modi hai to CM banna bhi mumkin hai. You know, that kind of a thing is playing out.
Yeah.
But in terms of reality, in terms of absolute thought process, my view certainly would back a very strong Hindutva phase in Rajasthan.
And that could be somebody like Diya Kumari. You will not rule it out.
No, more than Diya Kumari, someone like Baba Balaknath, for example.
Yes, that's another name that's doing the round. So Rakesh, tell me this. What do you think could go against Vasundhara? The BJP's numbers, and also if she's not made CM, could she hurt the BJP in 2024?
Well, Vasundhara undoubtedly is today the tallest leader. If you ask anyone outside of, Rajasthan, who is the BJP face, it would be Vasundhara. But let's go back in time, and you will notice that Vasundhara has her own standing, given her own pedigree, and she also has a persona. What happens is, in a party like BJP with Amit Shah and Modi in command, there is also an expectation of complete, what I call being in order. Vasundhara has her own persona, and she is delivered for the state. I think ideologically, the culture represented by both of them, it doesn't completely marry. So in that sense, that also was one of the reasons that she was not seen perfectly in sync, and she had to make way for and that led to ambivalence in the state. So in that sense, now that she's come back and she has a fair chance, but I would stick my neck out and say that probably Neha, she might not be the candidate, though she might be well deserving.
That is very well put. I mean, this is politics. Who knows what may happen next? Because remember, whatever Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah do, they do that keeping in mind the big picture. And right now, of course, goes without saying, the focus will be on 2024. The BJP is one party that never rests after a victory. It always marches ahead and is determined to notch up the next big win. All right, let's now...
I think it's important also to asking the right questions in terms of what is the CM face.
Yeah.
But what happens to Ashok Gehlot? What happens to Sachin Pilot?
That is $1 million question. Are they going to be accommodated at the centre? Ashok Gehlot, remember, somebody who publicly said he didn't want to be Congress president. मैं तो जयपुर में ही रहूँगा. I only want to serve the people of Rajasthan.
That was more to be completely in sync with the high command, saying that मैं तो कोई challenger हूँ ही नहीं. मेरे पास जो है मैं उसी को बचा पाऊँ, वही उसी में मेरी शक्ति है. But Sachin Pilot is young and he has a long career ahead of him. Do we see him like Jyotiraditya Scindia, maybe mid-course, shifting to BJP? Because when you're in the opposition, either he becomes and goes back to the drawing board, and then really starts from scratch.
Yeah.
India needs young, bright politicians like Sachin Pilot.
And the Congress certainly does. Given the number of bright young leaders, it has lost, Scindia being just one of the many. We will dwell on that, Rakesh ji, in just a moment. Before that, let's listen in to what the outgoing Chief Minister, known as the magician, Ashok Gehlot said. Clearly, his magic didn't work today.
जो भी मैंडेट आया है जनता का, मैंने पहले ही कहा जनता माई बाप है लोकतंत्र में, जो भी फैसला आएगा उसको हम विद ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे और नई सरकार जो बनेगी उसको हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं, अच्छे काम करके दिखाएं, ये हमारी भावना रहेगी उनके साथ में, पूरा सहयोग रहेगा उनके। ये लगता है कि जो स्कीमें शानदार थी हमारी, कानून हमने ऐतिहासिक बनाए, पूरे देश में चर्चा उसकी है, स्कीमें ऐसी बनाई जो पूरे देश में चर्चा हो रही है। पहली बार राजस्थान की चर्चा हिंदुस्तान के हर राज्य में होती है और गारंटी हमने दी वो शानदार थी, उसके बावजूद भी जो नतीजे आए हैं तो चौंकाने वाले हैं। परंतु क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ में भी जो उम्मीद थी उसके विपरीत नतीजे आए हैं, मध्य प्रदेश में उल्टे नतीजे आए हैं, इसलिए जब 3 राज्यों में ऐसे परिणाम आए हैं तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये एक सोच का विषय, एग्जामिन करने का विषय है कि क्या कारण रहे होंगे। थोड़ा इसमें अभी तो आज तो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, अभी तक तो थोड़ा रुकिएगा, धैर्य रखिएगा, इसके परिणाम पता करेंगे क्या कारण रहे होंगे। अभी मेरी बात
Okay, that was Ashok Gehlot conceding defeat there. Let's now listen in to Kamal Nath of the Congress. This Kamal certainly did not bloom. Listen in.
मैंने हमेशा कहा था कि मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं, वो आज भी करता हूं। मैंने पिछले 1 महीने से कह रहा हूं मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं। मेरे से जब आप पूछते थे कि कितनी सीटें आएंगी, मैं कहता था मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं। आज भी मैं विश्वास करता हूं। और मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि ये विश्वास जो मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर रखा है उनके साथ विश्वासघात नहीं होगा। हम इस पर विचार करेंगे कि क्या हमने कमियां थी, क्यों हम मतदाता को अपनी बात नहीं समझा पाए। हर उम्मीदवार से चर्चा करके वो हारा हुआ हो या जीता हुआ हो, हम उनसे चर्चा करेंगे अगले कुछ दिनों में, और उस चर्चा के बाद हम इसका निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे।
जी क्या चूक हो गई, इतनी बड़ी टक्कर भी आपकी?
ये सब तो
थैंक यू। Right, a brief press conference there by Kamal Nath, senior Congress leader, former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, conceding defeat, saying exactly what every other Congress neta is saying today. We will engage in introspection. We will do a post-mortem of these results. We will figure out what went wrong and we will course correct. However, is there enough time for the Congress to course correct? Let me put that question to Lavanya Balal, spokesperson for the Congress party, who now joins us live on the show. Lavanya, certainly a bad day at the office for the Congress party. This is not what you had hoped for. A consolation win in Telangana, yes, but you've been wiped out in the Hindi Heartland states on the eve of the 2024 elections. What went so horribly wrong? This is so much worse than anyone could have expected.
Good evening. Yes, exactly. That's what we are also very curious to know. None of the exit polls also got the numbers right. I mean, even exit polls gave us much, much better numbers. Exit polls did mention that Madhya Pradesh, BJP will be winning, but our numbers were not so bad. Even in exit polls, it looks like no one got it right. Not the party, not the exit polls, no one. So, yes, we demand answers. We, the party workers, want answers from our leaders. What went wrong in Madhya Pradesh? What went wrong in Chhattisgarh? Because Chhattisgarh also, we expected to be the single largest party. Though we would be less in numbers, our numbers would have decreased from the previous election. We expected to form the government in Chhattisgarh. So, yes, it has gone horribly wrong. It's not a consolation win in Telangana. It is a win because we have worked very hard in Telangana to win this election.
Okay, I know that you would want to focus on Telangana, but fact of the matter is that, you know, the three states of Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh are states you had won in 2018. And now you've lost each one of them on the eve of 2024. There are multiple questions that are being asked today of the Congress party. One of which is this, Lavanya. What does this mean for your prospects in 2024? And what does this mean for your place in the India alliance? There are many who will tell you today, whether you like it or not, that you have lost considerable leverage within the India alliance with today's rout. And maybe you will find out when the meeting takes place on the 6th of December.
Well, let's not write off Congress. I mean, this is something that has consistently happened with the Congress party, that it has been written off multiple times, but we are still hanging in there. It may not be as great performance as all of us want, but we are hanging in there. Yes, we have lost two big states with big number of MPs, and it will have an impact on 2024 elections. But we have multiple other states also that is going into elections just before 2024 MP elections. This is going to impact us badly in terms of numbers. But then we have one big state in the south, Karnataka, which has 28 seats of MPs. Then we have Telangana now. Then we have Kerala, which had given us good number of MPs last time. So all is not lost for the Congress party.
Okay, that is brave. Okay, complete your point.
It is practical. It is practical because even if we have lost states in the north, we have a handful of MPs in quite a few states. So, yeah.
No, I can assure
but yes,
you,
we need to have a better strategy. We need to have a more cohesive media communication as well in some of these states.
And you need to address your infighting much better, you know, and I promise you nobody is writing off the Congress party.
Well, you know, no, you know what? Yes, everybody would love to tell us we need to address our infighting or difference of opinions of our leaders. A hue and cry is made about the Rajasthan, it was made about Telangana, it was made about Karnataka, right? I understand that. But, you know, I agree. I will take that feedback. But then I would also love people to say the same thing. The same thing to the BJP as well. You know, in Karnataka, BJP didn't have a leader of opposition for 6 months and nobody raised the question.
But
that is what is surprising for me.
That is not the same as Ashok Gehlot and his former deputy Sachin Pilot publicly training guns on each other. I refuse to accept the comparison that you are making.
If you see,
But Lavanya,
if you see the current Karnataka, if you see the current Karnataka, you have all big leaders fighting amongst each other, calling each other names and addressing themselves as dogs and whatnots in Karnataka. That's the same. That's worse.
Yeah, but
actually.
you know, that's also happening in the Congress, Lavanya, because every other day people wonder how much longer DK Shivkumar is willing to wait to become
I would like to put it to rest. No, I would like to put it to rest. Both the CM and the deputy CM have a great working relationship.
Okay, they have a great working relationship. Clearly, Gehlot and Pilot could not convince the electorate that they were indeed united. But before I go back to my in-house guest, I need to read out Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tweet. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has put out his first reaction on Twitter or X. This is what he says. If you could just hold it there for a moment. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, has tweeted, Janta Janardhan ko नमन. मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ के चुनाव परिणाम बता रहे हैं कि भारत की जनता का भरोसा सिर्फ और सिर्फ सुशासन और विकास की राजनीति में है. उनका भरोसा भाजपा में है. भाजपा पर अपना स्नेह, विश्वास और आशीर्वाद बरसाने के लिए सभी राज्यों के परिवारजनों का, विशेषकर माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों का, हमारे युवा वोटर्स का हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं. In fact, the Prime Minister is expected to turn up at the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi and deliver a victory speech around 6:30 this evening. Let me go back to Rakesh Khar at this point. Rakesh ji, before we talk in greater detail about Chhattisgarh and Telangana, two states that we haven't analyzed fully yet, how would you respond to what Congress spokespersons are saying today? No, it's not about infighting. It happens in every party, but we will do some soul searching and introspection. No, we've not lost any leverage within the India alliance. Fact of the matter is they have, and they're going to find out the hard way in the days ahead.
First and foremost, I think nobody should write any political party, leave alone Congress, which has such a rich past. You know, it's been the key party that gave India freedoms, spearheading the freedom struggle. But recent performance is what all of us remember, you know. Unfortunately, on that count, they haven't done really well. Barring Karnataka, where they really improved and, you know, surprised everybody with that thumping victory. Telangana, again, they've done well, so one must count that in. And Congress has a challenge at hand. I think first and foremost, and that challenge applies to the opposition alliance as well, is what is your narrative, what is your vision for India? You know, keeping Modi out of power, if that is the agenda, we have seen the results of that narrative. I don't see, we have just about 3 months for the general elections, Neha. If the country needs and wants and should have a very firm and strong opposition, but just aspiring for a strong opposition doesn't mean that you can just go with it. You need a certain agenda. And if I repeat, the agenda is just to remove Modi without a construct to it, there is going to be a problem. I think the country awaits with breathless, agony, an opposition agenda for the country. And the Prime Minister, given his political direction and, a push for, changing the narrative, what opposition calls headline management, is going to release a very, very detailed document. India's vision for 2047. It's going to be a big ticket paper which is being constructed by Niti Aayog in consultation with all state governments. I hope it includes opposition ruled states as well. So whether you like it or dislike it, you hate him, but at least there is an agenda at work. He's talking about reservation for women, there is an agenda at work. There is triple talaq, there is agenda at work. No, so every step there is a contextual agenda, whether you like him for that or not. I am looking forward to an agenda from the opposition parties led by Congress.
Yes, absolutely true. Fact of the matter is that it is not enough to say that we want to get rid of Modi Sarkar. What is the alternative that you're presenting before the people of the country?
Yeah.
I think remains a million-dollar question. As Rakesh ji said, Sudha, where is the alternative narrative?
Neha, also just to add to that, I mean, about writing off the Congress, no party can ever be written off, no politician ever. The point is that we are all also looking at the resurgence of the Congress party in Telangana. I mean, 6 months ago, no one even gave it credence, as it were. Revant Reddy evolved in these 6 months. He put his flock together, saw to it that the internecine warfare, which was relentless, he put a lid on it. And so there you are. I mean, you
just
lose.
Revant Reddy has lost the election. He lost Kamaredi seat. KCR has lost it, and BJP's Venkat Reddy has won the seat.
Okay, this is quite a twist in the tale, I must say,
so
given that Revant Reddy was
won.
being seen as the
But that doesn't take away the credit.
No, doesn't take away the credit. I'm just adding a point.
But this is how fascinating and unpredictable electoral politics can be, especially in a country like ours. Also joining us at this point is Professor Chambi Puranik, political analyst. He joins us from Bengaluru, and A. Sai Shekhar, senior journalist, joining us from Telangana. Professor Chambi Puranik, welcome to the show. Let's look at the big picture. The Congress party has registered an emphatic win in Telangana, ousting KCR, the man who many thought could not be touched in the state of Telangana. But in the Hindi heartland, the grand old party has been wiped out today. It is a saffron wave. Some are even calling it a tsunami. The semi-final before the final seems to have gone to the BJP. What does this mean for the opposition, for the India Alliance for 2024?
Yeah, Neha, good evening, and the other panelists, including Sudha. I mean, we're all familiar with me and my whatever connection with your channel. But now coming back to your point, the impact of the stupendous victory of BJP in the north, especially the Hindi belt, and defeat of BJP not only in Telangana but also in Karnataka. It's there. I think between north and south there is a perception that I don't say Karnataka people are very mature and all that. All that I can say is Karnataka people have not accepted the kind of infighting that was there in the BJP. They gave them 2 chances. And the BJP is its own making. I think the blame should be more on the BJP leaders of not only Karnataka, the High Command also. Because, see, with remote control, you cannot run state leaders or state governments which are in power. So that's what BJP has seen, especially in case of Chauhan. They neglected him. His name was not announced in the first 2 lists. Same thing with Yediyurappa. Yediyurappa was sidelined because of the age factor. And in the case of Kerala, Sridharan, they made an exception. 82 years old man to be chief minister, though BJP had no chance at all. So I would say that mostly the North Indian kind of mandate that is given to BJP is reassuring for the people of Karnataka and also for people in South India, including the BJP's small success, a small kind of entry after the urban kind of popularity it gained. So I would say that the lessons have to be learned from this particular defeat in Telangana and Karnataka. Of course, second thing is, I think Revant Reddy may be the face of victory, but it's behind that, I would say it is DK Shivakumar who has engineered and put all his heart and soul with resources, everything for the last 2 weeks to see that in Telangana, Congress gets some kind of...
At least DK now does not have to take the party MLAs to a resort. Apparently he was getting ready to do that, but now he won't need to do that.
Yeah, DK Shivakumar is, I think, not only crafty, which I have seen him from his younger days. He was also a student of my department, MA Political Science, but is a practitioner who violates all the norms of political operations and the constitutional values and all that. Politics is the art of the possible. Yes. So DK Shivakumar has made it a point to see that Revant Reddy wins in the name of Congress, and Congress clinches that. But this particular thing was expected by the exit polls of the
So
entire nation.
no
But
big surprises there. But Hindi Heartland, I think that has stunned many people. Yes.
yeah, it is done. Now in North India, the victory of Chhattisgarh, BJP's victory in Chhattisgarh was not predicted by any exit poll.
No,
you
it
go
wasn't.
through all the lists, 10 or kind of exit
I think
polls.
exit polls have been completely wrong about Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. Most exit polls have been completely incorrect
even
about
Madhya
those
Pradesh,
two
I agree
states.
with you. So therefore, I would say the credit for the victory of Congress in Telangana should go to Mr. D.K. Shivakumar and his election machinery. But
That's
it's a
very
temporary
interesting. So, so Professor Puranik does not want to give the credit to Revant Reddy, rather give it to D.K. Shivakumar. But Sudha, finally.
Revant Reddy, where are the resources for Revant Reddy? It is D.K. Shivakumar and Karnataka.
It's all about the resources.
I don't want to say as a professor, Karnataka resources. I don't say money. It is Karnataka resources which have helped. Otherwise, Congress is in need of that ATM which Amit Shah and Modi always...
I'm not saying money, but then he goes on to talk about ATM. This is interesting. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, now that we are coming to Sudha's favorite topic of discussion, I have to start with Sudha. Sudha, we are now going to discuss Telangana in great detail. Now, exit polls had predicted that KCR was in trouble, that the Congress had a clear edge and could very well oust him. However, now his party stands trounced. There are many who will be quick to write his political obituary. There are many who are going to say maybe it's the end of the road for him. But here's a man who's credited with the state of Telangana being carved out. Here's a man who almost made the Congress party, which actually was in power at the center when the state was created, irrelevant in the state over the last 9 years. And here's a man who renamed his party from TRS to BRS, clearly indicating his national ambitions. He was constantly talking about the third front. He was constantly talking to the likes of Mamta Banerjee and Akhilesh Yadav and Arvind Kejriwal. And now people are saying, you don't even exist in Telangana, forget about your national dreams. How do you see the big rout for KCR and his party and the big win for the Congress in Telangana?
Well, I think Congress is a story there. And, like I said, we did a story, a couple of days ago about the resurgence of the Congress party. So, one is the evolution of Revant Reddy. Two, the Karnataka factor which Professor Puranik was talking about, the winds of change, which blew from Karnataka to Telangana. Also, three is that the movement of the Muslims towards the Congress, pretty much aping what they did in Karnataka. In Karnataka, they had this fear that if they go and vote for the JDS, which is H.D. Devegowda's party, they had this fear, this paranoia, or which was correct. It's very wrong for me to say paranoia, but a fear that what if they go and shake hands with Yedurappa, which happened. So they went en masse to the Congress party, where they feel more protected. Pretty much what they did in Telangana, because in Telangana also, all along the Congress has been saying that the BRS and the BJP are actually two different coins or two different sides of the same coin.
Did that really hurt the BRS?
Oh, majorly. I mean, look at AIMIM, it's at 6. I don't know where the two other seats are. But then there is also a fallacy. We all think that AIMIM has a pan-Telangana presence. It does not, except for the twin cities. And I think if Sai Shekhar is there, someone who's an expert on Telangana, maybe he should correct me. But I think I've been told this, and what I know about Telangana is Ovaisis only have influence in the twin cities.
Correct.
Outside of it, they have little or no influence. Okay? So, all these are the reasons for the Congress's evolution, as it were, the resurgence of the Congress. And one of the most important factors is the evolution of Revant Reddy. Yeah. In August, I remember, there was still infighting. One Reddy was fighting the other Reddy. They were not listening to him. Lot of senior leaders moved to BRS and other parties saying, we can't handle this. No one listens to us. Revant Reddy got his act together. When? After Karnataka won the election, slowly and steadily thinking, if they can do it, so can I. All I need to do is to stem the revolt in my party and get the cadre together to sit across each other and solve the problem. So, I think that is one of the major reasons for Telangana's win. You asked me about KCR's future. Well, KCR is a man who is actually a soldier. I mean, in the sense, when I say soldier, in the figurative sense, led a revolution, Telangana, youngest state in India, one can never, when he went and he said, I want to be Bharat Rashtra Samiti, he was also making inroads into Maharashtra. He held rallies there. He held Kisan rallies there. He also made some inroads into Karnataka. But he signed out of the India alliance right in the beginning, although he was the first one to speak about the federal structure of the South. He said, I have no truck with these leaders. I don't think that I can handle them. So I think KCR is going to play what is called a very, very responsible opposition. But KCR is going to be very much there. Although he may not be there, I suspect this could be his last election. He's going to pass on the baton to
his son.
KTR.
Absolutely. Ghulam, I believe you have an update for us on Telangana. You were saying something about Revanth Reddy. Could you please share that with our viewers?
Interestingly, see, Revanth Reddy is being credited for Congress's victory. But if you look at the seat which he was contesting against KCR, Kamareddy, he has lost it, KCR has lost it, and BJP's Venkat Reddy has won it. It's a big thing for the BJP.
One is other seat.
KCR has won other seat.
No,
and
even Revanth Reddy.
Revanth Reddy has won other seat. And I mean, we're talking about India Alliance. You know, one of the spokespersons was said there are no fissures in the India Alliance. As we speak, one of the important members of India Alliance, National Conference leader, former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has just said, I mean, I would say knives are already out. He has said Congress doesn't know how to work on the ground.
Omar Abdullah has
just given the statement. He has said in MP, Congress didn't know what's happening on the ground. Look at the difference of the seats. And Congress should rather have listened to Akhilesh Yadav and given him at least 5-7 seats. At least the gap would have been less. So this is how it looks like before 2024. People who are saying it is semi-final elections is like, you know, we talk about India and NDA. Look at what parties within the India are saying, and look at people who are sting as fencers. You know, KCR was a fencer. He has not been part of any alliance. What remains to be seen is which part of the alliance will he be? Will he join the BJP or will he be with the...
And is he now going to have a significantly diminished role
at
the national level? But it's very interesting what you've just told us about Omar Abdullah's reaction. You were right, Ghulam, the knives are out, and that meeting of the India Alliance is not too far away. It's taking place on the 6th of December, and perhaps we will figure out who stands where and how much trouble the Congress party is in vis-a-vis its own allies. Okay, I need to go across to Sai Shekhar before I go across to Shivam Chhapra, spokesperson of the BJP, who joins us on the show. Sai Shekhar, tell us, what does the Telangana result mean for KCR and his national ambition? The man seems to have been wiped out from the state that he helped create, and people are saying, you know, he can now forget about playing a much bigger role at the national level. Some would say it's the end of the road for him. And do you believe that Revanth Reddy is the hero of the Telangana story today?
Revanth Reddy has been able to get around everyone together to fight the polls, and yeah, he's the man Friday for the Congress as of now. But then you never know, as you have been talking about different states where the Congress in Telangana is also not very coherent in that sense. But at the same time, since this is the day of their victory, it may not sound very tasty to speak in favor against the Congress and Revanth Reddy's leadership. But I don't know, there are too many aspirants within the Congress for the post of the chief minister.
And he's been a controversial leader. He's been a controversial leader.
He has been. And there are two possibilities immediately which I foresee, despite the severe contest from Uttam Reddy, Komat Reddy, who got much more majority than Revanth Reddy, who got what he got in Kodangal. So they may be contenders, but then Congress, there are two possibilities which I am foreseeing. One is elevate Revanth Reddy as the chief minister, hand him over the reins of the state and run it, or elevate Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, the current CLP leader, as the chief minister, and then play out that the Congress has made a Dalit as the chief minister, and that Dalit card may pay off for them. That's what they may be calculating. So these are the two possibilities. But then Revanth Reddy was the helmsman until now.
Okay, so kaun banega Mukhyamantri? That is a question that remains unanswered even as far as Telangana is concerned, because neither of these parties had declared a chief ministerial candidate in any of these 4 states. I need to go across to Shivam Chhabra of the BJP now. Shivam Chhabra, congratulations are in order. It has been a great day for the BJP. Looking at the results by any benchmark, any calculus, I think you've exceeded all expectations, and I dare say you've exceeded your own expectations, especially if you look at the numbers in a state like Madhya Pradesh. What would you say worked so fabulously for the BJP? Was it Modi magic all the way?
Yeah, I think, I beg your pardon and say that, we've always been expecting that we would do fantastically well in all the 3 states, specifically in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Yes, there were certain kind of questions among the media that what is going to be the scenario in Chhattisgarh for that matter. But I think the results are out and the people have given their mandate, and mandate is in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. This clearly shows that Modi magic has always been working. It's still working. It will continue to work in 2024. That is for sure. And I think this is also a mandate for the people of this country. And probably I would say that this mandate is against the people who basically come out and give opportunist kind of, I would say, guarantees and whatnot in their manifestos. I think what guarantee is important to the people of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh is the guarantee of Modi ji. So I would say that other guarantees and other promises made by other parties have actually gone down in vain. And yes, I would certainly say, and I think second what you say, that Modi magic is still persists pretty high.
Okay, Shivam, now I'm going to ask you a very simple question which you should be able to answer without any hesitation. Is Shivraj Singh Chauhan going to be the next Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh? Is Vasundhara Raje the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan? Is Raman Singh the next Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh? Very simple question.
Well, I think let's not jump to the goals. Let us just wait for the right moment. The announcement will be made very soon. And I think after the consultation happens, I think you will certainly be given the best of the best people as the Chief Minister of all these 3 states. And I think what all names you took, Shivraj Singh ji, 4-time Chief Minister, I think a fantastic, performance he has given in Madhya Pradesh. Vasundhara ji, a 2-time Chief Minister, again, I would say a fantastic performance she has given in Rajasthan. Similar goes in Chhattisgarh. People used to mock about Chhattisgarh. People used to mock about Raman Singh ji. But I think he's been a great warhorse and he's given a great comeback. So let's see. It is for the party to decide, for the legislators to decide. But let's not jump the goals. It is time to celebrate. It is time to celebrate the development. It is time to celebrate the mandate which has been given to the Bharatiya Janata Party. And we as a party, we as a strict unit of the party should celebrate this moment rather than getting into smallest of small details. Getting to a chief minister state, certainly, yes.
ये तो छोटी सी बात है, मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा. But I concede this is a day of celebration for the BJP. Celebrate you must. You have earned the right to do so. It has been a fabulous day for you. Lavanya, I believe, has been trying to make a point. Lavanya, I couldn't see you raising your hand earlier. Please go ahead.
I just heard our BJP counterpart talking, and he talks about their manifesto promises. He also forgets Ladli Behna in Madhya Pradesh when he talks about the freebies or whatever the other parties were offering. And when we were talking about Telangana, we also talked about how the minorities consolidated with the Congress. It's not just the minorities. Of course, they consolidated. The other point here is MIM, which fielded only 9 candidates in their home state of Telangana. If one recalls, they had 95 candidates in UP. Someone must ask Mr. Owaisi, why is it that he does not have more number of candidates in Telangana? And in Telangana, we also had the OBC voters who consolidated with Congress. We also had a huge number of SC and ST population which consolidated with the Congress. I worked in a belt, Medak Lok Sabha, which has less number of minorities but other communities. And I saw that happening in that constituency, which is also KCRG's home constituency, So these are the things that I noticed there. And when we are talking about Revant Reddy ji, yes, he's done a fantastic job. But also we have to mention Mallikarjun Kharge ji. You know, between Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and Mallikarjun Kharge ji, there were 54 public rallies, more than in any other state that I've worked for.
So Lavanya,
yes, the credit goes to all the leaders.
Okay, so then is Mr. Reddy the next Chief Minister of Telangana? Does he have the backing of the High Command?
Right now, as far as I know, we have 4 different aspirants who are aspiring to be the CM in Telangana. Quite senior leaders also in the party who are aspirants. I think one of the speakers mentioned a few names earlier.
Okay, nobody is giving us a clear answer as to kaun banega Mukhyamantri. We have an update from Telangana where the DGP has been suspended for violating the Model Code of Conduct. He was suspended after meeting with the Congress president in the state, Revant Reddy, soon after the Congress was seen as winning the elections. All right, Ajit, let me...
Yeah, with a bouquet of flowers.
Oh, he went to meet Revant Reddy with a bouquet of flowers. Clearly, it's not gone down well with KCR. Those are the pictures. I think what he forgot is that KCR was yet to put in his papers as Chief Minister. Maybe he should have waited till KCR had gone to Raj Bhavan. But on a more serious note, Ajit, I want to come to you at this point. You know, you ask any of them about who is going to be the next Chief Minister, obviously there are no clear answers. Let's for a moment focus on Telangana. There is no doubt that the man of the moment in the state is Revant Reddy. He's somebody who seems to have really re-energized the party. He seems to enjoy the confidence of Rahul Gandhi in particular, despite being somewhat controversial, despite many in the party not approving of his ways. Do you believe that the Gandhis will back him all the way to ensure that he becomes the next Chief Minister? We just heard Lavanya saying, well, there are other aspirants, so we will have to wait to see.
Yeah, that's a $1 million question, Neha, you know, in terms of how the High Command in Delhi were to perceive this. But I think his case is a very strong case, right? So eventually he is the man who has actually kind of worked hard in the last 3 months. And the most important point, which I think we have missed discussing here also, is that the role of the BJP in Congress's victory in Telangana, right? Because the BJP was the party that actually started the movement against KCR government. They were the party that actually created that momentum, and eventually they lost it, which was smartly picked up by Revant Reddy. But in terms of him being the CM, I think that's the High Command's play there. But I personally feel that he makes for a very strong contender.
He is a contender. So, Ghulam, 2 questions for you. Number 1, on this whole question of Chief Ministership, has Revant Reddy earned himself the position of Chief Minister, you think? Number 1. Number 2, Ajit makes an interesting point that the BJP may have unintentionally contributed to the Congress's win in Telangana. Also, a lot has been said about how Prime Minister Modi talking about KCR wanting to join the NDA and being turned away hurt BRS significantly in this campaign.
See, talking about Revant Reddy and other contenders for the Chief Ministerial post, I think he is the only contender, Chief Ministerial contender, who has been to every constituency, 119 constituencies of Telangana in his campaign. So deservedly so, he deserves to be the Chief Minister compared to other candidates. If Congress doesn't reward him, considering the results it faced in other states, like 3 other states, I think they are taking a wrong decision. And this is also important, considering the fact Telangana is one more addition to Congress's south presence. You have Karnataka, you won Karnataka in the neighborhood, now you are winning Telangana, you have election in Andhra Pradesh next year. In Andhra Pradesh is also interesting. I am not saying Congress will do well, but Andhra Pradesh CBN has been to jail. Chandrababu Naidu was in jail. His party was kind of being dismissed, but his son is trying to revive it. But again, Andhra Pradesh is an election in the south to be watched out next year. So for Congress to take a decision on Chief Minister, it will not just have bearing on Telangana, it will have a bearing on Andhra Pradesh election, it will also have a bearing on 2024 election, considering it is presence in the south.
And also, it's important that they give him that chance. Primarily because he's also, he's a youth, right? So when we talk about this whole discomfort that the Congress High Command has to youth who want to, old guard versus new guard. I think this is the right time that they start to make a change.
They should not miss the bus right
They
now.
should not miss the bus because they have lost too many bright young leaders in the past.
Right.
Today, looking at Jyotiraditya Scindia, many would say that, you know, here's a man who could have still been sort of at the vanguard of the young leadership of the Congress. They've lost way too many. They came very close to losing Sachin Pilot. And now one of the questions that's being asked, Ghulam, is what do they do with somebody like a Sachin Pilot?
See, Sachin Pilot's story is interesting. You know, few months ago there was, as you pointed out earlier, they were you know, calling out each other in public. They were, but now towards the end they came out with that photo ops, with that photo opportunities. You know, when these two leaders were seen together. I was in the earlier in the day I was discussing that if you talk about Sachin Pilot and his supporters in the camp, they were saying they wanted Congress to lose. They said Sachin Pilot deserved more than he could get. You know, they said Congress should have announced 2.5-year term for Sachin Pilot and 2.5-year term for Ashok Gehlot. Had they announced
they
this,
couldn't even enforce it in Chhattisgarh.
Yeah, had they announced this, he was saying that Congress would have won.
Announced to DK Shiv Kumar ke liye bhi
and
nahi kiya
also
Karnataka mein.
So Sachin Pilot remains a factor. Sachin Pilot, had Congress won the election, Sachin Pilot had not been the chief minister, he would have stayed irrelevant again for next 5 years. Maybe he would have jumped to BJP. But now he is in opposition. As somebody was saying earlier, he has to start from scratch. He has won the election, he can be in the opposition, he can make his voice felt again, he can maybe work across the state and maybe try for next election.
But that's a 5-year wait that we're talking about.
That is a 5-year wait. Maybe in between something happens, I don't know, because Ashok Gehlot is 72 plus already. I think he has passed his prime. It's for Sachin Pilot to take over and help Congress.
Do you think Sachin Pilot has it in him to wait it out for 5 years?
I kind of doubt it, but then...
But he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't
have a choice. And even in Madhya Pradesh, you know, that's what I wanted to add here. Even in MP, if the Congress would have thought better to have a, you know, young... someone, the young face who can kind of have challenged Shivraj Singh Chauhan, it would have made more sense. Here we have this guy Kamal Nath, who is like 70 plus.
70 plus.
Plus he is from an upper caste, where your whole idea was to go for caste census for OBCs.
Correct.
Right. So
there are many contradictions within the Congress itself.
There always are, and you know, talking about Jyotiraditya Scindia and you know what happened last time round in 2018 with Kamal Nath winning the chief ministerial race and Scindia losing out. Let's not forget what happened 2 years later. Not only did the Congress party lose Jyotiraditya Scindia to the BJP, they lost their government in Madhya Pradesh. He brought down the government. So the Congress paid a very, very heavy price, and they would do well to learn their lessons. We are running out of time, so I need to take closing remarks from a couple of our guests. Professor Chambi Puranik, tell us, what does today's result tell us as far as 2024 is concerned? Has today's election result, in a way, really made the path for the BJP a lot smoother than would have otherwise been the case had they lost 2 of these 4 states?
I think strengthened itself to face 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and even in South also there is a possibility of the southern states, especially Karnataka, Telangana and Andhra, trying to support BJP also, because you know the kind of pattern I have been seeing or you have been observing. I think there is a possibility of BJP getting not less than 20-25 seats also. I mean, whether JDS supports or not, that's a different matter. But as on today, the kind of preparations and the challenges that the present younger leadership of BJP is taking under Vijayendra and also Ashok as leader of the opposition in the assembly, I think you know they are going to mobilize this kind of support from women, support from youth, and support from party workers who can do it. Also, from the All India point of view, there is no alternative to Prime Minister Modi. You know, I think whether it is Congress or India Alliance or whatever the kind of very fragile kind of coalition they have, I think there is a big gap. You know, the gap is so wide that Modi's image, you know, and being a non-corrupt Prime Minister, and also he is openly telling, for me, census, caste and other things are not important. For me, important is women, farmers, youth, and the people who are poor and suffering and all that. You know, that is the kind of guarantee which Modi gives. Perhaps I think even South India also will join the North Indian mainstream, Hindi belt or the
So
Western
Modi hai to
India.
mumkin hai. Okay, since
Yeah.
I'm out of time, I will give the last word to my colleague Sudha. Sudha, it's interesting. When the Congress won all these 3 Hindi heartland seats in 2018, the BJP and many others said, oh, but national election is different from a state election.
Right.
And we saw what happened. 2019, the BJP outdid itself. However, in 2023, the state election results have been completely reversed, and you have the BJP saying, we told you so. We're on our way to achieving even better numbers than we did in 2014, 2019. You'll find out in 2024. So, as far as you are concerned, as an observer of Indian politics, what do you think today's election results mean for 2024? Is Modi truly invincible even today?
You just took the word out of my mouth. Invincible indeed. The march ahead has been, I'm going to stick my neck out and accept that I got Chhattisgarh wrong. I got Telangana right. But the others are not such a bashing, as it were. So therefore, I think that the message is that this man is indeed, relentlessly moving forward. He's somebody who's invincible, and more than anything, he thinks 5 steps ahead of what the others are doing, and others in this is not you and I, but others are the Congress party particularly. The Congress party has a lot of things to really, take care of, and one of that is a clear thought, like you said, some time ago, that you can't have different messages coming from the same party. It has to be more cohesive, it has to be more lateral, in the sense something which travels well. And for the longest time I thought the Sanatan Dharma, which Udayanidhi Stalin spoke about, is going to hurt the India alliance very badly, because the way what he meant and what came across is something which I think can only harm the India alliance like nothing else. So I think invincible, Narendra Modi going ahead. This is a shot in his arm, but he will not rest.
He will not rest. That's the Modi magic.
Yes.
That is the thing about Amit Shah and Modi. They are never ever complacent. Okay, Ghulam, you want to get a word in?
See, we started this debate by saying that BJP has swept Hindi heartland. So, look at the Congress. Congress may say that we are doing well in South, but you cannot be Prime Minister unless you have presence in Hindi heartland.
Absolutely.
So BJP is strong, very strong in the Hindi heartland. That is what we see in the elections. I don't know whether it is very unlikely to change as we go towards 2024. Exactly. But I see 2024 deal done for the BJP unless something drastic happens in between.
I'd be lying if I said I disagreed with you.
Yeah.
Ajit.
Yeah, to put it simply, it's like BJP is south of India problem and Congress is north of India problem.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Absolutely, that's what it is. But guess what? The BJP remains in power at the center. Many expected to come back to power in 2024. However, for the Congress party, the Telangana win may only be a consolation prize. Okay, I'm completely out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being with you and analyzing these election results. A big thank you to all my guests and colleagues who joined me in the course of the show. Let's in fact listen in to many of the political reactions that have been coming in through the day.
जो भी मैंडेट आया है जनता का, मैंने पहले ही कहा जनता माई बाप है, लोकतंत्र में जो भी फैसला आएगा उसको हम विद ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे और नई सरकार जो बनेगी उसको हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं, अच्छे काम करके दिखाएं, ये हमारी भावना रहेगी उनके साथ में, पूरा सहयोग रहेगा उनके। ये लगता है कि जो स्कीमें शानदार थी हमारी, कानून हमने ऐतिहासिक बनाए, पूरे देश में चर्चा उसकी है, स्कीमें ऐसी बनाई जो पूरे देश में चर्चा हो रही है। पहली बार राजस्थान की चर्चा हिंदुस्तान के हर राज्य में होती है और गारंटी हमने दी वो शानदार थी। उसके बावजूद भी जो नतीजे आए हैं तो चौंकाने वाले हैं।
क्या मानते हैं ऐसे नतीजे?
परंतु क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ में भी जो उम्मीद थी उसके विपरीत नतीजे आए हैं, मध्य प्रदेश में उल्टे नतीजे आए हैं, इसलिए जब 3 राज्यों में ऐसे परिणाम आए हैं तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये एक सोच का विषय, एग्जामिन करने का विषय है कि क्या कारण रहे होंगे। थोड़ा इतना अभी तो आज तो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, अभी तक तो थोड़ा रुकिएगा, धैर्य रखिएगा, इसके परिणाम पता करेंगे क्या कारण रहे होंगे। अभी मेरी बात सुनो, जो ये जो प्रॉब्लम यहाँ थी, हम भी जानते हैं कि ये नए चेहरे लाने की बात थी कि नए उम्मीदवार आने चाहिए, पर ये मांग मध्य प्रदेश में तो थी नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ में नहीं थी, तभी वहाँ भी चुनाव हारे हम लोग। तो ये कहना कि भाई नए चेहरा तो जीत जाते, वो गलत बात है। नंबर 2, नए चेहरे को हम सब लाइक करते हैं, पर जो सर्वे आए थे, जो भी आए थे, उसमें अगर किसी के खिलाफ में एंटी थी तो नो ऑप्शन, इस प्रकार के हालात बन गए थे। इसलिए वो भी जो फैसले हम करना चाहते थे वो नहीं हो पाए। भाई मैंने कहा ना आपको, ये प्रॉब्लम मध्य प्रदेश में थोड़ी थी, ना एमपी में थी ना छत्तीसगढ़ में थी, चुनाव भी हमारे हैं।
सर मेरा एक सर, अब अशोक गहलोत अपना रोल क्या देखते हैं? अशोक गहलोत अपना रोल क्या देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं तो जनसेवक हूँ, मैंने कहा अंतिम सांस तक मैं प्रदेश वालों की सेवा करूँ।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है,
चाहे भले मैं उसमें कोई पद पे रहूँ या नहीं रहूँ, मुझे तो सेवा का बचपन से शौक है और मैं उसी के अंतर्गत काम करता रहूँगा। आप लोगों के बीच में रहूँगा,
राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ दोनों
प्रदेशवासियों के बीच में रहूँगा, उनकी सेवा करूँगा।
सर ये फैसला क्या लोकसभा चुनाव को लेकर के जो कांग्रेस की तैयारी है, इंडिया अलायंस की तमाम कवायद चल रही थी, उसके लिए भी एक झटका मानते हैं?
देखिए, इन बातों का फर्क तो पड़ता ही है, पर मैं समझता हूँ जैसे खड़गे साहब ने कहा है, क्योंकि चुनाव में खड़गे साहब ने, राहुल गांधी जी ने, प्रियंका जी ने कोई कमी नहीं रखी, सबने हमारे नेतृत्व ने जम के कैंपेन किया यहाँ पर, और हमारी स्कीम इतनी शानदार थी, हमें उम्मीद थी कि स्कीमों के आधार पर आगे जो वादे करें उनके आधार पर और कानून ऐसे ऐसे पास किए उसके आधार पर सरकार हमारी बनेगी, नहीं बन पाई। खड़गे साहब ने आज भी कहा है कि जो हुआ तो हुआ है, सबके सामने। हम इसको भी देखेंगे क्या कारण रहे होंगे, आगे पार्लियामेंट तैयारी करने की हमें शुरुआत करनी चाहिए। मेरा मानना कार्यकर्ताओं को मैं कहना चाहूँगा, चुनाव में हार और जीत होती रहती है, कई कारण बन जाते हैं, उसमें जो मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी और जितने नेता आए थे बाहर से, 5-7 मुख्यमंत्री आ गए, पूरा धावा बोला मेरे पर और सरकार पर। उनका टारगेट था क्योंकि सरकार गिरा नहीं पाए थे वो। मुझे उम्मीद थी कि जनता बदला लेगी उनसे कि आप लोग लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रहे थे, सरकार गिराने का काम कर रहे थे, हॉस्टिंग कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने मध्य प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र में करी। तो मैंने कहा जनता बदला लेगी। हो सकता है कि जनता वो बात समझ नहीं पाई होगी,
सर जो सचिन पायलट के
और इसलिए मैंने जो उम्मीद की थी कि जनता बदला लेगी इन लोगों से जो लोग हत्यारे हैं। उल्टा हो गया, जो भाषा बोल के वो गए हैं वो भड़काने वाली भाषा थी, तनाव पैदा करने वाली भाषा थी, दंगे करवाने वाली भाषा थी। बार बार कन्हैयालाल का नाम लेना, बार बार जो 370 और 3 तलाक की बात करना, मतलब उनके कोई मुद्दा था ही नहीं। जो वो राजस्थान में हम क्या काम किए हमें उसकी आलोचना करते, वो उनकी कमियां बताते, खामियां बताते, हमें खुशी होती, बहस उस पर होती, होना वही चाहिए था। चुनाव विधानसभा के हैं, सभी लोग आए भड़का के गए। अब हो सकता है हिंदू और मुस्लिम और जो धर्म की बात ये लोग करते हैं वो भी एक कारण हो सकता है, क्योंकि जो ध्रुवीकरण हुआ है, लगता है कि मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ जैसे राज्य में जहाँ की एक तरफा जीत थी, मध्य प्रदेश में जनता इलेक्शन लड़ रही थी बीजेपी के खिलाफ में, ये माहौल था आज से 4 महीने पहले, 3 महीने पहले, और राजस्थान के अंदर शानदार माहौल था। कल रात तक उम्मीद थी सरकार हमारी बनेगी, तब भी मैंने कहा परसों नहीं बनेगी तो हम विद ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे मैंडेट को।
हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। आज विरोधी दल के नाते और आगे भी जो हमारा कर्तव्य है, हम उस कर्तव्य पर डटे रहेंगे। सबसे बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने नौजवानों की भविष्य की है, बेरोजगारी की है और कृषि क्षेत्र की है। कृषि क्षेत्र 70% हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का हिस्सा है और कृषि क्षेत्र में मजबूती आए, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है, वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे और जनता को जो विश्वास उन्होंने जताया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर, वो विश्वास बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से वो निभाएंगे। आज हमारी दूसरी उम्मीद थी मैंने हमेशा कहा था कि मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं, वो आज भी करता हूं। मैंने पिछले 1 महीने से कह रहा हूं, मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं। मेरे से जब आप पूछते थे कि कितनी सीटें आएंगी, मैं कहता था मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं। आज भी मैं विश्वास करता हूं और मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि ये विश्वास जो मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर रखा है, उनके साथ विश्वासघात नहीं होगा। हम इस पर विचार करेंगे कि क्या हमने कमियां थी, क्यों हम मतदाता को अपनी बात नहीं समझा पाए। हर उम्मीदवार से चर्चा करके, वो हारा हुआ हो या जीता हुआ हो, हम उनसे चर्चा करेंगे अगले कुछ दिनों में और उस चर्चा के बाद हम इसका निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे।
देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, गांव गरीब किसान के मसीहा माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने राजस्थान का चुनाव लड़ा। राजस्थान की जनता ने भरपूर समर्थन दिया, कार्यकर्ताओं ने अथक प्रयत्न किया। हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने 5 साल लगातार परिश्रम किया, ऐसे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करते हैं और राजस्थान की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे उन्होंने विश्वास व्यक्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी की जब राजस्थान में सभाएं हो रही थी, जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान में जन सैलाब प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुनने के लिए आ रहा था, अभिनंदन करने के लिए आ रहा था, तभी से स्पष्ट था कि राजस्थान में पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनना तय है और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अब यहाँ पे चौमुखा विकास होगा। राजस्थान तेज गति से आगे बढ़ेगा। पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी के उनके कुशल नेतृत्व, जो उन्होंने समय समय पे राजस्थान को कार्यकर्ताओं को मार्गदर्शन दिया, उनका भी हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। देश के गृह मंत्री आदरणीय अमित शाह जी ने समय समय पे राजस्थान की टीम को बुला करके बात करना, मार्गदर्शन देना, सभाएं करना, हम उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। सभी केंद्रीय नेतृत्व का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं और सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राजस्थान की टीम का अभिनंदन करते हैं। बहुत आज अच्छा दिन है, शुभ दिन है और आज जहां एक और मध्य प्रदेश में भी क्लीन स्वीप हुआ, छत्तीसगढ़ भी क्लीन स्वीप हुआ, इन सभी राज्यों में आज यह प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जबरदस्त विजय हासिल हुई है। आगे आने वाले समय में लोकसभा में भी 2024 में होगा तो राजस्थान में 25 की 25 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी।
रायगढ़ क्षेत्र की जनता जनार्दन ने जितना बड़ा आशीर्वाद दिया है, उसके लिए मैं नतमस्तक होकर उन्हें प्रणाम करता हूं और मैं जीवन भर कितना भी कुछ करूंगा, रायगढ़ क्षेत्र की जनता का कर्ज नहीं चुका सकूंगा। तो उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत उन्हें धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं और कांग्रेस के कमीशन खोरी से, कांग्रेस के माफिया राज से इस क्षेत्र की जनता को और छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता को मुक्ति मिलेगी। ये कोई विषय नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में इन सब सोच का कोई स्थान नहीं होता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में संगठन तय करता है किसको क्या करना है। मैं तो अभी बहुत जूनियर कार्यकर्ता हूँ। निश्चित रूप से हमने जितने भी वादे किए हैं, बहुत ही महत्वाकांक्षी वादे हैं, जो 20-20 साल, 30-30 साल, 40-40 साल से शहर के मुद्दे हैं, उन सबको हमने पंजीबद्ध उसमें रिकॉर्ड में लिया है और उन सब के लिए हम लगातार संघर्ष करेंगे, लगातार प्रयास करेंगे और रायगढ़ को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। जी निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ में 59,000 समथिंग वोटों का रिकॉर्ड था और रायगढ़ की जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से लगता है कि शायद वो रिकॉर्ड हम तोड़ पाएंगे। जनता जनार्दन का बहुत भरपूर आशीर्वाद मिला है और जो ऋण रायगढ़ की जनता ने आशीर्वाद देकर मेरे ऊपर रखा है, मैं अपना सब कुछ दे दूं तब भी उस ऋण से मैं वो ऋण नहीं हो सकता। हाँ निश्चित।
A very warm welcome to all of you. The results are out. It's all clear. There's a BJP government in Rajasthan. There will be a BJP government in Chhattisgarh. there will be a BJP government in Madhya Pradesh and there is going to be a Congress government in Telangana. Verdict is clear. Clean majority in all the states. Simple majority in all the states. But a hefty majority, I would say, more than simple, at least in state of Madhya Pradesh, for Bharatiya Janata Party. But before I go to my subject matter experts, my colleague in newsroom, spokesperson who are going to join me, let me take you through the big takeaways. Something which we decided today will be part of our evening show. So what is the big takeaway? What is this result telling us? So let me start with Telangana. One thing is very clear in Telangana, shift of Muslim voters to the Congress party. It's a women-driven election. Most of the elections are women-driven, but especially Telangana, because there were more women voters than men as per the EC notification. Then there was a surge in Bharatiya Janata Party's leadership. And at the end, I would say, it's rise of Revanth Reddy. Who's this guy? Who is Revanth Reddy? He began his political career as an activist of ABVP. So he's an outsider, he's not a blue blood Congress minted politician. He moved to the TDP and won Korangal in 2009 and 2014. He had support from Rahul. He quit TDP after alleged involvement in a bribery scandal. Alleged, quote unquote. He joined the Congress in 2017. He lost that seat to BRS in 2018 polls. He was at it. A lot of jostling within the Congress. Won Malkagiri in the 2019 Lok Sabha poll. So he stayed put. Arrested in 2020 in connection for alleged illegal use of drones. Was appointed the TPCC chief in June 2021. Took over the reins from senior leader Uttam Kumar Reddy. Faced formidable KCR in 2023 in Kamareddy. Wife Geeta is niece of former Union Minister Jayapal Reddy. So this is rise of Revanth Reddy. Let's go to another state, Chhattisgarh. Tribals ditched Congress and voted for Bharatiya Janata Party. You can see it in South Chhattisgarh. Baghel and T.S. Singhdev feud hurt Congress Party royally. Fallout of Mahadev app controversy on Congress, I think it's evident. It's a collateral. Next state. Gehlot pilot feud hit Congress Party. It was like a TV, it was like a soap opera. It was like 24/7 last 2 years. Bad news for Vasundhara Raje because now the Bharatiya Janata Party has come with a trumping majority. They will decide who gets to be the chief minister now. And Hindutva emerges as the mainstay. Hindutva plus, Hindutva plus the local composition. Next state. End of the road for Kamal Nath. Now Kamal Nath was a central politician. After Congress became weak in the centre, he went to the state. He felt that the Congress is not going to come back to power in the centre. He wanted to work the state, but he was only chief minister for 14-15 months, and that's it. And success of Ladli Behna Yojana smashed into Kamal Nath's stream. But I think Madhya Pradesh is more than Ladli Behna scheme. But it's a face saver for Jyotiraditya Scindia. Congress was able to wrest couple of seats from Chambal. There was a fight in Chambal. And now we go to the big picture. Modi held sway among voters. Modi is a factor. He is one of those prime ministers like Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi who could sway voters. He is one of them. There is no doubt about it. There is a peak Hindutva consolidation in North India. You can't dismiss it. And there is no alternative to it right now. And OIC's party's national ambition doused, he was campaigning during Bihar election, during Maharashtra election, he had gone to areas adjoining Telangana. But now one thing is clear, he needs to reinvent himself. His politics did not work in his home turf. BJP gets a leg up for 2024 polls, there is no doubt about it. I mean to say if Congress would have won at least one state, there would have been hope in hell. But now with this, I mean to say the BJP is up there. But Congress does get a foothold in South. I will not deny that. The two south states with the Congress party, one is with the left party, one is with Stalin, which is the third party, DMK, and another is with YSRCP, neutral party. So south, there is no BJP, but Congress will definitely feel the heat in India. Lot of regional leaders are going to pull up Congress, and it's going to be the end of the road for old guard, both in Congress party and BJP. Only the most formidable will survive, but the old guard, BJP, will have enough political elbow room to edge them out, and Congress can also do it. Because they have nothing to lose. So right now, let's cut across to Bharatiya Janata Party's office straight. Let me get you those visuals. Prime Minister is about to come there.
अपने कार्यकर्ता बंधु जो मीडिया गैलरी में आ गए हैं गलती से, उनसे आग्रह है कि मीडिया गैलरी कृपा करके खाली कर दें। मीडिया के बंधुओं का फोटो ठीक से नहीं बन पा रहा है, बहुत भीड़ हो गई है। मीडिया की गैलरी को कार्यकर्ता बंधु कृपा करके खाली करने का कष्ट
So,
करें।
I'm joined by my colleagues Sudha Sadaran, Brijesh Pandey. I'm also joined by Swati Malik, spokesperson of the Congress Party, and Rajesh Sharma, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Swati, not a good performance at all. Wiped out in North India.
Well, we wouldn't say that. We wouldn't say we are wiped out, because see what's the number of seats that we've gotten in Rajasthan, 71 as per your screen right now, 71. Now that is the highest number of seats that we have gotten whenever we have gone for the second term. Earlier, we were drawn down to now 20, the 30s. This time it is 71. So Rajasthan has voted for the Congress. Of course, they voted in majority for the BJP. BJP definitely got more seats, but Rajasthan has also not voted out the Congress, but voted for Congress. That's why we've been able to get 71 seats. Secondly, look at the vote share. Look at the vote percentage. We are still on 39 point something, which is almost as same as what we had gotten last time. So we have to discuss these things as well. Secondly, about Telangana, what do I even say about Telangana? Beating a regional party, beating a state party, regional party, and entering that state for the first time. This is a big, big moment for the Congress right now. Yes, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh have been a big disappointment. There is no doubt about it. We are extremely disappointed. We will, of course, introspect. We will see what went wrong where. But we have to also not forget this, that in the last election in these three states, Congress had won these three states. But the general election of 2019 was different. So let's not, I was listening to you right now, and when you were connecting it and when you were calling it like a clean sweep for the BJP for the general election next year. But that's why I want to remind you that in 2019, when we won these three states, it was different in the general elections. 20 years ago also, we had lost these states, but we won the general election. So the state election and general election are not connected. We cannot connect, we can't even call it testing of the pulse for the general election.
Made your point, Sudha?
This question?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear. I mean, above the Vindhyas and below the Vindhyas, I think the North, BJP is invincible. Seems like invincible. Never say never. We know that you cannot, politics is a game where things can change. But as of now, as of today, even as we are discussing Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, it seems like the BJP looks like it's invincible. I mean, let's accept it. I mean,
what's your takeaway, Sudha? This is what I thought. This is my takeaway. What's your takeaway?
My takeaway is that BJP seems like it takes risks. It's something which is, it's almost proving to be invincible, hurtling towards 2024, which is less than 6 months away. And the South BJP does not have a hold, but, so far as the Congress is concerned, it does have the South. You were talking about Stalin's DMK. DMK is in alliance with the Congress there.
Okay.
So,
Brijesh.
Yeah. Well, I completely understand Swati's point of view. She's a Congress spokesperson and she has to defend the party. That's absolutely all right. But if you look at the map of India, in the entire north of India, Congress is present only in one state, which is Himachal Pradesh. Other than that, Congress is present in two other states, which is down south in Karnataka and in in Telangana now. Telangana performance is brilliant. Nobody is denying that. I mean, nobody can deny that. It's a good performance, excellent performance. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, we can go for semantics and try to discuss it, do nitpicking for as long as we can. But the fact of the matter is that the Congress party could not win or could not retain a state which was a giver by majority of people who went there, by majority of poll analysts and all. States like Chhattisgarh, the kind of drubbing they received in the state of Madhya Pradesh, and the fact that yes, they lost the election of Rajasthan. You can say that by 1%, 2%, 3%, but they have lost the state of Rajasthan. Now compare this to 2014 and 2019 general election result. BJP won 25 out of 25. So where is Congress party in the entire north of India?
Exactly.
Where exactly is Congress party? And how are you going to, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, what happens in 2019 or 2023 is going to reflect in 2024. But imagine you fighting a big behemoth like BJP, who is present in Uttar Pradesh, who is present in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and other states as well. I mean, where is the comparison?
Okay, we are also joined by Rajesh Sharma, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I think it's a pretty good Sunday for you. You have swept all 3 North Indian states.
I can say one thing, it is charisma of Narendra Modi, which is working. The misgovernance of the Congress government, the way they were non-performing, the way infighting was there, the way they tried their level best for appeasement politics. In Rajasthan, the crime against women, the state with highest crime rate. And I can say in last 6 months, they tried to give some freebies and all, but that never worked. So here the Bharat Jodo Yatra has definitely failed, and attacking the Prime Minister had always paid them hard. I can say the Panauti, the Pulwama, the China, the Adani corruption. Whenever you target the Prime Minister on corruption charges, India neglects you, India goes against you. That they need to understand. It was there in the case of Rafale. It has been in the past in Chaukidar Chor case. Every time they have seen, but they always try to put corruption charges on the Prime Minister, who is a visionary leader, a strong leader, a dynamic leader who had performed. And I can say at the same time, the woman factor has worked tremendously. The 33% reservation bill, which was passed by 128th constitutional amendment, it was great. The woman prime president, also a tribal president who was made, it was also well accepted across the country. In Madhya Pradesh, the Ladli Behna, Ladli Lakshmi, Kanya Vibha, all the schemes related to women have definitely made women vote bank, improved the vote bank for the BJP. And 2-3 things, if I say, in Rajasthan, we can see the Gujjar, the Jat, in every place, we have definitely improved. At the same time, in Chhattisgarh, the Mahadev app, in which huge money of youngsters was lost and their families were angry, and definitely that and the corruption of coal mining and all the type of liquor scams and all, this has proved all the exit polls wrong. Here, our congressperson was saying there is a gap of 2-3%. Let me remind, last year, during the last election in Rajasthan, there was a gap of simple 1%. BJP got 38%, Congress got 39%. I will tell about Madhya Pradesh, they both were at 41%, but still the seats were 114 and 109. So definitely I can say that 0.5% swing makes the difference. But here in Chhattisgarh, we had made a 13% vote swing. In Telangana, 7%. In MP, 9%. In Rajasthan, 3%. So it is huge. It is a great win under the leadership of Narendra.
Absolutely. Undoubtedly, it's a great win. Super Sunday for you, sir. I have one question to ask you. You know, fine, in North India, that's what we are discussing right now, that, you know, you've surged ahead, strength to strength. What is your plan going to be in the south going forward? Because let's not forget, you've improved on your vote share in Telangana, but as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, as far as other states are concerned also, what is going to be your strategy now? Because I don't think the BJP ever rests when it loses a state.
One thing, let me be very clear. The time in 2014, Narendra Modi came into power, he planned that I need to work for Northeast, and he had worked towards that. Now it is planned to work in South, and he is working towards that. Tamil Nadu, you will see a drastic change. I can say the vote percentage will increase tremendously. The way Annamalai had got during his visits across the state, we had seen that. In Telangana, we had increased just a tally of 7%, but in Karnataka, after this government has come, again, persons have seen the crime rate, the misgovernance, the corruption, and all other things, and several agendas, several promises which are unfulfilled. Definitely, that will again turn out to be our bastion. So Karnataka, we will improve. Tamil Nadu, we will do drastically
Now
well,
shift-
I can assure you.
Sir?
At the same time, Kerala also we are improving.
Yeah. I mean, so you're saying from the northeast, now the Prime Minister his focus now shifts to the south for sure. But the point is that you need you need some, because your Hindutva and welfare politics, both of that has really worked wonders for you in the north. South is already there with welfare policies way back in the 60s. I mean, from the time of NVR, in Tamil Nadu, for instance, and even before that, Kamaraj actually. Not many people know that it was Kamaraj who recommended midday meals for little kids in school. So it goes back those days. What are you going to focus on? Because Hindutva doesn't work in the south, or so it seems.
We have always gone for development politics, and development is one of the core area. Still, I can say South, along with development, they always try to go for freebies. But now persons have understood and will understand that taking freebies for few days, few months will not suffice. Definitely, they need more jobs, more development in their state. They need that. The water, the road, the house, electricity, whatsoever the central government is providing, we can see the
between a
sea change
freebie,
of all the benefits.
how do you distinguish between a freebie and a welfare? If BJP is giving, it becomes, a welfare scheme. If other political parties, you call it trevedi. I mean, there has to be a line, sir. Everyone will have to.
Yeah,
it becomes competitive welfareism. That is understandable.
Yeah, I can tell very clearly. Here, as it was told well by Niti Aayog, even the Planning Commission, if we give something for health, for education, for food, it is not freebies. It is the requirement of the persons who don't have. The have-nots need to have at least that much. But if you are giving electricity which carries a cost at free, if you are giving bus fare as free, then definitely those are freebies, because those are run by certain department which goes into huge loss due to this. So this is a very important part which we need to, there is a thin line difference, but this difference need to be eradicated, and electricity, bus fare and other things, water, those things cannot be given on free. Health, education, food, these are the prime requirement of a person, house also. So those need to be given to the ones who have always been marginalized, who have always lived life below poverty. So now they can feel the change.
Okay.
I think I wanted to ask you a question. Swati, are you with us?
Yeah.
Swati, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Hi, Brijesh Pandey this side. I wanted to ask you, because given the fact that, like, if you look at the political map of India today, the Congress is completely absent there's nowhere in North India. How exactly, because it's almost 4-5 months to general election, less than that even. How exactly does the Congress intend to make a mark in the north of India? Because without winning North India, there is no way you can be a claimant or dent BJP's political fortune, ma'am.
See, yes, we are there in Himachal. No, we're not completely missing from the north.
You didn't hear me. I said, other than Himachal, you are not anywhere, ma'am.
So, and anyways, even before this, yes, okay. So in Himachal, we are there. And anyways, before this election, where was BJP stand alone? Only BJP. How many states was the BJP in? It was in Uttar Pradesh. It was in UP. Everywhere else, it was there only with alliance. So stand alone.
It was there in Gujarat. Ma'am, it was there in Gujarat. It is there in, it was there in Madhya Pradesh. It was.
Now, Madhya Pradesh,
Madhya Pradesh, they were before this. No? They have retained Madhya Pradesh. They have not won Madhya Pradesh.
Madhya Pradesh, we know how they formed the government. Please, let's not forget. Let's not forget how Congress won the election.
you kindly answer the question. I mean, we can debate it. We all know, we have discussed it when that defection happened. It's also
Yes.
a very telling
Coming
tale
back to your
on your
question.
leadership as well, ma'am. That how
Coming back
somebody
to
was
you-
very close to your top boss managed
Because
to
it's always yes,
decides
I
to
understand.
switch sides and
I
all.
know, I know what you're saying, and I do understand what you're saying. But coming back to your question now, what does the Congress have? Well, the Congress is, and that is we also called for the India Alliance meeting on the 6th of December. We are all going to put our heads together. We are all going to put our best foot together, and that's how we are planning this election. State election, like I was saying earlier, cannot be compared to the general election.
Then
We
just
have to pick up the and of course, we will introspect. See, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh both have been a big shock for the Congress right now. We are admitting it. We are under shock right now in these two states, because these two we were also expecting a win. So these two losses have really, really shocked us, and we will introspect. We are already on the job. Tomorrow meetings are already starting for these states as well.
And Swati, I just wanted to ask you a part B question of the same this thing. The fact is that during the course of election, there was a lot of acrimony, and there was also a lot of anger in the India Alliance. We heard Nitish Kumar saying twice in rallies that, I don't know when is the next meeting of India Alliance, because Congress is busy in the state election. He said laced with sarcasm. And we know what the war of words between, your man in Uttar Pradesh and Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi and Kamal Nath, I beg your pardon. So, do you seriously think that these losses are going to dent Congress's stature within the India Alliance, ma'am?
See, if you recall, even before the India Alliance met, everybody said that these people can't even sit in a room for half an hour. How are they going to form an alliance? We did form one. We've given it a name. We've had 3 meetings after that. 4th meeting has been called. Of course, see, in state election, these comments are going to be made anyways. We are contesting against each other in state elections, right? But the idea of India Alliance is to come together for the general election of 2024. And that's what we are going to be focusing on. These one comment here, one comment, that's, I think, in the larger picture, we all have to just ignore it and move on. So we can't take these comments seriously. And can't base the whole alliance on what Mr. Kumar said or what Mr. Akhilesh Yadav said. These are all one of those offbeat, heat of the moment.
But I think I would still say that Congress has a long journey to travel in North India. I am also joined by Anurag Naidu. Anurag, do you agree with the big picture that the results of this election has directly impacted the mood for 2024?
Well, yeah, thank you for having me on the show again. I think, let's see, this trends and these numbers, they're clearly suggesting 2024 is sealed. I think, let me be very honest, it's going to be a flat election. There's no surprises that I can expect, very honestly, looking at the performance of the party. The question
Anurag, I don't think psephologists are going to like your answer.
That's fine, but the fact of the matter
and not
is...
many journalists would appreciate that, because you're saying that elections are not going to be fun? Flat.
No, but look. The fact of the matter is, the Congress in the north, which is the whole heartland of BJP, where they get these votes and the seats in chunk. There, you see, there is absolutely no impact of the Congress, even after in a particular state, the BJP has been there for 20 long years. That's 4 terms. I mean, that's too much. Even in Gujarat, few months back when we saw an election, Congress even did not bother to put up a fight. Now, the sense that there will be no contest comes from the fact that Congress is not showing a fighting spirit or a pedigree. Now, if there is no opposition at all, what else do you expect? And then you have a party that does not give up even a single election away, that snatches the victory from the jaws of defeat. And you look at this performance 4 months down before the election. And I'll also tell you a very interesting thing on a very confidential discussion that I had with one of the ex-chief ministers just yesterday in the night. The sense of the matter is, there is all likelihood there will be the dates of this general election might be a bit in advance, right? And you can definitely call me up. I have very relevant information there. And now look at the time. We are in December. January, February is the only month that you're going to have to come together, do some India Alliance meetings and formulate an agenda. But then Feb mid, you may just have a model code of conduct and you may just end up getting into the election mode. Now, where do you have time to galvanize everything? I'm just thinking from a practical point of view. My larger contention is, forget about Congress winning Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan or Gujarat or any heartland state. The fact of the matter is they're not even putting up a fight even after such a high anti-incumbency, even after, let's understand, if they are doing absolutely great. I mean, I'm not talking as a BJP supporter or a sympathizer, but just imagine for a moment that Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan was doing extremely good. 20 years of good governance will change the entire landscape and scenario of a state. And you see Madhya Pradesh, let's understand. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm not saying it's stellar even. I mean, I'm not saying you compare it with the likes of some other developed state. Madhya Pradesh is yet to be there in many other indexes. But the point is, there is absolutely no fight from any opposition, no pedigree. You outsource elections to a leader who is almost 70 years old. And what do you expect people to believe in you and your agenda? People have absolutely rejected the ideology agenda and Congress as a fighting force, at least for this election. They may again, reformulate, build a resurgence. That's a different story. But for 2024, I don't think, because let's understand, these are the same set of people who have voted now are going to be voting 4 months down the line.
All right.
No. Now, do you expect them to vote for Congress? I mean, that's something that surprises me.
We have another, sorry to interject, we have another guest also who's joined, but thank you so much for putting things in perspective. Suresh Kochtil is also with us, and Suresh, hi. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Good to see you smiling, Suresh.
I've been smiling all morning.
Did I miss the joke? No, that's why I'm saying good to see you smiling. Please carry on.
I've been on 6 channels and I've been smiling everywhere.
Did I miss the joke? Was there something?
It's good.
No, Suresh is an ardent, he's puts his point across very fiercely when it comes to BJP and style of politics. So that's why I'm saying good to see you smiling, Suresh.
Okay. So BJP short of spokespersons, that is why.
Yeah. So Suresh, I want to ask you to make you smile a little more. Promise you will smile a little more. Is that the BJP's vote share has increased in Telangana, and I'm just talking about the kind of leg-in that they've had, and I'm not talking about whether it translated into votes, but sheer vote share. What do you attribute that to? Is it the domino effect of Huzurabad? Is it the domino effect of GHMC? What do you attribute that to?
Well, if you look at the wins BJP had today, they are mostly in the districts of Nizamabad and Adilabad, which are very close to the Maharashtra border. Now, for many people living in Hyderabad and even the media people, they miss the fact that BJP sent their top guns from Maharashtra to campaign in these districts. And we are talking of Sushil Kumar Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, and they threw in the entire lot because there's a huge Marathi-speaking population in what was then known as the Hyderabad state. Now, that has actually helped BJP. Of course, BJP holds both these districts as MPs. I mean, we have Soyam Bapura, who actually contested today and lost. We have Dharmapuri Arvind, who also contested and lost today's election from Korutla. But that doesn't make a difference. What BJP won today, and you'll be surprised, that most of them, I think every one of them, except Raja Singh, are first-timers who won an election. All for unknown names. People who won from Sirpur, people who won from unknown places, they have won the election, and that is what got BJP today to 8 seats. They could have won 9, but we have a problem with a constituency called where Bandi Sanjay is contesting from Kamareddy, where the counting has been stopped due to a malfunction of 2 EVMs. But look at the win in Kamareddy. This was a seat where Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao moved in because he was not sure whether he'll win from his original seat of Gajwel. Then Revanth Reddy decided to jump in. He already was contesting from Kodangal. He said, I will also challenge the Chief Minister. But look at Venkatramana Reddy. He won, BJP candidate. He defeated both these people and won the election today. Now, who would think that he would be the giant killer? And this district, this constituency, Modi ji had gone and contest and campaigned there. This is the difference. I think what has happened is BJP increasing its vote share to a respectable number now. They need to win a lot more. But what happened was a very bad candidate selection, extremely terrible candidate selection, lack of leadership. BJP needs an Annamalai in Telangana, and BJP doesn't have it. BJP has trusted old leaders, which I'm sorry to say, being a supporter still, I'll say they need to kick them out. It's time to bring in a new set of people into the BJP. Not import them from outside, but develop them within the party, including those people who won.
Suresh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you there. I just wanted to ask you a similar question. do you think that by removing Bandi Sanjay, did they compromise the electioneering which was going at a great speed? And I mean, it was drawing a lot of reaction and chatter from the state. Do you think it was a mistake?
Really. I think the Bandi Sanjay, for an outsider looking into Telangana, is something wrong. There was no impact. But what BJP didn't do was they didn't communicate why he was not removed. He finished his tenure. Simple as that. They could have explained it in a better way, which is why I said BJP is short of spokespersons. They're not able to communicate a simple thing saying, why did we move Sanjay out? We had to bring in a new person because the tenure of a BJP president, state president, is 3 years. Simple as that. But you know what? Bandi Sanjay lost today technically. Of course, the result is not yet declared. From the same constituency which he represents as an MP. So what about the fact is, it is not just the leadership that Bandi Sanjay or Kishan Reddy or others. BJP needs a new generation of leaders in Telangana, and that's extremely important.
Suresh, I want you to comment on a larger picture. If you look at regional parties, they have the ability to come back to power again and again. If you look at TMC, if you look at ADMK, if you look at now BRS for 10 years, or YSRCP, Naveen Patnaik, the capacity to retain power. Congress is the only national party which in past 15-20 years has lost the capacity to retain power in a state. What is this telling us? That the national party can't retain a state twice over. This was a party which retained in alliance Maharashtra 3 times. Delhi it retained thrice. But where is the mojo gone? What's going wrong?
I think Congress has lost it long back, if you ask me, because it has an uninspiring leadership in a sense at the national level. BJP, when I spoke about Telangana, was at a local level. Look at Modi ji, a 70-year-old man pushing himself to go to every state which went to elections. I mean, of course, he has, being a prime minister, he has the privilege of having an Indian Air Force aircraft, helicopters, or whatnot. But he campaigned extensively in every state, and that BJP does extensively. They have a generation of leaders who campaign there. And they threw in everything. They had Annamalai campaigning here. They had leaders from Kerala campaigning here. They had leaders from Karnataka campaigning here. Everybody was thrown in. Because BJP, I think their election machinery, I think, is humongous. I mean, you can't beat them. This is the party possibly after communist, only 2 cadre-based parties in India, where you don't need to pay for the booze, the biryani and the bucks. Everything is taken care of. The Karyakartas come and do the work and go back. And that, I think, is extremely important.
I think you have given an acronym, BBB, Booze, Biryani and Buck, Triple B. Huh?
Yeah, I always keep saying that in meetings here. This is what I've seen, guys. Even the recent elections, there was one guy who came with a tiffin box without a curry in it. And, he was looking for a curry shop so that he could buy some curry to put it on the rice that he bought it. And he was a worker who was working in a small factory and took leave for 3 days just to come and campaign for the party. Imagine who would do that. There is money floating around. There's so much of money being paid for every vote. And here are Karyakartas who do this. This is what I have a grouse against BJP. When you look at the way they pulled back Madhya Pradesh from literally everybody thought it lost. And Chhattisgarh was given up long back. And Congress relaxed, thinking, oh, fine, we have already done and dusted with Chhattisgarh. But look at the way BJP pulled it back today. And I kept saying this in morning debates on various channels that BJP now possibly will go for a shift to next generation of leaders in Madhya Pradesh and maybe even in Rajasthan. I'm not sure because they have the buffer now. If the election was too close to call, then possibly Shivraj Singh Chauhan would have continued. But now BJP has that buffer and they have a slight better buffer in Rajasthan also. They would say, fine, let us now go and get some new generation of leaders to work with us in these 2 states. And that will be a sign for Sachin Pilot to walk out of Congress because he'll say, how long am I going to stay here? Remember, this is a party that brought in a gentleman from Congress, and Himanta Biswa Sharma is today the Lord of the Northeast. I mean, here was a man who walked out because Rahul Gandhi was busy feeding his dog with biscuits. And that is what BJP is all about. It knows how to attract leaders from other parties and then give them the charge. And they look at the way he has built up Northeast. Look at the way Jyotirao, he was told very clearly, Gwalior and Chambal.
I think the biggest risk which BJP took paid off. They deployed ministers, they deployed MPs. If they would have lost these states, people would have not only made fun of BJP, but it would have eroded the authority of these Brijesh, both parliamentarians and ministers. It was a very high-risk strategy. It has paid off.
Yes,
it has paid off.
You had to take the risk, isn't it? You can't be sitting idle saying, okay, I should have done this first. hindsight, they say, is an advanced science. You know, everybody has lots of advice after things go wrong. But here is something that you need to take charge. You knew that it was not, Madhya Pradesh campaign was not going anywhere. Chhattisgarh, I was not even sure who was really campaigning out there. I mean, we had Raman Singh, who I didn't know whether he was coming or going. And then even in Rajasthan, the first list didn't have Vasundhara Raje nor her supporters. But the second list onwards, BJP pulled it back and saying, okay, Vasundhara Raje should not be Yediyurappa version 2.0. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, that is where you bought back that thing into the party. Of course.
Okay.
Would you now go for a change in Vasundhara Raje? Maybe. I don't know.
I think BJP can. I think, Suresh, BJP can. I agree with you that they have the capacity and they can. Suresh, please stay with me. Swati, please stay with me. Let me play out two important bites. One is of Yogi Adityanath and another is of K.T. Rao.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व और उनके मार्गदर्शन में जनता जनार्दन ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को स्वीकारा है, उनके डेवलपमेंट के मॉडल को, गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को और भारत की छवि को वैश्विक मंच पर स्थापित करने के उनके प्रयासों को हर एक स्तर पर पब्लिक ने स्वीकारा है। आज मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार फिर से रिपीट हुई है। राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो भारी बहुमत से इन राज्यों में भी सफलता प्राप्त हुई है, कांग्रेस को जनता ने मात दी है। ये चीज़ें दिखाती हैं कि 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव में देश की जनता तीसरी बार भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पूरी मजबूती के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सपोर्ट करके तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश के अंदर लेकर के आएगी। आज के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये सफलता तीनों राज्यों में प्राप्त हुई है, इसके लिए मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़, इन तीनों में जुड़े हुए जितने भी हमारे राष्ट्रीय पदाधिकारी थे, उन संबंधित राज्यों के पदाधिकारी और कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो मेहनत की है, इसके लिए उन्हें बधाई देता हूं। इन शानदार विजय के लिए संबंधित राज्यों के नेतृत्व को भी अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
I'd like to thank the lakhs of workers of the BRS party who have toiled very hard over the last 3 months for ensuring that we come back at the hustlings in a successful manner. Unfortunately, the result is definitely not what we wanted. Now, we are short by about 20 seats, but nevertheless, we have put up a valiant fight, and I am deeply grateful to the people of Telangana for blessing us with 2 consecutive terms. 2 बार उन्होंने हमें मौका दिया। 10 साल नया तेलंगाना राज्य जिसको बनाने में हमने बहुत एक्टिव रोल प्ले किया, अहम भूमिका प्ले किया, इसमें हमें मौका दिया गया 2 बार। कोशिश हमने तो ये की कि तेलंगाना को पूरे भारत में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में नंबर 1 बनाने की, और हम काफ़ी हद तक कामयाब भी हो चुके। बट इस बार हमें जो रिजल्ट चाहिए था वो नहीं मिला, पर कोई बात नहीं, हम हमारा काम जारी रखेंगे। हमारे जो लीडर हैं केसीआर सर, उनके लीडरशिप में we will continue to strive for the greater good, for the benefit of the people of Telangana, and we will assure all cooperation to the new government. We compliment and congratulate Congress party on winning the mandate of the people. We wish them the very best in fulfilling all the promises that they have made to the people. Of course, we will play the role of a constructive opposition, which is what has been conferred upon to us by the people of Telangana, and we will play a very constructive role. I promise you that, because this is a state for which we fought hard. This is a state for which our Honorable Chief Minister and our party president has in fact risked his life. So we will do everything in our capacity to help the newly incumbent government to ensure that a proper transition happens. And as part of the democratic process, our Chief Minister has already sent his resignation to the Honorable Governor, and I think the due process will follow hereafter. And I thank the entire media members as well for your cooperation, for your support during elections and even before that. Thank you. चिंतन करेंगे, बैठक करेंगे, जैसा आपने कहा, बाद में बताएंगे. अभी क्या बताएंगे आप? अभी तो हाँ, क्या बता रहे हैं? दो चार दिन तो रुक जाइए, क्या जल्दी है? Part of the election, when you go to an election, there are only two outcomes: either you win, you lose. Today we lost, but not every day is the same. See, we will bounce back. We'll come back strong. We'll come back even stronger. So wait for that day. Not every day is today is Sunday. I know. Not every day is Sunday. Remember that.
Anurag is back with us. Swati Malik is also back with us. Anurag, tell me, is there going to be a generation shift within BRS?
I think eventually it will be, and that's why if you see even the screen space, the media space, the presence, it's all KTR dominating the show on behalf of BRS. Not even Harish Rao, not even KCR, and because this is a chance where they can get a transitional, change. It can be Harish Rao taking care of all the organization matter. It can be the face of KTR going forward, who is very popular in the urban pocket, particularly Hyderabad. But I clearly see a change in BRS, because let's not forget, Karthika, if you remember very well, when KTR became the working president of TRS, back in the days it was TRS, and it was all buzzed that there is some conflict with him. His father, he wants to take over the CM, he wants to take over the party, and his father said no. And in fact, if you actually follow the regional news, there were a couple of press conferences where on this particular question, KCR lost his cool and said, I'm still young and I'm still very energetic. I'm still very much able to run the state and all that. So there is some kind of a decision. I'm sure KTR, knowing him very well, outspoken, dynamic, looking forward, and that's what his body language speaks. He's there for a longer run. And I think by all likelihood, he will take
Anurag,
over.
the reason why I asked this question was, and this question is also for Suresh, Sudha, Brijesh, all of you. In India, very few leaders retire. I think एक ज्योति बसु अपवाद थे, very pushed through his own retirement. He said he wants to retire. There was a transition, another chief minister came in. Then there was another transition of power, though you can say it's dynastic, happened within the Congress party. That was one, but then it was not when Congress party was in power. Very few leaders have retired when they are active in politics. Nobody.
Very good question. I think Sharad Pawar is a living example today. I mean, he's still not given up his shoes. Sharad Pawar is still fighting. So I think, but the equation, the combination that I foresee here, because looking at the aspirations and looking at the working model, I mean, KCR might just come in and play a balancing act. And even in this election, if you see, he has mobility issues, and that's why when people say, I mean, even I was not very happy when he doesn't go to the secretariat, doesn't he's not very mobile. So he has his own mobility issues, and he would probably play the Pitama kind of a role where he will go on campaign and appeal to the masses for votes. But I think the face will be KTR. He will still be relevant. I'm not saying he will retire in a typical sense, but I think there will be some kind of combination that will be arrived. And it is also future. I think, according to me, I will be very interesting to see, the role of Harish Rao going forward. Because if you actually see the dominance and the control over the party and the MLAs at the ground level cadre, it is Harish Rao who has a better edge compared to KTR. And KTR tried his hard in making his relations with the MLAs and all, but there's still kind of a mismatch because he comes from a very elite, background.
Anurag, but this time around also, whenever there were, leaders who were actually coming into the BRS from other parties like the Congress or the BJP or any other party, it was both Harish as well as KTR who sat them down and actually welcomed them into the party. Ponnala Lakshmaiah is one case that I remember very clearly, because Ponnala gave us an interview and he said that it's both of them. So it's both KTR as well as Harish Rao who are doing stuff. But the point also of the matter is that Harish Rao is perhaps more salt of the earth. You're right. KTR is also perceived to be somebody who studied abroad and who doesn't have the same kind of gravitas with rural Telangana like his father has or Harish Rao has. But the other point is that it seems like a natural progression that from KCR Garu it will come to KTR. Wouldn't you agree? Harish Rao, I don't think will play the main role in this opera.
No, he will not. But eventually, what happens so that you never know, when you aspire for something, you never know, what are your intentions, what do you want to be in life. We never know what is there in the mind and heart of Harish Rao. And we don't know what future holds for him. We have seen Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar, and if he has a sizable control over the party, who knows if BJP has to revive? Because it looks very interesting output today in the Telangana election. A lot of people have not given a due, focus on that. Is that the main leaders of the BJP, Itala Rajendra, lost, right? Now Bandi was trailing. I don't know what is the result. A lot of other leaders, even our Dubak MLA Raghunandan Rao was trailing. So and the 8 or 9 people who were leading were the new faces. You see, our Kamareddy MLA who won. These are the new people. So overall, what I got a sense from this output is BJP has now 20 to 22 candidates, very strong winnable candidates. So they have quite to 20 to 25 seats sorted for the next election. And BJP is very good when they have to fight the Congress. So I think in the future, you never know, BJP ends up getting 30, 35 seats, and you never know when Harish gets an opportunity. I mean, we don't know what future holds, but I think certainly there is a gap with KTR and other MLAs, and eventually you have to see how things unfold.
Interestingly, one thing about dynasty and about father, son, or daughter, mother, is that Yedurappa was taken away screaming and shouting, Yedurappa is back.
Oh yes, Yedurappa is back.
Yedurappa is back, and like how? It's not just the Vijendra aspect I'm saying. Yedurappa is there in all the important meetings of the BJP, because I think it is for the first time that someone recedes into oblivion is brought back.
Okay. Suresh, do you agree that there can be a transition in Telangana in BRS?
Well, I spoke to Harish Rao in detail in another channel interview with him where 5 editors were questioning politicians. And I asked him this pointed question. I said, suppose your government is come through again in the next election. Your government, you form the government. You have a health minister. You are a health minister, also the finance minister. Which one do you want to retain? He said, health. I don't want finance. And the answer was very, very obvious that he was not looking for a seniority within the party, because health is considered a very junior portfolio compared to finance. But it's very clear that Harish Rao has a rural connect, and the earlier speakers spoke about it. If you look at where he conducts himself in Siddipet or Medak, this time he was in charge of Medak, but unfortunately from there too the Congress has done considerably well. But what happens is that typically, like what happened to Ajit Pawar, what happened to other politicians who walked out of BJP, everybody talks of having a Shinde in their party, and I think that is what the worry is for TRS. But I'll tell you one thing, I have one more theory which I don't know whether you'll accept it or not. I have a feeling that if TRS doesn't win the next election, if they don't win the next election, they will go the Chandrababu Naidu way. Naidu is today relegated to a mere footnote in Andhra. Of course, he has his community support, and the rumor is that in this election, one of the reasons why his party did not contest in Telangana was to get all these community votes and give it to Congress. Today, outside Revant Reddy's residence, there were so many of TDP supporters holding up their flags, and nobody was objecting to it. It is very obvious that there has been a shift of votes, especially in what we call in Hyderabad as settlers areas, where the kind of Congress has won seats. And that is what is the most important. Of course, they would sweep Khammam and all those districts, Nalgonda, and that is expected. But I think if you ask me about transition, there is Kavita also. And this time Kavita, if you look at it, she was never actively campaigning in the election. So very, very obvious reasons. There is a tension that happens even when in a mafia family, we all know what happened in Godfather and other movies. But obviously, there is always a transition that takes place, but one has to be capable of it. You can't be a Rajiv Gandhi in politics. I mean, sorry to put that terminology, but he was a misfit in politics, and everybody knows that. Whereas Indira Gandhi was fit. That is the problem. Similarly, we have the next generation, Rahul Gandhi, who's typically not cut out to be a politician. So it is the rough and tough of the life that takes you. And as Revant Reddy said yesterday, that he was there on the merit quota in politics, and KTR came through the management quota or the NRI quota. And that is what makes it the difference. You come directly and you get, escalated to a post. And remember one more thing. Revant Reddy is an ABVP guy at the end of the day. And that is what the Congress and MIM kept saying in the election all along. They kept saying Revant Reddy is an RSS guy because of his ABVP background. And Revant never denied it. He never said, no, I was never with AB, he was with ABVP. Everybody knows Everybody knows how he won the Malkajgiri Lok Sabha seat, which he represents now. It is my constituency where I stay. And everybody knows who worked for his victory. He was surprised because nobody from the Congress party worked for him because there are no Congress big time supporters in Malkajgiri. It's a huge constituency. At one time, it was India's biggest constituency with 18 lakh voters. Now, of course, it's got reduced. But Revant Reddy is a leadership material. Now, there are Bhatti Vikramarka, there is Uttam Kumar Reddy, there's Jana Reddy, there's a whole retinue of leaders. Congress is never short of leaders in Telangana. They have a half dozen chief ministers always ready. But this is where Revant Reddy's problems are going to start. And unless he builds up a good working relationship with his seniors who are in the party from a long time, he's always going to have that outsider tag with him because he came from Telugu Desam with an ABVP background and all that. I think for Revant Reddy, and if you ask me about the same thing about TRS, the transition to KTR is not going to be easy. There is going to be a resistance. There is going to be a pushback from Harish Rao. It was seen before behind the scenes, which is why KCR never took the risk of handing over power to his son, even though he made him the working president of the party.
There's one more news which I would like to share with my colleagues. A new tagline has been given by Bharatiya Janata Party. This is the stage they have erected. The stage says, "Sapne nahi hakikat bunte hain, tabhi to sab Modi ko chunte hain." Brijesh.
Well, of course, I mean, they also said that, is desh mein Modi ki... Is it something to do with Labharti politics? No, but Labharti politics, when Smriti Irani, Piyush Goyal, S. Jaishankar, everybody tweeted that is desh mein ek hi guarantee chalti hai, wo Modi ki guarantee. So that was a very clear indicator of, whether you call it Labharti, Revdi, welfare or whatever. So one thing is there, and the fact of the matter also is that, whether you are a BJP supporter or you are a Congress supporter, you are a TRS supporter, whichever supporter you are, there comes a time when you have to admit and accept that, that this man is an electoral wonder. And in the last 30 years of almost 3 decades of Indian politics, I mean, you never had a phenomena like Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There's no denying the fact. So the entire party, the entire machinery is completely dependent on him. And go for change, taking risk, sending all the ministers back there, because I'm not going by what the politicians or the journalists are saying, I'm going by what the BJP leaders were saying before 3 or 4 months back. And they were very clear that, situation is very bad in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And when he was sending Narendra Singh Tomar, there was Jyotiraditya Scindia, major friction, major fight and all, and how Rights Act were read to them, how things were smoothened, and look at the kind of victory they came up with. You got to credit him with that. I mean, whether you like him or not like him, that's besides the point.
I read it like this. First of all, it's about, we don't show you dreams. Unlike the Congress party, which was all the time kind of thumping its chest and showing you subs bagh, the other word for it, we don't do it like that. We actually work really on the ground and make, even if you're dreaming something, we make it reality. So it is more about who's more proactive. But I'm very surprised about the word hakikat, and that is from the poetic point of view, is the BJP using a word like hakikat and not using a word like yathar is also a paradigm shift. I must say, sapne nahi hakikat bunte hain. Tabhi to hum
Modi they have to look after the meter as well.
Yeah.
So the meter of the
it
is that very hakikat fitted in much more perfectly than yatharth.
Very well said. Suresh, sapne nahi hakikat bunte hain, tabhi to sab Modi ko chunte hain. Your thoughts?
I think that is it. I mean, see, when you're selling a soap or a shoe or a shirt, and I remember this from my ex-boss with the company which I worked with, Samir Jain. I didn't want to take the name, but he used to always say, no, newspaper is like a shoe or a shirt or a soap. You sell it. I mean, don't think it as a newspaper. And that is what a politician is all about today, isn't it? You sell the kind of imagery that he represents. Absolutely. The way Modi ji walks, the way Modi ji arrives on the stage, way he waves out, way he asks people to come down from top of an electricity pole or whatever they've climbed up. Those are moments where you say, fine, this guy is a great leader. This person is a great leader. And look at him. I mean, other day he was there in Hyderabad campaigning all day, and the night he just disappeared, went off to Tirumala, did his early morning darshan, came back again to Hyderabad, again to campaign. And did we see Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi? No. They addressed 1 meeting or maximum 2 meetings. That's it. And here is a man who was pushing despite knowing that, BJP will not do that great. But look, 8 seats is a big surprise for BJP. They could have won 2 more or 3 more if all the big leaders had won. And the problem was the big leaders lost. And that is what happened to the BJP. Otherwise, they would have hit the double figures anyway. That double digits. This is what I'm trying to say, that when you talk of hakikat, when you talk of realizing a dream, a political party has to stay relevant. And that thing, Modi ji has done it pretty well. The only worry I have, like any other generational shift, is what happens after Modi ji. What is 2029 going to look like? Because 2024 is done and dusted as per me.
You know, the interesting part is also the campaigning part, which Suresh mentioned. You know, interesting thing is that usually, I mean, he's the trump card of his party. So he gets used maximum. You can't say the same for Rahul Gandhi. So I think herein lies the difference.
One thing I would like to say, Prime Minister Modi has arrived, but Brijesh, you know, when Karnataka election was won, we said Bharat Jodo Yatra had worked. In this, you know, Bharat Jodo Yatra also went through Madhya Pradesh. You know, it actually they spent considerable time. So one part of it worked, another part of it didn't work.
No, I will still say, Karthikeya, I have no, see the point, I will still say that Bharat Jodo Yatra worked for them. Please try to understand, I mean, you have covered parliament for such a long time, I have covered parliament for such a long time. What was the chatter? Even the Congressies used to say, you know, this guy is not serious. Bharat Jodo Yatra changed that image for Rahul Gandhi. You know, it was the first serious attempt.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
and you have a first serious attempt where I see security paraphernalia of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I think Prime Minister has
arrived.
I think Prime Minister has arrived. Prime Minister has arrived.
Yeah,
I think that's Prime Minister's car.
I think, and I think so. Amit Shah has arrived. Rajnath Singh has arrived. They are on the dais.
I think this is Prime Minister.
JP Nadda would go and receive him because he has reached the BJP headquarters and he is the BJP president. So they usually maintain all these protocols.
I think JP Nadda had arrived half an hour, 45 minutes
half an hour before, and we just saw Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh arriving on the dais.
Okay, so I think the Prime Minister has arrived, and now everyone is waiting for the Prime Minister to come out of the car, because Rajnath Singh has arrived, JP Nadda had arrived. He was the first person to arrive. Then Amit Shah and Rajnath had arrived. So I think the Prime Minister has come out. He is meeting. So Prime Minister has come out. This is the long shot actually. This is the long shot. Prime Minister is meeting people. Can we have the NAT up? Satish, can you put the NAT up?
Guarantee hai bhai, guarantee hai. Guarantee hai bhai, guarantee hai. Guarantee hai bhai, guarantee hai. Bhajpa zindabad. Bhajpa zindabad. Bhajpa zindabad. अरे गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है, गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है. स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है, स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है. हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करते हुए, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हम सबका अभिवादन का स्वीकार करते हुए आ रहे हैं. पूरे देश के कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिवादन का स्वीकार कर रहे हैं.
स्वागत है.
आज जनता के धन्यवाद सभा में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आगमन हुआ है. अरे गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है.
मोदी जी की गारंटी है.
गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है. स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है. स्वागत है भाई,
being showered upon him. Right beside him is JP Nadda, and I think, you know, the BJP doesn't want to have that image, you know, which had a lot of controversy last time. I think this time they are following the protocol to the T, where JP Nadda is following the Prime Minister. There is no other minister following him, because, you know, he has come to the BJP party office where JP Nadda is the party president. So as per protocol, JP Nadda is, apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is the senior most functionary, and he is the one who received the Prime Minister. And now the Prime Minister will go to dais. Most likely there will be speeches which are done by you know, their Prime Minister shaking hands with the supporters. I think his or her day is made with the selfie and the shake hand.
गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है. गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है. गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है.
Amit Shah, maybe Rajnath Singh, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I think they made the dais this time on ground. You know, a couple of times I've seen that the dais was made on
slightly elevated
on the first floor. I think they have done it slightly differently this time. I know there are going to be speeches, 3 short speeches. Or maybe it's just the Prime Minister is going to speak first.
No, I don't think so. I think, JP Nadda will speak, Amit Shah will speak, or JP Nadda will speak, or then Prime Minister will speak, but somebody will definitely speak before the Prime Minister. I guess it's going to be JP Nadda for sure.
It's going to be JP Nadda. I think there's going to be an announcement, so the Prime Minister has come. He takes the floor. He'll have the last word. Again set the agenda. What he takes away from the victory. Creating new headlines.
Well, I think, how much more is he going to rub into Congress? That is the only thing left out of this thing. Because, you know, the Panoti thing, Panoti war and attack and counter-attack happens.
That word?
He may. I just have an feeling that he may say, Panoti kaun hai?
Because if you remember last time when you say like, he's just lucky. So he went on to use it in an election rally where he said, like, you know, whether you want to elect a lucky person as your chieftain or you want to elect an unlucky person. So, I mean, you know, he has this. Now you see Prime Minister being garlanded by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah and JP Nadda.
गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है। मैं आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी से नम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वो अपना स्वागत पर भाषण यहाँ करें। आदरणीय नड्डा जी।
Is BJP party president JP Nadda going to speak? Welcome address to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
सभी बोलेंगे भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज के इस आभार कार्यक्रम में मंच पर उपस्थित भारतीय जनता पार्टी के और देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आज इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, गृह मंत्री जी श्री अमित भाई शाह जी, और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में एकत्र आए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बहुत ही जुझारू कार्यकर्ता बंधु और मीडिया के मेरे साथी, प्रिंट मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के मेरे साथी, आज यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि जब 4 विधानसभाओं के नतीजे आए हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है, बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है। ऐसे खुशगवार समय में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सब लोगों की ओर से और लाखों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो डिजिटल के माध्यम से और टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, उन सब की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इस कार्यक्रम में आने पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं तो दिल से उनको हम धन्यवाद भी देते हैं, और हम धन्यवाद इसलिए देते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब भी कोई चुनाव लड़ती है, चाहे वो प्रदेश का चुनाव हो, चाहे वो देश का चुनाव हो, चाहे काल कोई भी
छोटी बारीकियों से लेकर उससे निकलने वाले नतीजे तक का खुद ध्यान रखते हुए चुनाव को इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया है और एक नहीं अनेकों चुनाव को पहुंचाया है। ऐसे हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं। मित्रों, ये जो संदेश इस चुनाव के नतीजों ने दिया है वो स्पष्ट बताता है कि देश ने समझ लिया है कि अगर कोई गांव को मजबूती दे सकता है तो वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी दे सकते हैं। चुनाव के नतीजों ने स्पष्ट संदेश दे दिया है कि अगर कोई गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, आदिवासी भाई, अनुसूचित जाति का भाई इनको कोई सम्मान के साथ मुख्य धारा में ला सकता है तो वो और कोई नहीं, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं। और इसीलिए चाहे महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हो, चाहे किसान को सम्मान देने की बात हो, चाहे युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं और आशाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का, उनके सपनों को साकार करने का काम हो, वो सबको अगर विश्वास है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के ऊपर है, जिनके माध्यम से वो आगे बढ़ रहे। मित्रों, मैं यहां आपको यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, अभी नारे लग रहे थे मोदी जी की गारंटी, मोदी जी की गारंटी। ये चुनाव इस बात को भी स्पष्ट इंगित करता है कि देश में अगर किसी की गारंटी है तो एक ही गारंटी है, वो मोदी जी की गारंटी है। और यह चुनाव के नतीजे एक और संदेश देते हैं जो स्पष्ट है कि मोदी है तो, मोदी जी है तो, ये स्पष्ट हम सबको देखने को मिलता है। मित्रों, यह चुनाव एक और बात का संदेश देते हैं, जातिवाद और तुष्टीकरण। ये जिस तरीके से इंडिया अलायंस ने जातिवाद फैलाने की कोशिश की, जिस तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश की, जिस तरीके से देश को बांटने की कोशिश की और तुष्टीकरण की, वोट बैंक की राजनीति को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया, इन दोनों पर मोदी जी का विकास का पलड़ा भारी पड़ा है। यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। और देश ने विकास को आगे रख करके इन चुनाव के नतीजों पर मोहर लगाई है, यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, आज ये इंडिया अलायंस, इनको नया नया शौक, नया नया जोश, नया नया नारा, ओबीसी 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 की चिंता नहीं हुई। ये नए नए लोग, ये इंडिया अलायंस के लोग, ये कांग्रेस के लोग घड़ियाली आंसू बहाकर ओबीसी का नारा लगाते हैं। ये भूल जाते हैं कि देश को ओबीसी का प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ओबीसी के प्रधानमंत्री रहे हैं। और सबके समाज का, सबका विकास करने का प्रण लेकर, सबको साथ लेकर, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, इसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। लेकिन कांग्रेस के लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी पर जिस तरीके से इस चुनाव में भद्दी टिप्पणियां की, जो नहीं सिर्फ असंसदीय थी, नहीं सिर्फ वो एक तरीके से बहुत ही निम्न ऐसी टिप्पणी की कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने जिसको सार्वजनिक मंच से दोहराना भी मुश्किल होता है। ऐसी भद्दी टिप्पणियां प्रधानमंत्री जी पर की। क्या उस समय उनको ध्यान में नहीं था कि ये मोदी जी को गाली देने का मतलब ओबीसी को गाली देना है, पिछड़ी जाति को गाली देना है? ये उस समय उनके ध्यान में नहीं था क्या? और एक और नेता पैदा हुए, मैं ना माफी मांगू, मैं ना माफी मांगू, यानी रस्सी जल गई, बल नहीं गया है, बल नहीं गया है। और ये चुनाव के नतीजे ऐसे नेताओं का बल एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार बल खत्म करते हैं, वो भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और आपके बीच में, क्योंकि हम सब लोग उनको सुनने के लिए आए, मैं बहुत देर नहीं रहना चाहता, लेकिन यहां पर इस मंच से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं भारत की जनता, राजस्थान की जनता, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता, तेलंगाना की जनता, छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनके आशीर्वाद के लिए, उनके समर्पण के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। ये मतदाता ही परमेश्वर होता है, वही फैसला करता है, वही आशीर्वाद देता है, और कोटि कोटि उनको धन्यवाद जिन्होंने बड़ी संख्या में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व को आशीर्वाद देकर के ये सफलता दिलाई है। इसके लिए उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं इसके साथ साथ मेरे सामने बैठे कार्यकर्ता, हमारे नेता, हमारे अध्यक्ष और आपसे जुड़े हुए और टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हुए हमारे लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस चुनाव को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पूरी ताकत के साथ लड़ा और यशस्वी हुए हैं। उसके लिए भी मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। मेरे से अक्सर पत्रकार पूछते थे, रणनीति क्या है, रणनीति क्या है? मैं बार बार बोलता था, रणनीति पर्दे का विषय होता है और रणनीति समय पर ही खुलती है। मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं ने इस रणनीति को, जो बारीकियां संगठन ने बताई थी, उनको बखूबी धरती पर उतारा है और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने दिन रात जमीन पर जाकर मेहनत की और जो वातावरण बना, उस वातावरण को वोट में बदलने में उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया है। इसलिए मैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को भी बधाई देता हूं, उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। चुनाव के नतीजों ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि समाज के किसी एक इलाके का हमको वोट नहीं मिला, समाज के किसी एक वर्ग का वोट नहीं मिला, समाज के किसी एक जाति का वोट नहीं मिला। हमें मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सभी जातियों का, सभी वर्गों का और सभी इलाकों का आशीर्वाद मिला। इस बात को भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इसलिए यह जीत सही तरीके से सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, इसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम है। मैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को पुनः धन्यवाद भी देता हूं, बधाई भी देता हूं। दिन नहीं, हफ्ते नहीं, उन्होंने महीनों अपना घर छोड़ करके पार्टी के लिए बूथ पर जाकर के काम करके इस योजना को आगे बढ़ाया, सफल किया। इसके लिए मैं उनको बधाई देता हूं। मित्रों, मैं जानता हूं आपके साथ साथ मैं भी प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुनने के लिए आतुर हूं। इसलिए आपके और उनके बीच में ज्यादा समय न रहता हुआ पुनः प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं और मैं निवेदन करता हूं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि वो हम सब का मार्गदर्शन करें और हमारे को आगे का रास्ता बताएं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
भारत माता की आवाज तेलंगाना तक पहुंचनी चाहिए। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज की विजय ऐतिहासिक है, अभूतपूर्व है। आज सबका साथ, सबका विकास की भावना जीती है। आज विकसित भारत के आह्वान की जीत हुई है। आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प की जीत हुई है। आज वंचितों को वरीयता के विचार की जीत हुई है। आज भारत के विकास के लिए राज्यों का विकास, इस सोच की जीत हुई है। आज ईमानदारी, पारदर्शिता और सुशासन की जीत हुई है। मैं इस मंच से सभी मतदाताओं को आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों ने भाजपा पर भरपूर स्नेह दिखाया है। तेलंगाना में भी बीजेपी के प्रति समर्थन लगातार बढ़ रहा है। ये हम सभी का सौभाग्य है जब अपने परिवारजनों से इतना प्यार मिलता है, विश्वास मिलता है, तो मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से अनुभव करता हूं कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। आज भी मेरे मन में यही भाव है। मैं अपनी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सामने, मैं अपने युवा साथियों के सामने, मैं अपने किसान भाई बहनों के सामने, मैं अपने गरीब परिवारों के सामने, उन्होंने जो निर्णय, जो बढ़ चढ़ करके समर्थन दिया है, इसके लिए मैं उनके सामने नतमस्तक हूं। इस चुनाव में देश को जातियों में बांटने की बहुत कोशिशें हुई, लेकिन मैं लगातार कह रहा था कि मेरे लिए देश में 4 जातियां ही सबसे बड़ी जातियां हैं। और जब मैं इन 4 जातियों की बात करता हूं, हमारी नारी शक्ति, हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारे किसान और हमारे गरीब परिवार इन 4 जातियों को सशक्त करने से ही देश सशक्त होने वाला है। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे ओबीसी साथी इसी वर्ग से आते हैं। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे आदिवासी साथी इसी वर्ग में आते हैं। और इन चुनावों में इन चारों जातियों ने भाजपा की योजनाओं और भाजपा के रोड मैप को लेकर बहुत उत्साह दिखाया है। आज हर गरीब कह रहा है वो खुद जीता है। आज हर वंचित के मन में भावना है कि चुनाव वह खुद जीता है। आज हर किसान यही कहता है ये चुनाव हर किसान जीता है। आज हर आदिवासी भाई बहन ये सोचकर खुश है कि उसने जिसे वोट दिया वो विजय उसकी अपनी है। आज हर फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर बड़े गर्व के साथ कह रहा है कि मेरा पहला वोट मेरे विजय का कारण बना है। इसी जीत में हर महिला अपनी जीत देख रही है। इसी जीत में बेहतर भविष्य का सपना देखने वाला हर युवा अपनी जीत देख रहा है। हर वो नागरिक इसे अपनी सफलता समझ रहा है जो 2047 में भारत को एक विकसित राष्ट्र देखना चाहता है। साथियों, मैं आज विशेष रूप से देश की नारी शक्ति का अभिनंदन करूंगा। रैलियों में मैं अक्सर कहता था कि इन चुनावों में नारी शक्ति ये ठान कर निकली है कि भाजपा का परचम लहराएगी। और जब देश की नारी शक्ति किसी का सुरक्षा कवच बन जाए तो कैसी भी ताकत उसे नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा सकती। आज नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम ने देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के मन में नया विश्वास जगाया है। आज देश की हर महिला में ये भरोसा जगा है कि भाजपा सरकार में उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी को नई बुलंदी मिलने वाली है। आज हर बहन बेटी को साफ साफ लगता है कि बीजेपी ही नारी गरिमा, नारी सम्मान, नारी सुरक्षा की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है। उन्होंने देखा है कि बीते 10 वर्षों में भाजपा ने उन तक टॉयलेट, बिजली, गैस, नल से जल, बैंक में खाते, ऐसी बुनियादी सुविधाएं पहुंचाने के लिए कितनी ईमानदारी से काम किया है। आज वो देख रही है कि कैसे बीजेपी घर परिवार में, समाज में उनकी आर्थिक भागीदारी बढ़ाने के लिए उन्हें रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के नए अवसर देने के लिए निरंतर काम कर रही है। नारी शक्ति का विकास बीजेपी के विकास मॉडल का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ भी है और इसलिए इन चुनावों में महिलाओं ने, बहनों, बेटियों ने एक प्रकार से भाजपा के विजय की पूरी जिम्मेवारी अपने हाथ में उठा ली थी और भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं आज पूरी विनम्रता से देश की हर बहन बेटी को यही कहूंगा कि आपसे जो वायदा बीजेपी ने किए हैं वो 100% पूरे किए जाएंगे और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, चुनाव नतीजों ने एक और बात स्पष्ट की है। देश का युवा सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकास चाहता है। जहां भी सरकारों ने युवाओं के खिलाफ काम किया है वो सरकारें सत्ता से बाहर हुई है। चाहे राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो या तेलंगाना हो, ये सारी सरकारें पेपर लीक और भर्ती घोटालों के आरोपों में गिरी हुई थी। परिणाम यह हुआ कि इन तीनों ही राज्यों में सत्ता में बैठे दल अब सरकार से बाहर है। आज देश के युवा में ये भरोसा लगातार बढ़ रहा है कि बीजेपी ही उसकी आकांक्षाएं समझती है, उसके लिए काम करती है। देश का युवा ये जानता है कि बीजेपी की सरकार युवा हितैषी होती है, युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बनाने वाली होती है। साथियों, आज देश का आदिवासी समाज भी अब खुलकर अपनी बात रख रहा है। ये वो आदिवासी समाज है जो कांग्रेस की नीतियों की वजह से 7 दशक तक पीछे रहा, जिसे अवसर नहीं दिए गए। इनकी जनसंख्या आज 10 करोड़ के आसपास है। हमने गुजरात के चुनाव परिणामों में भी ये देखा है, जिस कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी समाज को कभी पूछा तक नहीं, उस आदिवासी समाज ने कांग्रेस का सफाया कर दिया। यही भावना आज हमने एमपी, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में भी देखी है। इन राज्यों की आदिवासी अंचल की सीटों पर कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया है। आदिवासी समाज आज विकास के लिए आकांक्षी है और उन्हें भरोसा है कि इस आकांक्षा को सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा सरकार ही पूरा कर सकती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, मैं आज हर राज्य के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की भी सराहना करूंगा, भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करूंगा। भाजपा और कमल के प्रति आपकी निष्ठा, आपका समर्पण अतुलनीय है। डबल इंजन सरकार का मैसेज आपने पूरी ईमानदारी से जन जन तक पहुंचाया। इसी का परिणाम आज हमें मिल रहा है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डा जी जिस प्रकार अपनी नीति रणनीति को अमल में लाए, ये विजय उसका भी परिणाम है। और चुनाव के दरमियान उनके परिवार में एक दुखद घटना घटी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी नड्डा जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में दिन रात डटे रहे। साथियों, राजनीति के इतने वर्षों में मैं हमेशा भविष्यवाणियों से दूर रहा। मैं कभी वादे और बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं नहीं करता हूं, इतने साल हो गए, कभी नहीं करता। लेकिन इस बार चुनाव में मैंने अपना ये नियम भी तोड़ा था। मैंने राजस्थान में मावजी महाराज को प्रणाम करते हुए उन्हीं की धरती पर ये भविष्यवाणी की थी कि राजस्थान में कांग्रेस सरकार लौट करके नहीं आएगी। मैं भविष्यवेत्ता नहीं हूं, लेकिन मेरा राजस्थान के लोगों पर भरोसा था, वहां की जनता पर भरोसा था। और आज हम नतीजे देख रहे हैं। मध्य प्रदेश ने भी हमें फिर दिखाया है कि भाजपा के सेवा भाव का कोई विकल्प नहीं है। 2 दशक से वहां भाजपा की सरकार है और इतने वर्षों के बाद भी भाजपा पर भरोसा लगातार मजबूती हो रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिवारजनों को तो जब मैं वहां चुनाव सभाओं में गया तो मैं खुद ही पहली सभा में, छत्तीसगढ़ के चुनाव की पहली सभा में मैंने खुद कहा था कि मैं आपसे कुछ मांगने नहीं आया हूं, मैं तो आपको 3 दिसंबर के बाद सरकार बनेगी तो शपथ समारोह में निमंत्रण देने के लिए आया। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिणाम से साफ है कि हर परिजन ने उस बात को स्वीकार किया है। मैं तेलंगाना की जनता और तेलंगाना के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हर चुनाव में तेलंगाना में भाजपा का ग्राफ लगातार बढ़ रहा है। मैं तेलंगाना के लोगों को ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि बीजेपी आपकी सेवा में कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तेलंगाना अभिवृद्धि कोसम एल्लापूडू पनी चिंतूने उटुंदी। तेलंगाना तो माको चाला मंची अनुबंधम उंडी। मेरे परिवारजनों, इस चुनाव परिणाम की गुंज सिर्फ एमपी, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ तक सीमित नहीं रहेगी। इन परिणामों की गुंज दूर तक जाएगी। पूरी दुनिया में इन चुनाव परिणामों की गुंज सुनाई देगी। ये चुनाव परिणाम भारत के विकास पर भरोसा, दुनिया के भरोसे को और मजबूती देगा। ये चुनाव परिणाम दुनिया भर के निवेशकों को भी नया विश्वास देगा। भरोसा ये कि आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत का जो संकल्प हमने लिया है, उसे जनता जनार्दन का लगातार आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत का लोकतंत्र और भारत का वोटर दोनों कितने परिपक्व हैं, कितने मैच्योर है। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत की जनता पूर्ण बहुमत के लिए, स्थिर सरकार के लिए सोच समझ करके वोट कर रही है। साथियों, भाजपा ने सेवा और सुशासन की राजनीति का नया मॉडल देश के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। हमारी नीति और निर्णयों के मूल में सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश है, देशवासी है, भारत माता की जय, यही हमारा मंत्र है। इसलिए भाजपा सरकारें सिर्फ नीतियां नहीं बनाती, बल्कि हर हकदार, हर लाभार्थी तक वो पहुंचे, ये भी सुनिश्चित करती है। भाजपा परफॉर्मेंस और डिलीवरी की राजनीति देश के सामने हकीकत बन करके लेकर के आई है। भारत का मतदाता जानता है कि स्वार्थ क्या है, जनहित और राष्ट्रहित क्या है। दूध का और पानी का भेद देश जानता है। जैसे तैसे जीतने के लिए हवाई बातें करना और लोभ लालच की घोषणाएं करना, ये मतदाता पसंद नहीं करता। मतदाता को उसका जीवन बेहतर करने के लिए एक स्पष्ट रोडमैप चाहिए, एक विश्वसनीयता चाहिए, एक भरोसा चाहिए। भारत का वोटर ये जानता है कि जब भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो राज्य आगे बढ़ता है, हर परिवार का जीवन बेहतर होता है। इसलिए वो बीजेपी को चुन रहा है, लगातार चुन रहा है। और कुछ लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि आज की इस हैट्रिक ने 24 की हैट्रिक की गारंटी दे दी है। साथियों, आज के जनादेश ने ये भी साबित किया है कि भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद को लेकर देश के भीतर, देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में जीरो टॉलरेंस बन रही है। आज देश को लगता है कि इन 3 बुराइयों को खत्म करने में अगर कोई प्रभावी है तो वो भाजपा ही है। भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने देश में भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो अभियान छेड़ रखा है उसको भारी जन समर्थन मिल रहा है। ये उन दलों, उन नेताओं को वोटर की साफ साफ चेतावनी है जो भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ खड़े होने में जरा भी शर्म अनुभव नहीं करते। उन लोगों को देश की जनता ने आज साफ साफ संदेश दे दिया है। और ऐसे लोग जो भांति भांति के तर्कों से भ्रष्टाचारियों को कवच देते हैं, कवर अप करने की कोशिश करते हैं, ऐसे लोग जो भ्रष्टाचार पर कड़ा प्रहार करने वाली जांच एजेंसियों को बदनाम करने में दिन रात जुटे हुए हैं, वे समझ लें ये चुनाव नतीजे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई का भी जन समर्थन है। ये चुनाव नतीजे कांग्रेस और उसके घमंडिया गठबंधन के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा सबक है। सबक ये है कि सिर्फ कुछ परिवारवादियों के मंच पर एक साथ आ जाने से फोटो कितनी अच्छी निकल जाए, देश का भरोसा नहीं जीता जाता। देश की जनता का दिल जीतने के लिए राष्ट्र सेवा का जज्बा होना चाहिए और घमंडिया गठबंधन में रत्ती भर भी वो नजर नहीं आता है। गाली गलौज, निराशा, नेगेटिविटी, एक घमंडिया गठबंधन को मीडिया की हेडलाइन जरूर दे सकती है, लेकिन जनता के दिल में स्थान नहीं दिला सकती। साथियों, आज के ये नतीजे उन ताकतों को भी चेतावनी है जो प्रगति और जन कल्याण की राजनीति के खिलाफ खड़े रहते हैं। जब भी विकास होता है, कांग्रेस और उसके साथी विरोध करते हैं। जब हम वंदे भारत ट्रेन लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी उसकी मजाक उड़ाते हैं। जब हम आयुष्मान भारत लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें रोड़ा अटकाते हैं। जब हम गरीबों के लिए घर बनाते हैं तब कांग्रेस और उसके साथी रुकावटें डालते हैं। जब हम गरीबों तक नल से जल पहुंचाते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें भ्रष्टाचार का रास्ता बनाने में लग जाते हैं। जब हम ग्रामीण विकास के लिए फंड भेजते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसे गरीबों को तक पहुंचने में रुकावट डालने की कोशिश करते हैं। ऐसी सभी पार्टियों को आज गरीबों ने चेतावनी दी है, सुधर जाइए, सुधर जाइए, वरना जनता आपको चुन चुन करके साफ कर देगी। आज ऐसी पार्टियों के लिए सबक है कि केंद्र सरकार की गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं और उनके लिए भेजे जा रहे फंड के बीच में आने की कोशिश मत करो। ये जनता का आदेश है, वरना जो बीच में आएगा उसे जनता हटा देगी। लोकतंत्र के हित में मेरी कांग्रेस और उसके साथियों को नम्रतापूर्वक सलाह है, कृपा करके ऐसी राजनीति न करें जो देश विरोधी ताकतों को बल दे, जो देश को बांटना चाहते हैं ऐसे लोगों को मजबूती दे, जो देश को कमजोर करने वाले विचारों को गति दे। साथियों, आज भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का हर पहिया पूरी गति से घूम रहा है। कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि विश्व में मंदी का असर भारत पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन भारत ने हर आकलन से कहीं बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया। आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती आर्थिक ताकत है। आज भारत का आत्मविश्वास, भारत के लोगों का आत्मविश्वास अभूतपूर्व स्तर पर है। आज भारत में, आज देश में रिकॉर्ड जीएसटी कलेक्शन हो रहा है, कृषि उत्पादन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, भारत के शेयर मार्केट पर भरोसा चरम पर है। आज भारत के निर्यात के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, त्योहारों में खरीद के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की सेल के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं। आज भारत में सीमेंट प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रहा है, कोयला प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा है, आज भारत में स्टील उत्पादन बढ़ा है, बिजली उत्पादन बढ़ा है। दुनिया भर की कंपनियां भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए आतुर है। हवाई यात्रा करने वालों की संख्या उच्चतम स्तर पर है। होम लोन में भी, उस सेक्टर में भी बहुत अधिक वृद्धि देखी जा रही है। साथियों, आज भारत का फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रहा है। आप देखिए, चारों तरफ एक्सप्रेसवे का, इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर का जाल बिछ रहा है। भारतीय रेल आज अपने ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के सबसे बड़े दौर से गुजर रही है। आज देश में नए रेलवे स्टेशन बन रहे हैं, आधुनिक ट्रेनें आ रही हैं, गति नई है, संकल्प नए है। और मैं देशवासियों को कहना चाहता हूं, हर देशवासी को कहना चाहता हूं, और मैं मेरे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी ईमानदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, आपके सपने मेरे देशवासियों, आपके सपने वो मेरा संकल्प है। आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए जो मेरा संकल्प है, वो मेरी साधना भी है, मेरी तपस्या भी है। साथियों, भारत का डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दुनिया में श्रेष्ठता की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। भारत आज दुनिया में 5G नेटवर्क के मामले में अग्रणी देश में पहुंच चुका है। आज भारत में गांव-गांव तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंच रहा है। आज देश के सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी अभूतपूर्व गति से काम हो रहा है। हर गरीब को मुफ्त राशन वाली योजना अगले 5 साल के लिए बढ़ा दी गई है। भाजपा सरकार में 4 करोड़ गरीब परिवारों के पक्के घर बन चुके हैं। हम हर गरीब परिवार को पक्की छत देने के संकल्प की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। घर घर नल से जल, ये अभियान तेज गति से चल रहा है। आज देश में रिकॉर्ड गति से नए अस्पताल बन रहे हैं, मेडिकल कॉलेज बन रहे हैं, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटीज की संख्या बढ़ रही है। साथियों, आज भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत का नागरिक आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारत के लोग इस मोमेंटम को बनाए रखना चाहते हैं। अब इससे पीछे नहीं हटना है, और पीछे हटना ये मोदी को तो कभी स्वीकार नहीं हो सकता है। भारत के लोग स्टेबिलिटी चाहते हैं, स्थायित्व चाहते हैं। भारत के लोग विकसित भारत की यात्रा को गति देना चाहते हैं। मैं देश के प्रत्येक युवा को आह्वान करता हूं, वो विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बने, वो विकसित भारत के संकल्पों का नेतृत्व करे। मैं भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कहूंगा, प्रत्येक भाजपा कार्यकर्ता नमो ऐप पर जाएं और कम से कम 10 लोगों को विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बनाएं। हमें आज एक ऐसी पीढ़ी तैयार करनी है जिसका सपना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका संकल्प हो विकसित भारत, जिसकी साधना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका समर्पण हो विकसित भारत। साथियों, विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी नागरिक पीछे नहीं छूटे। इन चुनावों मैंने लगातार कहा है कि हर लाभार्थी तक पहुंचकर भाजपा सरकार उसे सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ देगी। इसके लिए केंद्र सरकार ने 14 नवंबर यानी जनजातीय गौरव दिवस यानी भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती से विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा शुरू की है। योजनाओं से वंचित लोगों को जोड़ने के लिए सरकार खुद लोगों के दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रही है। जिन क्षेत्रों में यात्रा पहुंच रही है वहां लोग खुशियां मना रहे हैं कि मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी हमारे गांव आ रही है। मैं आज विजय के इस समारोह से हर बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता को सलाह दूंगा, आग्रह करूंगा, अब आज से आपको मोदी की गारंटी वाली इस गाड़ी के आगे आगे चलना है। मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी देश की सफलता की गारंटी बनेगी और ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। और आपको एक बात और याद रखनी है, जहां दूसरों से उम्मीद खत्म होती है वहां से मोदी की गारंटी शुरू होती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, विधानसभा चुनाव के नतीजों ने पॉजिटिव एनर्जी का एक ऐसा प्रवाह शुरू किया है जिसे आज पूरा देश महसूस कर रहा है। इस शक्ति ने विकसित भारत के लिए तैयार हुई नींव को और मजबूत कर दिया है। हमें ये ऊर्जा बनाए रखनी है, हमें ये शक्ति बढ़ाते रहना है। हमें 140 करोड़ भारतीयों के विश्वास को जगाए रखना है। हमें जन जन को अपने साथ जोड़ना है। हमें हर मन को समझना है। हमें सबको साथ लेकर चलना है। हमें हर एक को अमृतकाल की विकास यात्रा का साथी बनाना है। जो हमसे दूर है हमें उनके पास पहुंचना है। जिन्हें संदेह है हमें उनमें भरोसा जगाना है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं पर जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ गई है, क्योंकि नकारात्मक शक्तियां अब तेजी से एकजुट होने का प्रयास करेगी। देश को बांटने वाली ताकतें अब एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगाएगी। समाज में खाई पैदा करने वाले अब नए मौके तलाशेंगे। हमें उनसे मुकाबला भी करना है, उनके फेक नैरेटिव को जवाब भी देना है, लेकिन उससे बढ़कर हमें जनता के यकीन को बनाए रखना है। साथियों, उत्साह और उमंग के इस वातावरण के बीच मेरी आदत छूटती नहीं है, तो मैं फिर से वो तो करता ही रहता हूं कि मैं मूलतः संगठन से निकला हूं तो स्वभाव मेरा जाता नहीं। मैं आज पूरा दिन टीवी पे क्या चल रहा था ज्यादा समय नहीं दे पाया, देख नहीं पाया, क्योंकि मैं हमारे जो भारत का पूर्वी समुद्री तट है वहां साइक्लोन की संभावनाएं नजर आ रही हैं, जरा तेजी की संभावनाएं नजर आ रही है। और इसलिए विजय के महोत्सव में भी मैं तो यही कार्यकर्ताओं से कहूंगा, हमें साइक्लोन मिचोंग से भी सतर्क रहना है। बंगाल की खाड़ी से सटे तटीय इलाकों में इसका प्रभाव पड़ सकता है। केंद्र सरकार लगातार इस पर राज्य सरकारों से संपर्क में है, उनकी हर संभव मदद भी कर रही है। मैं तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी, उड़ीसा और खास तौर से आंध्र प्रदेश के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कहूंगा कि राज्य सरकार भले ही किसी भी दल की हो, आप पूरी शक्ति से राहत और बचाव काम में जुट जाना, प्रशासन को पूरा साथ देना, और यही एक समर्पित भाजपा कार्यकर्ता के संस्कार होते हैं। हमारे लिए दल से बड़ा देश है। हमारे दिल से भी बड़ा हमारा देशवासी है। साथियों, सबके प्रयास से ही हमने अपने संकल्पों की सिद्धि कर सकते हैं। मुझे देश की अमृत पीढ़ी पर भरोसा है। हमारा लक्ष्य एक है, साधना एक है, सपना एक है। भारत विकसित होकर रहेगा। इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार सभी मतदाताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं। जो भी विजयी हुए हैं उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और हम सब मिलकर के देश के सामान्य मानवीय की आशा अपेक्षाओं को पूरा कर पाए। मैं आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं को आपके माध्यम से मैदान में जो लोग मेहनत कर रहे थे उन सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So, you know, Prime Minister touched upon a number of things. He attacked India, he attacked the Congress party, he called them Nakaratma, but he also came out with 4 castes. He said Yuva, Garib, which is youth, poor, farmers and women. He said these are the 4 castes and he doesn't believe in any other caste. I think he has defined his politics around women, poor, farmers, and the 4th one, Yuva, Garib and youth.
Yes. You know, even when the whole OBC, you know, when the census took place in Bihar, and even while he was in Telangana and in other places, he said there is just one caste which is truly backward, and that is poor, which is consolidation of all the caste in a very smart fashion, rather than cherry picking on one particular thing. Although he did say that agar Telangana mein hum power mein aaye to, you know, an OBC will become the chief minister, but he has said elsewhere, and something we've been discussing for the long time, that it is going to be the poor, which is the main caste here.
Brijesh, your takeaway?
Well, I think, you know, he clearly defined, and I think, you know, the biggest message was for that he is for the poor, B, the women, the role of women and the women-centric policies of his government. But he also made a very interesting political point, you know, apart from hitting out at the India alliance, which he kept on calling Ghamandiya. You know, he also said something which we have been discussing since morning, is about that how with these results 2024 is now a sealed deal done. There is no talk now about 2024. It's a done and dusted election. So I think there's a lot of political messaging also by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he went on to talk about the schemes which he'll launch, what is his, what are the focus of his schemes and all, and also hit out at the opposition parties the fact that, you know, that Rahul Gandhi or others would abuse them or say something or which gets traction in newspaper, but it doesn't get traction on the ground.
But so that was also a pretty, I would say it was a pretty chilled out speech also. If you look at his demeanor,
yeah, because
he attacked. It's not as if he didn't attack, but it was like a chilled out attack.
It's not the quintessential speech of a victor thumping your chest. It is more of a very matured leader. And what I would like to take away from what Brijesh said is that it is done and dusted. So he's created this perception.
Mature and
it's very mature. Yeah, the confidence is also a kind of, it's not overconfidence. It's not insolence. It's kind of, yes, I'm there. It's like when age, when you, yeah, we know what we are doing, right? So this perception that he's right now created by saying that it's done and dusted is going to go a very long way in firming up further plans.
If you look at the political map of India, Karthikeya, for the first time perhaps, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but what comes to the top of my mind is this is the first time in perhaps Congress's history where the entire North India is without Congress. There's just one government in Himachal Pradesh.
Right.
From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, I mean, barring South, where they have one Telangana.
There's a junior party.
I mean, it's not their government. I'm saying, I mean, government means the Congress is in power.
Yes.
And even if you take Jharkhand also, I mean, you know, in Jharkhand, in Himachal, you are in power.
Himachal Pradesh is
but
not called North Indian, it's called a hill state.
Hill state. So it's a North India Mukta Congress which is talking about, and the demeanor which you are talking about, you know, reflected that that, I have kind of vanquished my political opponent. Wherever it matters, Congress is not in power.
And I think they went, they attacked each and every mobilizing plank of India, for example, caste. So they said that they used caste to break the society. And he used the Prime Minister, that was JP Nadda, Prime Minister used the word nakaratmak, negative politics. So, I think, how things change, in early 80s and 70s, a lot of Congress men would make fun of Jansangh. They would say, इनके दियों में तेल नहीं, शासन करना कोई खेल नहीं. And basically the pun was, well, they can win here and there, but they can't rule. So it's a long, politics has come a full circle.
Yeah, it's cyclical, absolutely. I mean, this is, it has come, but what about this man is today, the way I thought, again, he proves me wrong, and I mean, not that it's important, doesn't matter, but I thought there will be a lot of, kind of, the fist would go up and it would come down, and there will be a lot of arms, flailing of arms, nothing of that. He's got a purpose now, and I mean, it's not just 2024. I think I'll write him, also in the next 5 years. So yes, it's a new era in the sense that today what we've learnt is that it's really BJP मुक्त दक्षिण भारत, लेकिन BJP युक्त North India.
और तो फिर ऐसा तो नहीं कि it's going to be in 2024 again BJP युक्त Delhi, in the sense, I think it's pretty much.
See, Kartikeya, there's also a difference. If you look at Lok Sabha election, they're going to perform very well in Karnataka. And they have started, they're saying, with 14% vote share in the state assembly. I agree with Suresh Kochetil, who made that point, one of the panelists on our channel. That the start has begun. I think in 2028, who knows? I mean, the BJP might emerge as a key player in the state of Telangana, because as I asked, and he said, he agreed with me that the Congress, the BJP inexplicably kind of went away from a confrontation. Otherwise, they were the second party, the Congress was the third party, or was perceived to be the third party. So I think, in 2028, we might see again Karnataka or Telangana going the BJP way. And in 2024, for sure, like, as it happened in 2019, they will get a sizable number of Lok Sabha seats. They will win from state of Karnataka and also from state of Telangana.
I think this counting day has been very, very different from many other counting of various elections I have done from the studio, because this one has affected the national template. A lot of people would say that 2003 led to a bad decision, but this has somehow been able to send a signal. It has galvanized an imagination that there can be a hat-trick of a political party at center. It's not a hat-trick of 1 year and 4 months and 6 months, it's going to be a hat-trick if it happens for 15 years. So that is why this election is different. Mizoram election will also throw up a surprise, but I think the biggest takeaway is that Bharatiya Janata Party seems pretty confident of its act in 2024. I don't know what's going to happen to the Congress party in its relationship with India, the way they are going to meander various factions, and I would use the word factions because Samajwadi Party, Nitish Kumar, they would pressurize Congress party for seats, and I think that's going to be a real tough task for Congress and its big daddies to meander that. And lastly, the second generation of leaders which will need to be picked, selected or cultivated by Congress in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, right before, any Madhya Pradesh, right before the Lok Sabha election is going to be a challenge. But I'm going to leave you with the speech of the Prime Minister, in which he not only defines the roadmap, but he also defined his politics when he said, I only know 4 castes, 4 जातियाँ पता हैं मुझे, एक है गरीब की जाति, एक है महिला की जाति, एक है किसान की जाति और एक है युवा की जाति. I think this statement is going to be not a headline catcher, but it's defining the politics, because this election was a women-driven election, and if he says that his focus is on youth, farmer, women and poor, we know that he's ticked all the boxes and that's where he's doing his politics.
इस चुनाव में देश को जातियों में बांटने की बहुत कोशिशें हुई, लेकिन मैं लगातार कह रहा था कि मेरे लिए देश में 4 जातियां ही सबसे बड़ी जातियां हैं। और जब मैं इन 4 जातियों की बात करता हूं, हमारी नारी शक्ति, हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारे किसान और हमारे गरीब परिवार, इन 4 जातियों को सशक्त करने से ही देश सशक्त होने वाला है। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे ओबीसी साथी इसी वर्ग से आते हैं। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे आदिवासी साथी इसी वर्ग में आते हैं। और इन चुनावों में इन चारों जातियों ने भाजपा की योजनाओं और भाजपा के रोड मैप को लेकर बहुत उत्साह दिखाया है। आज हर गरीब कह रहा है वो खुद जीता है। आज हर वंचित के मन में भावना है कि चुनाव वह खुद जीता है। आज हर किसान यही कहता है, ये चुनाव हर किसान जीता है। और कुछ लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि आज की इस हैट्रिक ने 24 की हैट्रिक की गारंटी दे दी है। साथियों, आज के जनादेश ने ये भी साबित किया है कि भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद को लेकर देश के भीतर, देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में जीरो टॉलरेंस बन रही है। आज देश को लगता है कि इन 3 बुराइयों को खत्म करने में अगर कोई प्रभावी है तो वो भाजपा ही है। भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने देश में भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो अभियान छेड़ रखा है, उसको भारी जन समर्थन मिल रहा है। ये उन दलों, उन नेताओं को वोटर की साफ साफ चेतावनी है जो भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ खड़े होने में जरा भी शर्म अनुभव नहीं करते। उन लोगों को देश की जनता ने आज साफ साफ संदेश दे दिया है। और ऐसे लोग जो भांति भांति के तर्कों से भ्रष्टाचारियों को कवच देते हैं, कवर अप करने की कोशिश करते हैं, ऐसे लोग जो भ्रष्टाचार पर कड़ा प्रहार करने वाली जांच एजेंसियों को बदनाम करने में दिन रात जुटे हुए हैं, वे समझ लें ये चुनाव नतीजे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई का भी जन समर्थन है। ये चुनाव नतीजे कांग्रेस और उसके घमंडिया गठबंधन के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा सबक है। सबक ये है कि सिर्फ कुछ परिवारवादियों के मंच पर एक साथ आ जाने से फोटो कितनी अच्छी निकल जाए, देश का भरोसा नहीं जीता जाता। देश की जनता का दिल जीतने के लिए राष्ट्र सेवा का जज्बा होना चाहिए और घमंडिया गठबंधन में रत्ती भर भी वो नजर नहीं आता है।
यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि जब 4 विधानसभाओं के नतीजे आए हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है, बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है। ऐसे खुशगवार समय में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सब लोगों की ओर से और लाखों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो डिजिटल के माध्यम से और टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, उन सब की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इस कार्यक्रम में आने पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं तो दिल से उनको हम धन्यवाद भी देते हैं, और हम धन्यवाद इसलिए देते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब भी कोई चुनाव लड़ती है, चाहे वो प्रदेश का चुनाव हो, चाहे वो देश का चुनाव हो, चाहे काल कोई भी अनुकूल हो या प्रतिकूल हो, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा सबसे आगे बढ़ करके नेतृत्व को संभाला है और हमेशा उस चैलेंज को पूरा किया है। मित्रों, ये जो संदेश इस चुनाव के नतीजों ने दिया है वो स्पष्ट बताता है कि देश ने समझ लिया है कि अगर कोई गांव को मजबूती दे सकता है तो वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी दे सकते हैं। चुनाव के नतीजों ने स्पष्ट संदेश दे दिया है कि अगर कोई गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, आदिवासी भाई, अनुसूचित जाति का भाई, इनको कोई सम्मान के साथ मुख्य धारा में ला सकता है तो वो और कोई नहीं, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं। और इसीलिए चाहे महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हो, चाहे किसान को सम्मान देने की बात हो, चाहे युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं और आशाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का, उनके सपनों को साकार करने का काम हो, वो सबको अगर विश्वास है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के ऊपर है, जिनके माध्यम से वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
पर फिर से प्रचंड जीत मिली है सर, 5वीं बार। क्या प्रतिक्रिया सर? पहले आप।
मैं जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत की जनता के हृदय के हार हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में भी बसे हैं। उनकी गारंटी पर भरोसा डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम।
एक और महत्वपूर्ण चीज सर, लाडली लक्ष्मी लाडली बहना योजना,
महिला सशक्तिकरण की एक कड़ी थी लाडली बहना योजना। लाडली बहनों ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
आपने 160 से ज्यादा सभाएं की सर, एक दिन में 10-10, 12-12 सभाएं करते थे आप।
वो तो मेरा कर्तव्य था।
मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी ने रिकॉर्ड तोड़ जीत दर्ज की है। केंद्रीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी हमारे साथ हैं। सर, एक बड़ा रोल आपका रहा, 80 से ज्यादा सभाएं आपने पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में की। आपको अनुमान था कि इतनी सीटें मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी की आएगी?
सर्वप्रथम मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नतमस्तक होकर प्रणाम करता हूं। मैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि 5वीं बार उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपना पूर्ण आशीर्वाद प्रदान किया। अगर इस जीत के पीछे श्रेय की हम बात करें तो पहला नेतृत्व हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का। प्रधानमंत्री जी जो कहते हैं कि मोदी के दिल में एमपी और एमपी के दिल में मोदी, और जो समय उन्होंने दिया, जो नीतियां उन्होंने दी, जो योजनाएं उन्होंने दी, उसी का फल है कि आज मध्य प्रदेश में दोबारा सरकार बनी है। हमारे गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, जिन्होंने मार्गदर्शन हमें दिया, जिसके आधार पर ये नतीजा संभव हो पाया। और राज्य के स्तर पर पहले तो मैं अपने पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ। जो जी जान की मेहनत उन्होंने की। हमारे प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री, जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के आधार पर ये संभव हो पाया, और हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष BD शर्मा जी, जिन्होंने नेतृत्व के आधार पर हम सबको मार्गदर्शन दिया। और ये एक संयुक्त एफर्ट रहा सभी का, और मैं मानता हूं कि एक नया इतिहास और नया युग मध्य प्रदेश में विकास और प्रगति का 18 साल के बाद ये निरंतर सफर चलता रहेगा, विकास और प्रगति का, मध्य प्रदेश को विकास के चौखट पर पहुंचाने के लिए।
कांग्रेस ने जो प्रचार प्रसार किया खास तौर पर आपके खिलाफ, वो व्यक्तिगत हमले ज्यादा किए, वो चाहे सेंट्रल हो या फिर मध्य प्रदेश में क्यों ना हो।
मैंने पिछले 3 साल से मैं आरोप, गाली, श्राप, हर तरीके की नीचे दिखाने की सोच मैं अपने मेरे परिवार पे भी मैं अपनी छाती पे लिया है। 2020 में जनता ने कांग्रेस को जवाब दे दिया। 3 साल मैंने कुछ नहीं कहा। 2023 में कांग्रेस के उन सभी नेताओं को आज ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है। और जो लोग मेरे कद की बात कर रहे थे और जो लोग मेरे परिवार का इतिहास और परंपरा की बात कर रहे थे, उनको अपना कद ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने दिखा दिया और उनको अपना कद मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने उनको दिखा दिया है।
छत्तीसगढ़ के कद्दावर नेता पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर रमन सिंह हमारे साथ में हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ में बीजेपी बहुमत का भी आंकड़ा पार कर रही है। जो रुझान सामने आ रहे हैं, जो कि आने वाले समय में उम्मीद की जा रही है कि नतीजों में भी परिवर्तित होंगे। आपने भी उम्मीद की थी कुछ इसी तरह की, क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ को लेकर 6 महीने पहले तक ये कहा जा रहा था कि बघेल सरकार रिपीट हो सकती, बीजेपी के लिए बहुत टफ फाइट होगा, लेकिन अब स्थिति पूरी बदली हुई है, ठीक उसी तरह जैसे 2018 में बदली थी।
स्पष्ट था, और मैं तो पिछले लंबे समय से बोल रहा हूं कि ये सरकार जाने वाली है अपने भ्रष्टाचार पे। आतंक और भय जिस प्रकार छत्तीसगढ़ में छाया हुआ था, भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे और जो परिस्थितियां छत्तीसगढ़ में निर्मित भूपेश बघेल ने की, छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया। चाहे PSC का घोटाला हो, शराब घोटाला हो, या फिर महादेव ऐप के मामले में घोटाले हो, या छत्तीसगढ़ को जो जन घोषणा पत्र में वादे किए थे वो अधूरे रह गए, उन अधूरे घोषणा पत्र को लेकर जनता के मन में आक्रोश था।
ऐसी कौन सी प्रमुख बातें रही जो बीजेपी के हक में गई? क्या जिस तरह से प्रेडिक्शन ये भी है कि सेकेंड फेज पर बीजेपी ने पूरी तरह से लीड किया, ये प्रेडिक्शन सही है या फिर दोनों फेज में बीजेपी ने लीड किया? जो रुझान आ रहे हैं उससे आपको जानकारी तो मिल रही होगी।
रुझान बीजेपी के पक्ष में और वोटों का परसेंटेज 4% बढ़ता हुआ दिख रहा है, और जो एग्जिट पोल भी दिखा रहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में रुझान है और कांग्रेस नीचे जा रही है। और यहाँ तक हमने 3 रोज पहले ही कहा था कि 55 सीट बीजेपी की आएगी और 35 में कांग्रेस ही उठेगी।
मोदी की गारंटी काम आई या फिर राहुल की गारंटी पर विश्वास नहीं किया?
राहुल जहाँ जहाँ जाते हैं यही हाल होता है कांग्रेस का। मोदी जी की गारंटी पे छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने 100% भरोसा किया।
CM पद के चेहरे के तौर पर आपका भी नाम है, आप अच्छे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में आपको अनुभव है। इसके अलावा आपके प्रदेश के कुछ और नेताओं के नाम चल रहे हैं, आप अपने आप को दावेदार मानते हैं?
नहीं, कोई दावेदार हमारे यहाँ नहीं है। हम तो विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, विधायक दल की बैठक में वहाँ दल का नेता चुना जाएगा। तो ये एक प्रक्रिया सामान्यता होती है और राष्ट्रीय पर्यवेक्षक की उपस्थिति में होगा। जिनको भी नेता बनाते हैं वो मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएगा।
कौन सी ऐसी चीज थी जो बीजेपी के हक में, अगर हम 3 प्रमुख बातें करें तो?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जो माननीय मोदी जी की गारंटी और डबल इंजन की सरकार और जो घोषणा पत्र हमने जारी किया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर रमन सिंह स्पष्ट तौर पे बता रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से पिछले 5 सालों में भूपेश बघेल की सरकार ने काम किया और पूर्व में किए गए वादों को पूरा नहीं किया, उसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में नाराजगी थी और जिस तरह से एक उम्मीद जताई जा रही थी, बीजेपी के पक्ष में माहौल जाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा था। जमीन पर भी कुछ उसी तरह की परिस्थिति इस वक्त बनी हुई है। फिलहाल अपने आप को सीएम पद के दावेदार पर रमन सिंह साहब अभी खुलकर नहीं बोल रहे हैं। हमारे साथ में अरुण साहब है, छत्तीसगढ़ बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष। अब अगली रणनीति क्या होगी? सरकार तो बहुमत के साथ बनने जा रही है।
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और मोदी को की गारंटी को पूरा करने का
बहुत सारे घोटालों की बात बीजेपी कर रही है, क्या उस पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी? जेल जाएंगे?
निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता की गाढ़ी कमाई का पैसा लूटने वाला कितना भी बड़ा आदमी है उसे छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, कानूनी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
किस किस पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी? सीएम को हमेशा एक फेस मानकर बीजेपी आरोप करती रही है।
जो भी होगा, कितना बड़ा आदमी हो, जनता के लूटने वालों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर देखिए अरुण साफ तौर पर बता रहे थे कि जनता की गाढ़ी कमाई जिन लोगों ने लूटी है उन पर बीजेपी की सरकार बनने के बाद में कार्रवाई की जाएगी। फिलहाल तस्वीरें आपको बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर की दिखाते हैं। आप देखिए बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर बीजेपी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होना शुरू हो गए हैं और यहाँ पर आप देखिए नारे भी लगाए जा रहे हैं और कार्यकर्ता जो है बड़ी संख्या में इकट्ठा होने के बाद में उनके अंदर का जो जोश है वो यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है।
केंद्रीय मंत्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी हमारे साथ हैं, उनसे बातचीत करते हैं। सर, एक बड़ी जीत है और 162 से ज्यादा सीटें बीजेपी जीतती हुई नजर आ रही है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने अपार जन समर्थन दिया है, उसके लिए मैं जनता जनार्दन का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लाखों लाख कार्यकर्ताओं ने घनघोर परिश्रम किया है, उनको मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूँ। मध्य प्रदेश की ये महाविजय हमारे मोदी जी के लोकप्रियता की विजय है, उनके प्रति लोगों का जो विश्वास है उसकी विजय है। मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार शिवराज जी के नेतृत्व में जो जन कल्याणकारी नीतियां और उनका क्रियान्वयन हुआ उसको भी मिला हुआ ये समर्थन है। निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो समर्थन आम जनता ने इस चुनाव में दिया है वो अप्रत्याशित है, मन को प्रसन्न करने वाला है। जब ज़्यादा समर्थन मिलता है तो जवाबदारी भी ज़्यादा बढ़ती है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि नई सरकार जब बनेगी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ता मिलकर मध्य प्रदेश की जनता की सेवा उसकी अपेक्षा करेंगे।
एक राज्य नहीं 3 राज्य में क्लीन
खिलाफ जो पीएम मोदी ने काउंटर किया।
चलिए, तो आप केंद्रीय मंत्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर को सुन रहे थे और स्पष्ट तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को तो वो श्रेय दे ही रहे हैं, साथ ही साथ मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान को भी श्रेय दे रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने जिस तरह से योजनाएं चलाई, जिस तरह से उन योजनाओं का क्रियान्वयन ग्राउंड पर हुआ, उसका ही लाभ बीजेपी को मिला है, जो आज इतनी प्रचंड जीत बीजेपी को हासिल हुई है।
हाँ, 55. You can't go to 70. Where are you going to get those votes from? I'm just thinking that they all have to be standing out there. 55.
34 last time.
Last time, you know the circumstances. Yeah. So circumstances all around Rajasthan था. Otherwise we'd have won Rajasthan. सरकार गई ना on that. हाँ. That has changed.
Hit wicket.
So expectation is.
During my Jhalawar visit, I was just trying to find out a single poster of Congress candidate.
मैं आपने ये मेरे को कहा नहीं. I also didn't look. I must say. I'm trying to remember. नहीं. Okay, we'll start. Let's get over this, and then we can sit and chat for a little while. So सबसे पहले राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है. उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है. ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है. और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है. और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है. उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है. और सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है. और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत, ये जीत है. सो दैट्स ऑल आई वांटेड टू से.
जो भी मैंडेट आया है जनता का, मैंने पहले ही कहा जनता माई बाप है. लोकतंत्र में जो भी फैसला आएगा उसको हम विद ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे. और नई सरकार जो बनेगी उसको हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं. अच्छे काम करके दिखाएं, ये हमारी भावना रहेगी उनके साथ में, पूरा सहयोग रहेगा उनकी. ये लगता है कि जो स्कीमें शानदार थी हमारी, कानून हमने ऐतिहासिक बनाए, पूरे देश में चर्चा उसकी है. स्कीमें ऐसी बनाई जो पूरे देश में चर्चा हो रही है. पहली बार राजस्थान की चर्चा हिंदुस्तान के हर राज्य में होती है. और गारंटी हमने दी वो शानदार थी. उसके बावजूद भी जो नतीजे आए हैं वो चौंकाने वाले. परंतु क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ में भी जो उम्मीद थी उसके विपरीत नतीजे आए हैं, मध्य प्रदेश में उल्टे नतीजे आए हैं. इसलिए जब 3 राज्यों में ऐसे परिणाम आए हैं तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये एक सोच का विषय, एग्जामिन करने का विषय है कि क्या कारण रहे होंगे. थोड़ा इसमें अभी तो आज तो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, अभी तक तो थोड़ा रुकिएगा, धैर्य रखिएगा, इसके परिणाम पता करेंगे क्या कारण रहे होंगे. अभी मेरी बात सुनो, जो ये जो प्रॉब्लम यहाँ थी, हम भी जानते हैं कि ये नए चेहरे लाने की बात थी कि नए उम्मीदवार आने चाहिए. पर ये मांग मध्य प्रदेश में तो थी नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ में नहीं थी, तभी वहाँ भी चुनाव हारे हम लोग. तो ये कहना कि भाई नए चेहरे तो जीत जाते, वो गलत बात है. नंबर 2, नए चेहरों को हम सब लाइक करते हैं, पर जो सर्वे आए थे, जो भी आए थे, उसमें अगर किसी के खिलाफ में एंटी इनकम थी तो नो ऑप्शन. इस प्रकार के हालात बन गए थे. इसलिए वो भी जो फैसले हम करना चाहते थे वो नहीं हो पाए. भाई मैंने कहा ना आपको, ये प्रॉब्लम मध्य प्रदेश में थोड़ी थी, ना एमपी में थी ना छत्तीसगढ़ में थी. चुनाव भी हमारे हैं.
सर मेरा एक सवाल, अब अशोक गहलोत अपना रोल क्या देखते हैं? अशोक गहलोत अपना रोल क्या देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं तो जनसेवक हूँ. मैंने कहा अंतिम सांस तक मैं प्रदेश वासियों की सेवा करूँ.
सर मेरा एक सवाल है,
चाहे भले मैं उसमें कोई पद पे रहूँ या नहीं रहूँ, मुझे तो सेवा का बचपन से शौक है और मैं उसी के अंतर्गत काम करता रहूँगा. आप लोगों के बीच में रहूँगा,
राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ दोनों
प्रदेशवासियों के बीच में रहूँगा, उनकी सेवा करूँगा.
सर ये फैसला क्या लोकसभा चुनाव को लेकर के जो कांग्रेस की तैयारी है, इंडिया अलायंस की तमाम कवायद चल रही थी, उसके लिए भी एक झटका मानते हैं?
देखिए, इन बातों का फर्क तो पड़ता ही है, पर मैं समझता हूँ जैसे खड़गे साहब ने कहा है, क्योंकि चुनाव में खड़गे साहब ने, राहुल गांधी जी ने, प्रियंका जी ने कोई कमी नहीं रखी. सबने, हमारे नेतृत्व ने जम के कैंपेन किया यहाँ पर. और हमारी स्कीम इतनी शानदार थी, हमें उम्मीद थी कि स्कीमों के आधार पर आगे जो वादे करें उनके आधार पर और कानून ऐसे ऐसे पास किए, उसके आधार पर सरकार हमारी बनेगी। नहीं बन पाई। खड़गे साहब ने आज भी कहा है कि जो हुआ तो हुआ है, सबके सामने है। हम इसको भी देखेंगे क्या कारण रहे होंगे। आगे पार्लियामेंट तैयारी करने की हमें शुरुआत करनी चाहिए। मेरा मानना कार्यकर्ताओं को मैं कहना चाहूँगा, चुनाव में हार और जीत होती रहती है, कई कारण बन जाते हैं। उसमें जो मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी और जितने नेता आए थे बाहर से, 5-7 मुख्यमंत्री आ गए, पूरा धावा बोला मेरे पर और सरकार पर। उनका टारगेट था क्योंकि सरकार गिरा नहीं पाए थे वो। मुझे उम्मीद थी कि जनता बदला लेगी उनसे कि आप लोग लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रहे थे, सरकार गिराने का काम कर रहे थे, हॉस्टिंग कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने मध्य प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र में करी। तो मैंने कहा जनता बदला लेगी। हो सकता है कि जनता वो बात समझ नहीं पाई होगी
सर, जो सचिन पायलट के
और इसलिए मैंने जो उम्मीद की थी कि जनता बदला लेगी इन लोगों से जो लोग हत्यारे हैं। उल्टा हो गया। जो भाषा बोल के वो गए हैं वो भड़काने वाली भाषा थी, तनाव पैदा करने वाली भाषा थी, दंगे करवाने वाली भाषा थी। बार बार कन्हैयालाल का नाम लेना, बार बार जो 370 और 3 तलाक की बात करना, मतलब उनके कोई मुद्दा था ही नहीं। जो वो राजस्थान में हम क्या काम किए हमें उसकी आलोचना करते, वो उसकी कमियां बताते, खामियां बताते, हमें खुशी होती, बहस उस पर होती। होना वही चाहिए था। चुनाव विधानसभा के हैं, सभी लोग आए भड़का के गए। अब हो सकता है हिंदू और मुस्लिम और जो धर्म की बात ये लोग करते हैं वो भी एक कारण हो सकता है, क्योंकि जो ध्रुवीकरण हुआ है, लगता है कि मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ जैसे राज्य में जहाँ की एक तरफा जीत थी, मध्य प्रदेश में जनता इलेक्शन लड़ रही थी बीजेपी के खिलाफ में, ये माहौल था आज से 4 महीने पहले, 3 महीने पहले। और राजस्थान के अंदर शानदार माहौल था। कल रात तक उम्मीद थी सरकार हमारी बनेगी। तब भी मैंने कहा परसों नहीं बनेगी तो हम विद ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे मैंडेट को।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को, जो हमारे लीडर हैं, हमारे इंस्पिरेशन हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को, झोटवाड़ा की जनता को, राजस्थान की जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि अवसर दिया मुझे विधायक बनकर अपने झोटवाड़ा की, राजस्थान की सेवा करने का। और इस जीत का श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के अनटायरिंग, बिना थके जो काम करते हैं और जिस विश्वास के साथ उनकी योजनाएं घर घर पहुंचती हैं, उसी का आशीर्वाद है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ऐसा प्रचंड जीत मिल रही है।
राठौड़ साहब, सांसद के रूप में आपका 2 बार का कार्यकाल रहा और अब विधायक के रूप में एक नया कार्यकाल शुरू हो रहा है, किस तरह देखते हैं आप इसको? तो सांसद का बड़ा क्षेत्र होता है, अब ये झोटवाड़ा भी हालांकि उसी का एक हिस्सा है, लेकिन भूमिका अलग रहेगी।
जी, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दायरा भले ही क्षेत्रफल छोटा हो, लेकिन जिस गहराई तक काम करना पड़ता है, जिस गहराई तक लोगों को जानना और उनकी समस्याओं का समाधान करना पड़ता है, उसमें एक संतुष्टि भी है और वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा काम है और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की, मोदी सरकार की जो योजना का पैसा जो अलग अलग राज्यों में जाता है, उसको धरातल तक ईमानदारी से पहुंचाना, समय से पहुंचाना, ये जिम्मेदारी रहेगी। और इसीलिए इसे मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि अभी तक हम नीति बनाते थे और फंड्स भेजते थे वहाँ पे लोकसभा के अंदर, लेकिन अब विधायक बनकर उसको एग्जीक्यूट करने का एक अवसर मिलेगा।
राठौड़ साहब, बड़ी बात यह कि आप जीते भी है और राजस्थान में पूर्ण बहुमत की आपकी सरकार बनती दिख भी रही है। ऐसी स्थिति में अब जिम्मेदारी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है आप लोगों की। क्या मान के चले, अब राठौड़ साहब जो अब तक सांसद की भूमिका में थे, पूर्व में केंद्रीय मंत्री की भूमिका में है, लेकिन अब राजस्थान में जब पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनेगी तो राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौड़ जनता को किस भूमिका में नजर आएंगे विधायक के साथ?
देखिए, हर जिम्मेदारी अपने आप में एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, क्योंकि उस दायित्व को 100% पूरा करना अपने आप में एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, महत्वपूर्ण होता है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते, एक सैनिक होने के नाते, एक खिलाड़ी होने के नाते, जो मोर्चा मुझे दिया जाता है उस पर मैं 100% काम करता हूँ। आगे भी जैसे हमारी टीम के कप्तान प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी जैसी जैसी जिम्मेदारी देंगे, हमारी पार्टी जैसी जैसी जिम्मेदारी देगी, उसमें हर एक जिम्मेदारी, जैसे मैंने कहा, महत्वपूर्ण होती है। हम सब मिलकर जब काम करते हैं तभी काम पूरा हो पाता है। तो मेरा जो रोल रहेगा उसमें 100% मैं काम करूंगा, जो भी जिम्मेदारी मुझे मिलेगी।
राठौड़ साहब, अब चर्चा ये भी है, क्योंकि कल तक ये उत्सुकता थी परिणाम क्या आएंगे। परिणाम सबके सामने लगभग स्थिति साफ हो चुकी है, चेहरा साफ हो चुका है। अब उत्सुकता है कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा बीजेपी में। उत्सुकता
ये उत्सुकता तो कई महीनों से चल रही थी। आपके बार बार मीडिया के प्रश्न यही होते थे और इस स्ट्रैटेजी के ऊपर प्रश्न चिन्ह भी उठाए जाते थे, लेकिन आपने देखा कि पार्टी की अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी होती है, हर राज्य में अपना एक तरीका होता है और राजस्थान के अंदर कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप के साथ हमने ये चुनाव लड़ा और अब समय के हिसाब से पार्टी का पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड निर्णय करेगा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में तय होगा और फिर जैसे भी जिसको जिम्मेदारी मिलेगी हम सब मिलकर राजस्थान के अंदर एक ऐसा समय लाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि पिछले 5 साल की भरपाई हो और राजस्थान सभी राज्यों अग्रणी राज्य हैं उनकी श्रेणी में आके खड़ा हो।
एक लास्ट सवाल आपकी विधानसभा के लिए, झोटवाड़ा में आपकी पहली प्राथमिकता अब क्या रहने वाली है?
झोटवाड़ा अपने आप में एक बड़ी यूनिक विधानसभा है जिसमें ग्रामीण क्षेत्र भी है और शहरी क्षेत्र भी है। शहरी क्षेत्र ऐसा है जहां पर शहर जैसी सुविधाएं संपूर्ण नहीं हैं। सो मेरा ये दायित्व रहेगा कि अर्बन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटीज़ के साथ, नगर निगम हो या जेडीए हो, उन सब के साथ मिलकर यहाँ पर झोटवाड़ा के अंदर सड़कों का निर्माण, पीने का पानी घर तक पहुँचाना, जो हाई टेंशन लाइन्स हैं उसकी समस्याओं का समाधान करना, उसके नीचे सड़कें बनवाना, इन सब का सीवेज लाइन्स तैयार करना, स्वास्थ्य के लिए एक सैटेलाइट हॉस्पिटल यहाँ पे खुलवाना, ये सारी मेरी प्राथमिकताएं रहेंगी।
हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। आज विरोधी दल के नाते और आगे भी जो हमारा कर्तव्य है, हम उस कर्तव्य पर डटे रहेंगे। सबसे बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने नौजवानों की भविष्य की है, बेरोजगारी की है और कृषि क्षेत्र की है। कृषि क्षेत्र 70% हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का हिस्सा है और कृषि क्षेत्र में मजबूती आए, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे और जनता को जो विश्वास उन्होंने जताया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर, वो विश्वास बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से वो निभाएंगे। आज हमारी दूसरी उम्मीद थी। मैंने हमेशा कहा था कि मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं, वो आज भी करता हूं। मैंने पिछले 1 महीने से कह रहा हूं मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं। मेरे से जब आप पूछते थे कि कितनी सीटें आएंगी, मैं कहता था मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूं। आज भी मैं विश्वास करता हूं और मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि ये विश्वास जो मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर रखा है, उनके साथ विश्वासघात नहीं होगा। हम इस पर विचार करेंगे कि क्या हमने कमियां थी, क्यों हम मतदाता को अपनी बात नहीं समझा पाए। हर उम्मीदवार से चर्चा करके, वो हारा हुआ हो या जीता हुआ हो, हम उनसे चर्चा करेंगे अगले कुछ दिनों में और उस चर्चा के बाद हम इसका निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे।
I'd like to thank the lakhs of workers of the BRS party who have toiled very hard over the last 3 months for ensuring that we come back at the hustlings in a successful manner. Unfortunately, the result is definitely not what we wanted. Now, we are short by about 20 seats. But nevertheless, we have put up a valiant fight and I am deeply grateful to the people of Telangana for blessing us with 2 consecutive terms. 2 बार उन्होंने हमें मौका दिया। 10 साल नया तेलंगाना राज्य जिसको बनाने में हमने बहुत एक्टिव रोल प्ले किया, अहम भूमिका प्ले किया, इसमें हमें मौका दिया गया 2 बार। कोशिश हमने तो ये की कि तेलंगाना को पूरे भारत में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में नंबर 1 बनाने की और हम काफी हद तक कामयाब भी हो चुके। बट इस बार हमें जो रिजल्ट चाहिए था वो नहीं मिला, पर कोई बात नहीं, हम हमारा काम जारी रखेंगे। हमारे जो लीडर हैं केसीआर सर, उनके लीडरशिप में वी विल कंटिन्यू टू स्ट्राइव फॉर द ग्रेटर गुड, फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ तेलंगाना एंड वी विल अश्योर all cooperation to the new government. We compliment and congratulate Congress Party on winning the mandate of the people. We wish them the very best in fulfilling all the promises that they have made to the people. Of course, we will play the role of a constructive opposition, which is what has been conferred upon to us by the people of Telangana. And we will play a very constructive role. I promise you that, because this is a state for which we fought hard. This is a state for which our Honorable Chief Minister and our party president has in fact risked his life. So we will do everything in our capacity to help the newly incumbent government to ensure that a proper transition happens. And as part of the democratic process, our Chief Minister has already sent his resignation to the Honorable Governor, and I think the due process will follow hereafter. And I thank the entire media members as well for your cooperation, for your support during elections and even before that. Thank you. चिंतन करेंगे, बैठक करेंगे, जैसा आपने कहा, बाद में बताएंगे. अभी क्या बताएंगे आप? अभी तो हाँ, क्या बता रहे हैं? सबसे बड़ा रीजन क्या रहा हार का? दो चार दिन तो रुक जाइए, क्या जल्दी है? Part of the election, when you go to an election, there are only two outcomes: either you win, you lose. Today we lost, but not every day is the same. See, we will bounce back. We'll come back strong. We'll come back even stronger. So wait for that day. నేను ఏమంటున్నా అంటే, not every day is today is Sunday. I know. Not every day is Sunday. Remember that.
देखिए, ये तीनों प्रदेश के चुनाव की गंभीरता को समझें आप. भाजपा 18 साल के सरकार के बावजूद मध्य प्रदेश में 2/3 से अधिक बहुमत जीत रही है. राजस्थान में सिर्फ ये रिवाज नहीं पलट रहा है, निर्णायक जीत हो रही, बड़ी जीत. कांग्रेस पार्टी 60% पर निपट गई. छत्तीसगढ़ में तो आप लोगों ने कभी मानते ही नहीं थे. मैं तो वहाँ काम करता हूँ, पहले प्रभारी रहा हूँ. वहाँ के लोग सरल होते हैं, सहज होते हैं, और जिस तरह राज भूपेश बघेल ने किया था तो हार नहीं था. तो ये समझिए कि अब देश इस तरह की पॉलिटिक्स से ऊपर विश्वास, विकास और मोदी जी के साथ चलना है. जो मोदी गारंटी है ना, लोग ये मानते हैं, जमीन पर दिखाई पड़ता है. अगर टीके लगे, मैंने पूछा टीके लगे, खबर मोबाइल पे आई. अगर बहनों के अकाउंट में पैसा गया तो गया, किसानों के अकाउंट में पैसा गया तो गया. सड़कें बनी हैं तो बनी हैं. पत्रकार भी देखते थे, भाई कमाल है, एमपी की सड़कें, छत्तीसगढ़ की सड़कें, नेशनल हाईवे. तो ये जो बदलाव है देश में, बड़ा बदलाव है. इसलिए और जात पात की पॉलिटिक्स को भी एक बहुत बड़ा विराम लगा है. मोदी जी ने कहा, मेरे लिए किसान, युवा, बहनें, बेटियां और नौजवान और ये हमारे गरीब, ये जातियां हैं. तो जनता ने उन पर विश्वास किया. बाकी सब खाली बात करते हैं पिछड़ों की और बैठाते हैं अपने परिवार को सत्ता में, चाहे बिहार हो या उत्तर प्रदेश. नरेंद्र मोदी गरीब का बेटा ईमानदारी से काम करता है. ये बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है.
जी सर, अभी आपने बोला कि जात पात की पॉलिटिक्स को भी इन्होंने विराम दे दिया, तो जिस तरह से अपोजिशन की तरफ से सेंसस को लेकर आवाज उठ रही थी, क्या वो अब थम जाएगी?
ये आप उनसे पूछिए. देखिए, हम लोग गरीबों के उत्थान के पक्षधर हैं, पिछड़ों के उत्थान के भी पक्षधर हैं. सबसे बड़ी संख्या में पिछड़ों को मुख्यमंत्री भाजपा ने बनाया. एक हमारे द्रौपदी जी, बहुत ही सम्मानित आदिवासी नेत्री, राष्ट्रपति बनाया. एक दलित नेता को बनाया पहले, हमारे उनको रामनाथ कोविंद को. मोदी जी खुद हैं. लेकिन वो समझते हैं कि ये लोग अपने परिवार की पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, समाज की पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं. सबको साथ लेके, सबका साथ सबका विकास तो कहते हैं.
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल. तेलंगाना में हालांकि कांग्रेस जीत रही है, लेकिन अभी भी वो है ईवीएम का रोना पीट रहे हैं. राहुल गांधी के कुछ कांग्रेस ऑफिस में कुछ पोस्टर्स लगाए गए जिसमें बोला गया राहुल जनता के प्यारे हैं लेकिन ईवीएम से हारे हैं.
मेरा कहना बहुत सिंपल है. वहाँ बीजेपी को लगभग 10 सीट मिल रही है ना, पहले 1 थी. लोकसभा में वहां भी जीतेंगे, निश्चिंत रहिए आप.
ये जीत खास है. देश को मोदी जी पर विश्वास है. पूरे राज्यों ने ये दिखा दिया है कि गारंटी केवल एक चलती है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की, जो दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता हैं. और इन चुनावों में भी ये स्पष्ट तौर पर उभरा है कि लोग डबल इंजन की सरकार चाहते हैं, मोदी जी के विकास और गरीब कल्याण में विश्वास रखते हैं. और कुल मिलाकर देखा जाए, कांग्रेस की गारंटियां फेल हो गई. जहां भ्रष्टाचार करो और भूपे करो, ये इस तरह चिपका है कि महादेव ऐप के बाद तो और चिपका है. वहीं पर राजस्थान की महिलाओं ने मन बना लिया था कि बहुत हुआ अत्याचार और भ्रष्टाचार, अब माफ करो कांग्रेस की सरकार. कुल मिलाकर भाजपा की डबल इंजन की सरकार पर वापस मोहर लगी है। मध्य प्रदेश ने करके दिखाया है और जहां जहां कांग्रेस की राज्य सरकारें थी वहां जनता ने पूरी तरह नकारा है। अब जो लोग विदेश यात्रा पर छुट्टी मनाने जाना चाहते थे वो लंबी छुट्टी पर जा सकते हैं। देखिए, जितना कीचड़ विपक्ष ने उछाला उतना ही मोदी जी निखर कर आए, उतना ही कमल खिला है। जिस चुनाव में मोदी जी को नीचा दिखाने का प्रयास किया गया, मोदी जी पर व्यक्तिगत हमले हुए और लोगों ने स्थान कांग्रेस को दिखा दिया कि अगर जातिवाद की राजनीति करोगे तो एक ही उत्तर है जो मोदी जी ने कहा, उनके लिए युवा, महिला, किसान और गरीब यही जातियां हैं। और ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि देश विकास चाहता है, सुशासन चाहता है और फिर एक बार मोदी जी की डबल इंजन की सरकार चाहता है। तेलंगाना में हमारी एक सीट थी, वहां से बढ़कर कई गुना ज़्यादा हुई है। वातावरण जो राज्य में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खड़ा किया वो केसीआर के खिलाफ था, उनके भ्रष्टाचार परिवारवाद के खिलाफ था। उसके नतीजे सामने देखने को मिले। भाजपा का वोट शेयर भी लगभग दुगने से ज़्यादा हुआ है, सीटें हमारी कई गुना ज़्यादा बढ़ रही हैं। ये अपने आप में एक अच्छे संकेत हैं, लेकिन निश्चित तौर पर जितना हम चाहते थे शायद तेलंगाना में उतना अच्छा नहीं आया। लेकिन पूरे राज्यों की अगर आप रिपोर्ट देखोगे तो सब तरफ भाजपा दिखती है और श्रेय श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, जिन्होंने अपना कीमती समय और जिन पर जनता को विश्वास है, इसीलिए जीत खास है।
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी हमारे जो नेतागण हैं, हमारे जेपी नड्डा जी, हमारे अमित शाह जी और हमारे सभी केंद्रीय मंत्रीगण, हमारे जितने भी प्रदेश के हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी, हमारे सभी प्रदेश के नेतागण और फिर हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता हैं जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत की, क्योंकि मैं नई थी क्षेत्र में, लेकिन मुझे कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं करना पड़ा। मुझे एक एक घर तक ले जाने का जो काम किया है हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने, तो मैं पूरा मेरी जीत का श्रेय उनको भी देना चाहूँगी। और पूरी तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत अच्छी तरह से चुनाव लड़ी है और परिणाम भी बहुत अच्छा आया है। और जैसा कि हमने देखा कि गहलोत सरकार पे पूरी तरह से जनता का विश्वास पूरी तरह से उठ गया है और जिस तरह से केंद्र सरकार की योजना जनता तक पहुंची है, डिलीवरी हुई है, दूसरी ओर डिलीवरी नहीं हुई है, बहुत सारी बड़ी बातें हुई हैं। तो बिल्कुल इन सबका मुझे लगता है कलेक्टिव ये जो कमाल था, मैजिक था और मोदी जी का जो मैजिक था, मुझे लग रहा है सबसे ज़्यादा तो वही काम आया है। और जिस तरह से मध्य प्रदेश में और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी और राजस्थान में हम लोग बहुत बड़ी बहुमत से सरकार बना रहे हैं, ये उसी का मुझे लगता है कि रिजल्ट है कि जिस तरह से हम लोग सब पूरी जनता पूरी देश की मोदी जी पर विश्वास करती है और मेहनत की। मुझे लगता है सबसे ज़्यादा मेहनत जो हमारा कार्यकर्ता नीचे से लेके ऊपर तक एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में हम सब ने एक साथ कलेक्टिवली काम किया है, उसका ही नतीजा है।
84 की जनता को खूब खूब धन्यवाद, आभार व्यक्त करना चाह रहा हूँ। ये मेरे अकेले की जीत नहीं है, 84 के समस्त कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत है, 84 के आम जनता की जीत है। और मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि पिछली बार भी 84 के जनता ने एक इतिहास रचा था 2018 में कि 200 विधायक में से सबसे कम उम्र का विधायक 84 की जनता ने मुझे जिता के भेजा था। और इस बार भी 84 की जनता ने राजस्थान के अंदर इतिहास रचा है। लगभग 65,000 के आसपास की लीड से हम लोग जीत रहे हैं और इसके लिए मैं 84 की जनता को खूब खूब धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। ये लोकतंत्र की जीत है, जनता की आम भावना की जीत है।
नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी है विकास की। मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता ने जो भरोसा दिखाया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते हम जनता के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखते हैं। बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने डंके की चोट पर कहा कि मोदी मैजिक रंग लाएगा। आज के परिणाम उसी का प्रतीक है। मैं इतना ही कहूंगी, जिस प्रकार की अभद्र टिप्पणियां गांधी खानदान ने विशेष नरेंद्र मोदी के ऊपर की, जिस प्रकार का कटाक्ष विपक्ष के नेताओं ने नरेंद्र मोदी पर किया, वो कटाक्ष विपक्ष को, गांधी खानदान को महंगा पड़ा है। जनता जानती है कि विकास के मुद्दों पर सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी का नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ही खरी उतरी है और जनता ने उसी पर भरोसा कर पुनः मोदी मैजिक के माध्यम से आज ये परिणाम हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किए हैं। मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के मार्गदर्शन में हम पार्टी को हर प्रदेश में सशक्त करेंगे। आज के परिणाम हम सबके लिए सुखद हैं, लेकिन साथ ही 2024 में जीत का संकेत हैं।
उस दिन मैंने कहा था 9 सीट इंदौर में जीतेंगे और 160 से ज़्यादा सीट हम मध्य प्रदेश में जीतेंगे। मेरा ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, बहुत सारे सोशल मीडिया में भी चल रहा है। मैंने 9 सीट इंदौर की जीतने को बोला था। मालवा में सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे हमने मालवा में भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है, और वैसे तो सभी राज्यों में रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है। छत्तीसगढ़ की इतनी ग्रेट विक्ट्री है जिसकी कल्पना हमको भी नहीं थी, और राजस्थान हम बहुत अच्छे वोटों से जीत रहे हैं। तो 3 राज्यों में सरकार बनाना ये बहुत साफ दिखाई देता है कि आने वाले लोकसभा में हम 400 से ज़्यादा सीट जीतेंगे। हमने कहा था कि सफाई में इंदौर 1 है, पर राजनीतिक सफाई में भी इंदौर 1 रहेगा।
आधार क्या मानते हैं आप इस चीज का?
मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी। देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने महसूस किया है कि विकास अगर किया है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है, और मध्य प्रदेश में जिस प्रकार से विकास हुआ है, सड़क हो, बिजली हो, महिला सुरक्षा हो, गरीब कल्याण की योजना हो, और इसका पूरा श्रेय अगर किसी एक व्यक्ति को जाता है तो मोदी जी को जाता है, जिनके नेतृत्व में लोगों को विश्वास है। और मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़ में जो बड़ी जीत हमको मिली है उसका श्रेय मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, अमित शाह जी की रणनीति, नड्डा जी की संगठन क्षमता, इन तीनों को ही मैं देना चाहूँगा और तीनों को बधाई भी देता हूँ।
2013 का पुनरावृत्ति है, मालवा निमाड़ की जिम्मेदारी आपको मिली। आपकी सीट के साथ साथ लगातार आपने इन सीटों पर भी दौरा किया। 2013 में 54 सीटें जीती थी और इसकी पुनरावृत्ति हो रही है। एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मिली थी, इस विक्ट्री को कैसे देख रहे हैं? और जी बताएं।
मैं 1 वर्ष से मालवा निमाड़ में काम कर रहा था, और उद्देश्य यही था कि मालवा निमाड़ पिछली बार बहुत हमारे लिए नुकसानदायक था। इस बार हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वहाँ पर सीट जीतने का प्रयास करेंगे, और हमने 1 साल से कोशिश की। नहीं, अब ये तो जनता का प्यार है, किसके प्रति कितना लुट जाए। रमेश जी 1 लाख के आसपास जीतेंगे, हमारी मालनी जी भी 1 आध लाख के आसपास जीतेंगी, माननीय शिवराज सिंह जी भी 1-1.5 लाख के आसपास जीतेंगे। तो ये जो प्यार है जनता का, ये एक बार में नहीं मिलता है, लगातार हम सेवा कर रहे हैं। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कोई भी कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री होगा जिसको दिल्ली के बैठे हुए हमारे हाईकमान तय करेंगे।
आचार्य प्रमोद कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस इसलिए हार गई है।
देखिए, मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ एक प्रश्न, कांग्रेस की दुर्गति नहीं, मैं आपसे दूसरा प्रश्न पूछता हूँ कि कांग्रेस को वोट क्यों दे? क्या उनके पास नेता है? क्या उनके पास नीति है? क्या उनकी नीयत अच्छी है? न नेता है, न नीति है, न कांग्रेस की नीयत अच्छी है। तो इसलिए जनता ने उनको अपना चेहरा दिखाया आईने में कि लोकसभा में जाने के पहले आईने में अपना चेहरा देखिए।
आचार्य प्रमोद कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस इसलिए हार गई है क्योंकि उन्होंने सनातन को बहुत गालियां दी है। ये वजह मान रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, बहुत सारे कारणों में ये कारण भी हो सकता है, बिल्कुल, मैं इससे इनकार नहीं करता।
छत्तीसगढ़ का जो रिजल्ट सामने आ रहा है उसके लिए क्या कहेंगे?
छत्तीसगढ़ की तो बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है, और मैं इसके लिए हमारे रणनीतिकार अमित शाह जी को और नड्डा जी, जिन्होंने वहाँ की कमाल संभाल रखी थी, और मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, जबरदस्त नेतृत्व, उसके कारण ही हम जीते, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
बीजेपी की बड़ी जीत के बाद कांग्रेस ने इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठक बुलाई है, 6 तारीख को दिल्ली में होने वाली है।
अब उनसे पूछिए कि उनके इंडिया गठबंधन में जाएगा कौन कौन। क्या नीतीश जाएंगे क्योंकि वो इंडिया गठबंधन से नाराज़ हैं? क्या लालू जी के बेटे अखिलेश जाएंगे? वो बहुत नाराज़ हैं। ममता जी बहुत नाराज है। अब पता नहीं कौन सा नया गठबंधन बनता है।
कांग्रेस मान रही थी और रिसोर्ट और हेलीकॉप्टर तक बुक करके रख लिए गए थे।
हाँ, मतलब इसका मतलब है उनका जमीनी अंदाज नहीं। कांग्रेस के नेता हेलीकॉप्टर में घूमते हैं, एसी कमरों में रहते हैं, जमीनी हकीकत का उनको एहसास नहीं था। और मैं आज से नहीं, आप मेरी जितनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मैंने ली है आप लोगों से चर्चा की, तब भी मैंने कहा 9 सीट हम इंदौर में जीतेंगे, 160 हम मध्य प्रदेश में जीतेंगे। आज से नहीं कह रहा हूँ मैं, एक महीने पहले से कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हम जमीन में जाते हैं, लोगों से मिलते हैं। मैं किसी रेस में नहीं हूँ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का।
देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने मन बना लिया था इस कुशासन के खिलाफ में। व्याप्त भ्रष्टाचार, प्रदेश में आतंक का वातावरण, लाइन ऑर्डर जीरो, ऐसा कौन सी वस्तु थी जो स्मगलिंग यहां नहीं हो रही थी। और इसलिए जनता ने ये मन बना लिया और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लगातार इन विषयों को उठाते रहे। और छत्तीसगढ़ जिस उद्देश्य से निर्माण किया गया था कि छोटा राज्य हो, समृद्धशाली राज्य हो, जनता को लगा कि 5 साल में सरकार ने कुछ नहीं किया। सिर्फ जनता के सामने पेपरबाजी या पत्र व्यवहार को छोड़ करके इस सिवा कहीं कुछ नहीं था। तो जनता का यह जो निर्णय है, यह इस बात का प्रतीक है कि छत्तीसगढ़ प्रगति की ओर जाए, विकास की ओर जाए, डेवलपमेंट की ओर जाए और गांव गरीब किसान की योजनाओं को, ये जन कल्याणकारी योजना, इसका लाभ जनता को मिले, उसी के प्रति ये जनता ने बीजेपी के प्रति अभिमत दिया। क्योंकि जो घोषणा कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की थी उसके ऊपर वो इम्प्लीमेंट कर नहीं पाए। और जिस प्रकार का इस प्रदेश के अंदर भ्रष्टाचार के नए नए आयाम, नए नए तरीके जो किए, ये जनता त्रस्त हो चुकी थी इस भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार से। और इसलिए जनता ने 2003 का, उस समय का जो कुशासन था जोगी सरकार का, और आज ये भूपेश सरकार का, दोनों का अंत इसलिए किया कि जनता इनसे त्रस्त हो चुकी थी।
जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
भारत माता की आवाज तेलंगाना तक पहुंचनी चाहिए।